This is Audible.
From the studios of Books in Motion in Spokane, Washington, this is Kevin Foley reading Piercing the Darkness by Frank E. Peretti. The Lord spoke. The big man sat down at the desk and listened, holding the news item in his hand, reading it again slowly. Finally, with a low, husky, mourning voice, he said, "Well, Lord, what do you want me to do?" Chapter 16. Near the east coast, up in the green hills above a picturesque river, people from all over the world had found a special place to gather. With devotion, vision, and sweat, they had worked to convert an old YMCA camp into a special campus, a center for learning, personal enrichment, and community. The Omega Center for Educational Studies was now in its 14th year of existence, and growing steadily every year, supported and enhanced by teachers, professionals, scholars, artists, intellectuals, and spiritual pilgrims from all walks of life and many nations in the world. Their binding, motivating spirit, a vision and hope for world peace and community, oneness with the rhythms of nature and the eternal expansiveness of the universe, the accepting of the impulse to change, the challenging of the unknown. Among its neighbors, the Omega Center was described in many terms of varying shades, from such labels as a real vanguard in human potential to such accusations as a satanic cult. The people who worked, lived, and studied at the center took it all in stride. They knew not everyone would understand their mission and purpose right away, but they clung to the dream that, given time, the unity of all mankind would manifest itself. They were dedicated to seeing that happen. It was early on a Friday morning. Cree, his wings spread and motionless like the wings of a gull, dropped over the tops of the bordering maples and glided just above the glass-smooth surface of Pauline's Lake, silently passing the small summer cottages, diving rafts, floating docks, and beached canoes. He would come up behind the center, hopefully avoiding any spirits that might be on watch near the main administration building. He slowed, rose from the lake, and drifted to a silent, stalled landing on the swimming beach. The sand was wet with dew, and a mist rose from the lake. Rowboats lay on racks belly up. The roped swimming area reflected the boat dock like a flawless mirror. To one side, back among some trees, was the equipment shack. He ducked through its walls and found a hiding place among the canoe paddles, volleyballs, and tennis rackets. Then he listened. There was no sound. The timing was right. The center was almost deserted now. It was a short time between two educational retreats. The weekday group had finished, packed up, and left Thursday night. The weekend group was due this evening. Most importantly, the prince over this place was away, feeling lax and confident during the lull, probably on some errand of mischief along with the bulk of his demonic hordes. The prayers of those faithful few saints in faraway Bacon's Corner were having their effect. The prayer cover was slight, still decaying, but enough for now, provided Cree and his warriors timed things just right. The heavenly troops were here to find one particular resident faculty member, a lady who lived in the faculty dorm. Cree, in appearance a Native American, with powerful bronze arms and long ebony hair down to his shoulders, had all the stealth and cunning of a skilled hunter. His sharp eyes peered through the window and out across the lake. He drew his sword and let just the tip shine through the window. From trees nearby, from boats on the lake, from cottages and boathouses, from the thick woods across the lake, tiny points of light answered, the tips of hundreds of angelic blades. All warriors were in place. They were ready. Cree waved a quick little signal from his blade. A warrior appeared from behind a rowboat, skimmed across the water, zigzagged through the trees, and joined Cree in the shack. Another warrior emerged from a boathouse, shot across the water, ducked behind the swimming dock, then made it to the shack as well. Two more, darting from tree to tree and flying low, completed the number Cree wanted. They remained for a moment in the shack, tied against the walls, listening, watching. "She'll be awakening soon," said Cree. "She'll have 4 guarding her. They aren't strong, but they do have big mouths. Don't let them cry out." They drew their swords and set out across the campus, working their way from building to building, tree to tree, smoothly, steadily. "'Course now the drones aren't much good for anything after they gone flying with the Queen, so's they just get thrown out of the hive with the garbage. I know a lot of men who are just like that, only good for eating and mating." Mr. Pomeroy, a jolly retiree in jeans, flannel shirt, and work boots, was talking about bees, his hobby and obsession, and Sally just let him talk. The more he talked, the less she would have to, and the less questions she would have to answer about herself. They were riding in Mr. Pomeroy's old Chevy pickup with the rack over the bed and the dented right side. He'd run over a stump trying to pull out another one, and he told her all about it. He was just on his way up to a fellow beekeeper's house to check his hives when he spotted this lone, wandering gal out on the highway, dressed in jeans and an old blue jacket, a blue stocking cap on her head, and a large duffel bag over her shoulder. He was a neighborly sort and didn't like to see a woman hitchhiking alone, so he pulled over, picked her up, gave her a short lecture about the dangers of hitchhiking, and then asked her where she was going. "The Omega Center," she said. She almost expected a negative reaction from this local, traditional thinker, but apparently he'd grown used to the center being around and had no hard feelings, just curiosity. "Must be an interesting place up there," he said. "I don't know. I haven't been there in years." "Well, we're all searching, aren't we?" Sally didn't want to get into any deep discussions, but she answered anyway. "Yeah, we sure are." "You know, I've found the God of the Bible to be a terrific answer to my questions. You ever thought about that?" Sally noticed the bee helmet and veil behind the seat, and used that to change the subject. "Hey, did you take care of bees?" And that was what got Mr. Pomeroy started about workers, drones, queens, hives, honey, extractors, and on and on. Sally was glad. It got them off the uncomfortable subjects and excused her from having to talk. "That center's just up the road here, a few more miles. I can drop you off right at the front gate. How about that?" The faculty dorm was a new structure, 2-storied, with 20 units. The dark-stained, grooved plywood siding and shake roof matched the general motif of the campus. Rustic, woodsy, but functional. Cree and his warriors found plenty of places to hide in the thick shrubbery just beneath the rear windows. At one end of the building, a dark, slick-hided arm hung through a closed window pane and dangled outside, the silver talons walking absent-mindedly, playfully back and forth along the wall. Yes, there were enemy spirits about. This one must belong to another resident faculty member. That was his room. The opposite end of the building was a blank wall, void of windows and flanked by some large trees. Cree appointed a sentry, and then, as the sentry watched from the bushes, the other 4 warriors ducked around that end of the building, floated up the wall, and disappeared into the attic space. Then the sentry followed. They crouched just under the rafters, their feet in the pink fiberglass. Now they could hear a faint, whining sound, not unlike a violin in the hands of a beginner. It was coming from one of the rooms, not too far from them. They moved forward, the roof bracing passing right through their chests as they walked. Now they were above the sound. Cree pitched forward, sinking slowly through the fiberglass and ceiling joists until he could look into the room. Yes, they'd found the room of Sybil Denning, a kind and matronly educator of many years, just dozing in her bed, not quite awake. She was apparently enjoying some half-dreams still playing in her head, and was not ready to open her eyes just yet. Sitting beside her on the bed, a playful elfin spirit moved his finger about in her brain as if stirring a bowl of soup, singing quietly to himself, giggling a little between his sing-song, scratchy phrases as he painted pictures in her mind.
"You will enjoy this one,"
it teased in a crow's voice.
"Go ahead. Leave your body and touch the moon."
There were 3 other spirits in the room, one hanging from the wall like a bat, one flat on his back on the rug with his clawed feet in the air, and one lying on the end of the bed as if asleep. They reminded Cree of young delinquent boys hiding in some forbidden hangout, gleefully committing sin in secret.
"Oh, don't give her that one again,"
said the spirit hanging from the wall.
"Why not?"
said the dream painter.
"She always believes it. I can do one better. Tonight will be your turn."
Cree looked up at the warriors. They were ready. The dream painter's yellow eyes danced with delight at his own cleverness.
"Ooh, remember this place. You've been here before. It's a part of you."
A blinding flash, 4 angels, 4 demons, flashing swords, red smoke. Mrs. Denning awoke with a start. Oh, it was morning. What had she been dreaming? Walking on the moon, touching it, knowing it as if she'd made it. Yes, how beautiful. Maybe it was true, just buried behind a veil of forgetfulness. Some day she must analyze what it could mean. She sat up. She felt rested, but not energetic. Somehow her usual inspiration wasn't with her. Maybe the previous week's work had drained her power. Cree and his warriors regrouped in the attic to watch her. The room was empty now except for her. She got up, got dressed, and went down the stairs. Perhaps a short walk on this crisp, clear morning would reawaken her inner potential and get the creative juices flowing. It always worked before.
"Yep, here it is,"
said Mr. Pomeroy, pulling over next to a wide gravel drive that wound back into the woods. Just next to the road was an attractive sandblasted sign, Omega Center for Educational Studies. Sally swung the door open and hopped out. "Thanks a lot."
"God bless you now,"
said the kind man. More traditional thinking, Sally thought. Sure. Take care of yourself." He nodded and smiled. She closed the cab door and pulled her duffel bag from the truck's bed. She gave him a wave, and off he went, apparently with bees and hives on his mind. The sound of the old pickup faded away, and then there was only the quiet of this mountain morning. Sally stood motionless for a moment, just looking at that sign. She figured they had probably repainted it at some point, but apart from that, it was still the same. The gravel drive looked the same as well. How many years had it been? At least 10. She was afraid, but she just had to take the chance. She started walking up that gravel drive, watching carefully on all sides. She tried to remember what it was like, where everything was. She was hoping nothing would escape her notice and surprise her. Mr. Pomeroy's old pickup roared up the mountain road and around a long, steady curve. When the road passed behind a thick grove of trees, the sound of the truck faded quickly, replaced by a whispered rushing of silken wings. Where the road reappeared, Cy, a dark East Indian, was aloft, his wings unfurled and his sword in his hand. With a burst of power, he went into a steep climb and circled back toward the center. Mrs. Denning felt a little better out in the fresh air, walking on the smooth asphalt path between the classrooms and meeting halls. Soon the campus would be full of people again, and this restful solitude would be ended. It was certainly pleasant now. There went a chipmunk up that tree, and how the birds were chattering. Oh, What was this? An early arrival? Just beyond the sports field, a young lady was coming up the main road into the complex. Their eyes met. Cree touched Mrs. Denning's eyes. "Easy now. Don't see too well." Then he darted into the trees and out of sight. Somewhere the other warriors were present, ready and invisible. Sally looked carefully at this woman she was approaching. She wasn't sure who she might be. She was afraid they may have known each other before. She kept walking. Finally, the two women came face to face in front of the quaint log cabin cafe.
"Hello,"
said Mrs. Denning.
"And who might you be?"
Sally smiled, but her mind was instantly far away, more than 18 years away. "I know this woman." The woman before her, dressed in gray pants and a casual Omega Center sweatshirt, was 18 years older, grayer, with more lines in her face. But the gray eye still had that same sparkle. The head still had that same playful tilt when she spoke. This was Sybil Denning. Sally found her tongue and the name she'd decided to use.
I'm Bethany Farrell. I was just passing through the area, and someone told me I might find a place to stay up here."
Mrs. Denning smiled.
"Oh, you just might. We have overnight camping here, and some nice cabins. We're expecting people to arrive for a weekend retreat this afternoon, but they're a small group. I'm sure we'll have some rooms empty. What did you have in mind?" "Oh, just a warm place out of the rain, some blankets, maybe a mattress."
Mrs. Denning laughed.
"Oh, we can do better than that. Listen, the office doesn't open for a few more hours. I think the Galvins are up by now. Maybe they'll open the cafe and we can get a cup of coffee. All right?"
"All right." Mrs. Denning turned toward the log cabin cafe, and Sally followed her.
"By the way, I'm Sybil Denning."
"Pleased to meet you."
"Excuse me, what was your name again?"
"Bethany Farrell." Mrs. Denning paused on the large patio in front of the cafe.
"Bethany Farrell?"
She stared at Sally for a moment.
"Don't know why you seem so familiar to me. How do you spell your last name?"
"Farrell." Mrs. Denning shook her head just a little.
"No, that doesn't sound familiar. Tell me, have we ever met before?"
Sergeant Mulligan drove over to the post office the moment he got the call. He parked the car quietly, went up the steps quietly, and quietly found Postmaster Lucy Brandon, then just about broke a blood vessel containing himself. "Hi, Lucy," he said, probably too loudly.
"Oh, hi, Harold,"
she replied from behind the counter. She was helping a patron decide whether to send something first or fourth class, and the little lady couldn't seem to make up her mind. She turned to Debbie, who was just handing a giddy junior hire a box of baby chicks.
"Debbie, could you finish helping Mrs. Barsino?"
Debbie stepped over and began checking the weight of the package on the scale.
"Fourth class?"
Mrs. Barsino still wasn't happy.
"Well, I don't know. That's kind of slow, isn't it?"
Lucy hurried to the back room and opened the employees-only door for Mulligan. He stepped inside, his hand on his hip and his feet shuffling nervously. Lucy said nothing, but quickly stepped behind a partition for privacy. Mulligan followed her, and when they were both safe from any watching eyes, she showed him a letter, still in a sealed envelope. He took it in his big fingers, read the address and the return address, actually just a name, and said nothing. He couldn't think of what to say. It was a letter addressed to Tom Harris. The name in the upper left corner was Sally Rowe. "When did this come in?" Mulligan asked.
"Today. And look at the postmark. Just 3 days ago."
Again Mulligan couldn't think of what to say. Lucy was quite troubled.
"I don't understand. I guess it could have gotten lost somewhere or rerouted. I don't know, but Well, there's only one postmark, and that's halfway across the country.
Mulligan murmured, "Somebody's being a real sicko. It's just a joke."
Well, there's no address to return it to. I just don't know.
"Can we open this thing?"
No, we can't tamper with the mail. It's kind of scary, though. The postmark is after Sally Rowe's suicide. What if Sally Rowe is still alive somewhere?
Mulligan didn't handle that question very well. "She isn't. That's crazy." She put her finger to her lips to shush him. Debbie's attention was caught, however, by that outburst. She was finished with Mrs. Barsino and could see just a little of what was going on behind the partition. He struggled for an answer.
"Well, listen, I don't know what this is all about. Let me take this with me and check into it."
But it's mail.
He held his hand up.
"Hey, we're only delaying it, that's all. We need to check into this.
But
if Tom Harris ever got this letter, you never know. It might hurt your lawsuit."
Lucy hesitated when he said that.
But I'm concerned about the law.
"Don't worry about it. We'll cover for you. I'll just have some friends check this out, and we'll get it back to you."
You're not going to open it?
"Don't worry. Just don't worry."
He put the letter in his pocket and got out of there, leaving Lucy troubled, curious, nervous, and, yes, worried. When he put the letter in his pocket, Debbie saw him do it. She didn't know what it all meant. She just thought it might be something worth remembering. Debbie wasn't the only one who saw it. Two little spirits were following Mulligan, flitting about his shoulders like oversized mosquitoes, carefully eyeing that letter, snuffing and hissing in a frantic secret conversation. Mulligan climbed into his car and cranked the engine to life. He would have some phone calls to make when he got back to the station. The two spirits had seen enough.
"Destroyer,"
hissed one.
"He will reward us for this,"
slobbered the other. They shot up the street, careening over the tops of the trucks and cars, dodging the utility poles, darting this way and that between and through the stores and businesses. Destroyer must still be nearby. They would find him. Just beneath them, unnoticed, a brown Buick eased down Front Street. The big man driving the Buick was taking it easy going through town, just getting a feel of the place. It wasn't much of a place. On the one side was the only gas station in town, boasting cheap prices and fixing flats for ladies free. Next to it was the Bacon's Corner Mercantile, a sagging old veteran of many a hard season, just like the old rusted tractor parked alongside in grass as high as the hubs. On the other side of the street was the Myers Feed and Farm Store. That place seemed to be getting a lot of business. There were a lot of weathered pickup trucks parked around it, and a lot of John Deere hats around. Then came the grain elevators, the towering sentinels that were visible for miles and bore the name of the town for anyone who might be wondering what all these little buildings were doing out in the middle of nowhere. The Price-Wise grocery seemed out of place. It needed a mall around it to look right.
"So where now?"
the big man asked his wife. She sat next to him, at least as radiant in real life as she was in that picture he always kept on his desk.
What was that church we passed back there?
Methodist, I think.
Oh, here's a Lutheran.
Yeah, very nice.
So where do you put a community church?
We're running out of community, Kate. We'll have to turn around.
Guess we better ask somebody.
He pulled over in front of Max's barber shop, much to the interest of the two easygoing retirees sitting in their wooden chairs on the front porch. "Hello there," he said, and they both stood and came closer.
"Well, hi,"
said Ed.
"Yeah,"
said Mose. "I'm looking for the Good Shepherd Community Church." The two gray heads looked at each other and exchanged a silent inside joke with their eyes. Ed leaned against the car and just about put his head through the window. You another reporter? Well, in a way, he was. Not exactly.
This ends Disc 6. Please change to Disc 7. Disc 7.
You another reporter? Well, in a way, he was. Not exactly. Mose stood behind Ed to ask his question, even while Ed just stayed there, his nose almost through the window, looking this big fellow over.
Don't think anyone's there now. Well, the school's in session, though, and maybe the pastor's there, but he and that other lady—
Mrs. Fields, said Ed.
Yeah, they'd be up to their gizzards and kids right now. But Tom Harris is the real hot item. If you want to see him—
The man looked at his wife. She already had one eyebrow raised. This thing was big news around this town. He turned to Mose, and Ed, who was unavoidable. Okay, where can I find Tom Harris?
Well, you're almost there. Head on up to the bank there. Turn right. That's Pond Road. Now you go about half a mile, and you'll see the church first, on the left. Then Tom Harris's place, just the other side of the pond. On the right, a little white house with a glassed-in south side.
Where are you from? Asked Ed. You've never heard of the place. Just wondering. Ed stood away from the car and gave a little wave as the Buick drove away. Mose just watched with a smile on his face. Ed nodded with great conviction. Yep, he's a reporter, Mose. I can tell. Tom was reading through some notes he'd made for some upcoming interrogatories. Wayne Corrigan said the ACFA probably would skirt having to answer most of them, but he was going to ask them anyway. He had a lot of questions to ask those characters, and it was going to start right here. There was a knock on the door. He closed the folder and tucked it away on the bookshelf. Then he opened the door. His first thought was that he was facing another set of reporters, but these two were probably married, the way they stood next to each other. The man was tall and strong-looking, about middle-aged, dressed casually. His wife was attractive, also dressed casually, but exuding a quiet dignity. "Tom Harris?" the big man asked. "Yes," he answered, and made no effort to hide his wariness of these two strangers. "And just who are you?" "The name is Marshall Hogan, and this is my wife, Kate. You've come a long way, and we'd like to talk to you." Chapter 17. Tom made a lunch of it. He invited Mark and Kathy, Ben and Bev, and Wayne Corrigan. Corrigan was in court and couldn't make it, but the others got right over there. They pooled their sandwiches, chips, salad, and soft drinks, and met with the two out-of-towners in Tom's backyard for a meeting of the minds, a serious checking out of this Marshall Hogan. Sure, he was a Christian, and sure, he'd been through an interesting spiritual battle himself, but he was also a member of the press, and by now the press was not considered friendly or trustworthy. They sat in a circle of chairs in the yard, munching on sandwiches and talking seriously. Marshall recounted in crisp news-copy fashion the adventure he'd had in the town of Ashton. They were amazed. Naturally, the occult-based conspiracy to take over Ashton and the thwarting of that conspiracy went unreported in the national media. No one sitting in the yard that day had ever heard of the place, or what happened there. "And I never would have heard of you people either," he said, "if the whole thing didn't have such scandal potential. Hey, this kind of stuff the press calls news. It sells papers, and that's how it got to me, over the news wire. From what I read in the wire copy, reading between the lines, of course, you folks are up against the same thing we were facing, only worse." Mark asked, "So you weren't disillusioned by the reports of our outrageous religious behavior?" "Maybe you are outrageous. Maybe you're like too many Christians who see a demon under every doily. Maybe you deserve the lawsuit and the press you're getting.
Marshall looked every one of them in the eye as he spoke.
Or maybe this whole thing is legit. If it is, then I might stick around and do what I can to help you out. I've got a young gal who can run that paper while I'm away. I can take care of my own expenses up to a point. I'm a good snoop, I know how to dig things up, and I know how to fight. If this thing is what it looks like, then I'm ready to make myself available, and so is Kate.
Could this be an answer to prayer? Mark was willing to explore it further, and the others agreed. They decided to tell Marshall the details of the lawsuit and the strange incident with Amber Brandon that started the whole thing. Marshall listened intently to the whole story, and he appeared to believe it. Then Marshall asked,
So did Amethyst ever show up again?
Tom thought about that question. Not in the same way. Amber stayed quiet, but she was still really strange. Depressed, edgy, unattentive. She couldn't sit still during our morning devotions, and she couldn't stand hearing the word of God. Now we know why. Amethyst wouldn't manifest at the school anymore, but she never really left.
A tougher case than you figured on, I suppose.
Tom turned to Kathy Howard. Why don't you tell him about what Alice Buckmeyer told you?
Alice Buckmeyer's a widow who attends our church. She's a dear,
Kathy explained.
It wasn't too long ago, just about the same time this lawsuit began, that Alice was in the post office mailing a package when she heard this big commotion and saw Amber screaming at a woman patron. Lucy Brandon, the postmaster, came out of the back room and tried to quiet Amber down, but she just kept screaming, and Alice says Amber was prancing like a horse again, just running circles around the woman and screaming at her and scaring her to death. The woman ran away, really frightened, and Alice was she just stood there, just blown away.
Who was the woman?
Kathy shrugged.
Alice didn't know. She never saw her before. Anyway, Lucy Brandon chased Amber around the post office lobby for a long time, and I guess Amber finally calmed down and acted like nothing happened, like a total personality switch. Now that sounds, well...
Marshall whistled at the story.
This is getting more convincing all the time.
Tom shook his head sadly. Just try convincing the rest of the world.
Right.
Marshall pulled some news clippings from his attaché case.
The Hampton County Star seems to have you all figured out.
And most of the big papers, too, said Mark. It's gone out over UPI and AP. I imagine the whole country's buzzing about it now.
Oh, sure. I see they're cashing in on the child abuse angle. Child victims of bizarre fundamentalist behavior. Nice. Or how about this one from the East Coast? Religion as abuse, behind the doors of a private school. Oh, I was going to ask you about this one. Christian school responds to court order. It says here that you still hadn't decided if you would obey the court order or not. Where's that quote? Oh, we must obey the laws of God rather than the laws of men, said Pastor Mark Howard.
Mark nodded and had to laugh.
Yes, I did say those words, but I think my entire statement was that we had heard from both sides of the question, and that some said we should obey God's appointed authorities, and some said we must obey the laws of God rather than the laws of men. I guess they caught the last part of my statement, but not the first.
So what did you decide?
For now, we'll submit to the court order. We figure it would be in our best interests until this lawsuit is settled. Then we'll just have to look at the question again.
Bev piped up.
Just goes to show how people with the power can decide what we know and what we don't know. It's just like what happened to Ben.
That's nothing, Ben started to say. Bev was indignant.
Nothing? It's got you out of a job, babe, and I don't call that nothing.
Kathy was in Bev's camp.
There's some other hanky-panky going on right in the police department. A lady was killed a few weeks ago, and they're calling it a suicide, but Ben thinks it was a murder, and now they're just covering it all up. And the Star's covering it up, too, said Bev. Did you see that little puny article calling the whole thing a suicide?
Marshall only began to shake his head.
Well, there. See, you didn't see it either. Well, they didn't want anyone to see it.
Marshall got a question in. Ben, what happened to your job?
They canned him,
said Bev.
He knew too much.
Ben laughed and put his arm around Bev. That's the way I see it, yes. Marshall considered that. Okay, maybe we'll talk some more about that later. Let's get back to the core of this problem, and that's Amber. Tom, you said something about her claiming to have learned all this stuff in her class at the elementary school?
Right. Miss Brewer's class. I can believe it. The schools have been experimenting with a lot of new curricula. It could be that some kind of thinly cloaked occultism got in.
What do you know about Miss Brewer?
Zilch. I think she's new this year.
Kathy confirmed that.
Yes, she's new. I have some friends who know her.
All right. We'll have to talk to them and see what they know. Miss Brewer may have brought a curriculum in with her, or maybe the school board's trying out something new. In any case, it would be nice to know how Amber got the way she is, to be able to prove it. How about it, Kate? Feel like paying Miss Brewer a visit?
She looked up from her notes and smiled at the thought of the adventure. Looking forward to it.
Now, people of like interest tend to clump together, just like we're doing right now, and that's called networking. Once they get networked, they start working together, and that gives them a lot of clout they didn't have before. I'd like to know how much of this town is networked by any occult or cosmic-type groups. They might already be in the schools. Maybe they've infiltrated into other areas of power as well.
There's Life Circle,
Mark said. Some kind of occult fellowship?
Oh, yes. You hear a lot about them around town, and they sell herbs and mystical, holistic literature down at the Mercantile. They call themselves something like a supportive circle of friends devoted to personal growth and evolvement.
Who belongs to this bunch?
They all started looking at each other. No one knew for sure who was involved in it. I don't know anyone right offhand, Mark explained. They don't function much in public. They're not very visible.
What about Miss Brewer?
No one knew.
How about Lucy Brandon?
No answer.
Well, we'd better find out then. We can't see anything yet, and it may not be just this Life Circle outfit, but what we're looking for is some kind of connection, some kind of link-up between these ACFA guys, Claire Johansson, Lucy Brandon, Miss Brewer, and ultimately Amber. We've got to know the enemy before we can deal with him.
Marshall finished the last few drops of root beer.
And I guess you know this is a spiritual battle. How are things in that department? Do you have some good prayer warriors?
The reaction wasn't immediately affirmative. There was doubt all around, on every face. Mark tried to explain. It's been tough because of the lawsuit, because of the accusations leveled at Tom. The people here today are all praying, but the church is really struggling with this whole thing, and there are a lot of very unhappy people. I'm still trying to get a handle on all the talk going around.
So they're talking and not praying.
Mark nodded.
That's about it.
Marshall thought about that and nodded.
Sounds like a smart move on Satan's part. If he can divide the church and split you into camps, his job will be a picnic.
"Well," said Mark, "we can sure pray now. Just us. I know we're together on this thing." "Yeah, let's do it," said Ben. They prayed, and took quite a bit of time at it. Marshall and Kate joined them, and that meant a lot to everyone. There was definitely a unity here, a oneness of spirit. This big man from far away and his wife were not strangers at all, but fellow combatants. This was the hand of God. Not long after Mark said the final Amen, Marshall popped the final question.
"So how does it sound to you? You want to deal us in and see what develops?"
By now they were ready. Mark extended his hand, and he and Marshall shook on it. "We have fellowship, brother."
"All right, then. I've got a few projects in mind already. Kathy, see what your friends can tell us about Miss Brewer, and then Kate will drop in and visit her in person. Bev, we'll need to talk to Alice Buckmeyer about that incident in the post office and hopefully get some more details from her. Maybe then we can find out where Amber got this little horse friend and what we're really dealing with. I'll see if I can check out this Life Circle bunch and find out who's involved."
It sounded good to them all. The group began to break up. Kathy and Bev started clearing plates from the picnic table. Mark and Tom started folding up the furniture.
"Oh, Ben,"
said Marshall, and Ben joined him by the back fence. Marshall leaned on the fence and looked out over a wide green pasture bordering Tom's yard.
"You were a cop, huh?"
"Yes, was. They let me go about 2 weeks ago."
"Because you were getting too close to something they were trying to cover up?"
Ben smiled apologetically. "Well, in retrospect, I don't know for sure. It just seemed fishy to me."
"Let's say you were onto something. Tell me what."
Ben looked out at some Holsteins grazing lazily in the distance. "I've no idea, Marshall. It was simply that the deceased, a woman named Sally Rowe, was killed quite violently. At least that's how the evidence looked to me. There were signs of a struggle, a shirt stained with blood, some spilled goat feed. The body was found in a goat pen. The body itself was flung on the floor as if there had been a violent struggle. The medical examiner attributed the death to asphyxiation by hanging, the same as Sergeant Mulligan's initial conclusion, but I don't think that conclusion matched the situation found at the scene. When the landlady, Mrs. Potter, found the body, it wasn't hanging from the rafters. Didn't have a rope around its neck, nor was any rope tied to the rafters. The deceased did have a rope in her hand, and the body was flung in the straw just as we first found it. I'm also bothered by the fact that when the call first came in, Sergeant Mulligan referred to it as a suicide before we even drove out there, and I know I gave him no information at the time to that effect. Add to that a disturbing development that I uncovered by talking to some people who knew Rowe before her death. The description they gave me of Sally Rowe doesn't match the description of the woman we found in that goat shed, which raises some frightening implications. The whole thing doesn't make sense at all, and I'm still disturbed about it."
"I see you have moles in this part of the country, too,"
said Marshall, pointing out some new molehills in the yard. Ben was a little disappointed. Apparently his concerns were unimportant to this man who claimed to be so interested in the problems he and his friends were facing. "Well, yeah. They're tough to get rid of. When they come up in my yard, I just keep scooping up the hills so they don't kill the grass. It's about all you can do." "Brother," thought Ben, what a stupid conversation this is becoming.
"Looks like the neighbors have them, too."
Marshall pointed at several molehills out in the pasture. "Yeah, they get around," said Ben, ready to end this letdown of a conversation, starting to look around.
"2 different pieces of property here,"
said Marshall, looking up and down the fence.
"Tom has a mole, and the farmer over there has a mole."
Then Marshall looked at Ben for a moment, waiting for Ben's full attention.
"How much you want to bet that the molehills in this yard and the molehills in the pasture were made by the same mole?"
Ben stopped any other thoughts and paid attention. This guy was making a point that sounded interesting.
Marshall enhanced his point.
Ben, from up here on top of the ground, we think in terms of property lines, of separate domains. Tom has his yard, the farmer has his pasture, and the two domains are separated by this fence. But what about the mole? The fence doesn't stop him. He just goes wherever he wants and pushes up his little hills, and as far as he's concerned, it's just one big piece of ground.
Keep going, said Ben. Marshall smiled, his eyes squinting a bit in the sun, the breeze blowing his red hair.
The Good Shepherd Academy has a problem, and you have a problem. The Academy has a mole, and you have a mole. I'm suggesting that it might be the same mole. We're talking spiritual warfare here. Spirits don't care about whose yard it is or where our fences might be.
So, what are you saying?
I'm saying I'll feel a whole lot better if you and I can find out all we can about this Sally Rowe.
Ben felt better. I was hoping someone would see it this way.
I think Bev already did.
Ben carefully considered that. She sure did. Then he dug up a buried idea. I was going to run a criminal check on Rowe before I got fired. I think I could still run a check. I have a friend with the police in West Haven who could do it for me. Marshall looked at the molehills again.
Can't wait to see it.
Chapter 18 Sybil Denning was a kind and sociable person, and she never seemed to be at a loss for words and topics. She and Sally spent the better part of the morning wandering about the grounds of the Omega Center for Educational Studies, as Mrs. Denning pointed out all the buildings, their purpose, and what new projects were currently underway.
"This plaza should be ready in a few weeks,"
she said, pointing to a large patio the size of a basketball court, but without any markings and bordered by newly planted hedges.
"The Tai Chi Chuan program has gained such popularity that we thought it fitting to create an effective space for it."
They walked further.
"This is the performance theater. It seats about 400 and is our showcase for any performing arts such as music, movement, dance, poetry, drama, and so forth. Oh, and down here,"
they came to a large stone and glass structure,
"this is our Healing Arts Center. We've had our various workshops and classrooms all over the campus, but since last year we've tried to consolidate the research in one building. We're trying new holistic approaches to the immune system, as well as nutritional therapy, and then homeopathy, crystals, vibrational healing, even Tibetan medicine. That's a course I plan to take while I'm here. Listen, are you hungry? It's almost time for lunch, and I'm sure the Galvins will have something ready." "Lead on,"
said Sally, alias Bethany Farrell. They sat down to a tasty vegetarian lunch. Sally ordered the rice and stir-fried vegetables. Mrs. Denning ordered a large green salad.
"Obviously,"
Mrs. Denning continued, not skipping a beat from the entire morning's lecture,
"the goal of education, true education, is not simply teaching generation after generation the same amount of academic content as preparation for life. Just the same old basics, as they say. The human race is evolving too fast for that. What we are more concerned with in education is the facilitation of change. We need to change the upcoming generations to prepare them for a global community. That means a lot of stubborn old ideas about reality are going to have to be cast aside. Such notions as nationalism, accountability to some supreme being, even the old Judeo-Christian dogma of absolute morality. In their place, we propose to implant a new worldview, a global scheme of reality in which our children realize that all the earth, all nature, all forces, all consciousness are one huge, interconnected, and interdependent unity. And we're no longer alone in that goal. Even the National Coalition on Education has taken up the cause."
She continued to munch on her salad like a happy rabbit.
"So we bring all wisdoms of the world to this place, all systems of belief, all mystical traditions, and we borrow almost nothing. Through it all, the truth can be found by each person where he finds it."
"Human potential," said Sally.
"Oh, yes, that, and spiritual wholeness, universal consciousness, all of the above."
Mrs. Denning laughed with delight.
"Oh, it's been such a rewarding time for me. Well, for many years of my life, actually. I used to teach high school English until 6 years ago when I came on staff here."
Sally knew that. Though her memory of Mrs. Denning, the English teacher, went back 19 years, she could see it as if it were just yesterday. A scene began playing in her mind. There stood a much younger Mrs. Denning, with more brown hair than gray, scowling at her, angry at being interrupted. Sally was much younger, too, a junior in high school with a drab green sweater, a thigh-high skirt, and long, straight, red hair down to her waist.
"Who are you, and why?"
Mrs. Denning demanded. It was a stock question she always used. She must have thought it was clever. Sally thought it was rude. Obviously, Mrs. Denning was not feeling well at the moment. She was trying to lead a remedial reading group, and most of the students were the shaggy, acid-dropping, spit-on-the-floor type, who couldn't read and didn't care if they ever did. Mrs. Denning was definitely not in her element, much less in her best mood. Sally wasn't feeling well either. Her mother, whom she hadn't seen in almost 12 years, had just died, a pitiful alcoholic. Sally felt no remorse, but the event did deepen some attitudes she'd been developing in that high school, attitudes of fatalism, cynicism, and gloom. Now Sally was only doing her job as an office assistant during 4th period, and trying to bring Mrs. Denning a sign-up sheet on a clipboard, a typical list of participants in an upcoming volunteer whatever it was. She didn't ask to be snapped at. Mrs. Denning's question hit a lot of raw nerves.
"Who am I, and why?" "Good question."
She looked down at the teacher, scowling up at her, and answered quite directly.
"I don't know, and you teachers have convinced me that I never will."
"Well, of course," Mrs. Denning got irate.
"Young lady, I don't like your attitude."
At this point in her life, Sally didn't care what Mrs. Denning liked or didn't like.
"Mrs. Denning, I came into this classroom because Mrs. Bakke would like to get your signature on this sign-up sheet. I'm just doing my job, and I don't deserve to be treated rudely."
Mrs. Denning stood to her feet, ready to take up the challenge.
"What is your name?" "Rowe. Sally Rowe. That's R-O. Got a pencil?"
Mrs. Denning had a pencil.
R-O-E. I'm sure you'll remember it. I'm surprised they let you work in the office. Mrs. Bakke is going to hear about this."
Sally held the clipboard out.
"Will Mrs. Bakke be able to count on you as a volunteer?"
Mrs. Denning grabbed the clipboard and hurriedly signed it.
"Now get out of here." "Thank you for your time."
Sally was just reaching the door when Mrs. Denning had some parting words for her.
"This will be counted against you, young lady."
She stopped and looked back at this teacher, this figure of authority.
"Well, you're the teacher. You have the power. Right and wrong are situational, and law derives from power. So I guess that makes you right."
Then Sally thought it best to footnote her comments.
"Mr. Davis, Humanities 101, 6th period."
Mrs. Denning meant to report Sally's behavior, but never did. Something about that brief encounter stuck with her, and no, she did not forget Sally Rowe's name. Sally's mind returned to the present, and she chased a mushroom around her plate as Mrs. Denning continued to prattle. Sally had to smile at how different their conversation was compared to their first.
"Of course, I was involved here long before I actually came on staff. I'd be here almost every summer, working on continuing education credits and helping with the Young Potential program."
Sally was just about to ask, but didn't need to. Mrs. Denning went on to explain what that was.
"Several of the teachers acquainted with Omega regularly took part in a program to recruit young people from the various high schools we represented around the country. Young people who showed real potential for future leadership, who displayed special ability. I recruited several young people myself from the high school where I taught. These young potentials, as we called them, would be a part of our summer program here at the center, and several came back for intensive training over several summers, even after they started college.
Sally smiled. She could remember the Mrs. Denning of 19 years ago, sitting at her desk in her empty classroom during the lunch recess, strangely pleasant. Sally, still the skinny and stone-faced upstart, had paused outside the classroom door to get her nerves good and steely before she stepped inside. When Mrs. Denning smiled and offered her a chair, she was quite surprised and a little suspicious.
"As you have probably figured out," she said, "I didn't report that confrontation we had a few weeks ago."
Sally said nothing. She was here because Mrs. Denning had asked her to come. Let Mrs. Denning carry the conversation. Mrs. Denning rested her elbows on the desk and folded her hands just under her chin.
"I apologize for being so crabby. I considered what you said, and yes, I believe I was rude to you."
Sally wasn't feeling talkative yet.
"Okay." "Sally, I've talked to Mr. Davis and also to Mrs. Bakke and Mr. Pangborn, and we've all come to agree that you show great promise. You've risen above some real obstacles in your life and excelled academically and intellectually. Now, the other teachers tell me you're asking some incisive questions and digging into the material much more deeply than the courses require." "I want it to be about something," Sally said.
Mrs. Denning was impressed and nodded with a smile.
"Yes, the meaning behind it all, isn't that right?"
Sally was in no mood to waste words.
"I've excelled. I've learned. I've kept a consistent 4.0 average. But if I'm nothing more than a cosmic accident, then I don't see any point in all that I've done, and to be honest, I'm getting quite bored with it."
Mrs. Denning reached for a brochure and handed it to her.
"You might be interested in this."
Sally looked it over as she listened.
"It's a special summer program for exceptional students. I've been involved as a summer advisor for several years now, and I'm always looking for new young potentials. I think you would fit the qualifications. What would I learn?"
Mrs. Denning was delighted to give such an answer.
"The meaning behind it all."
The meaning behind it all. Now, 19 years later, Sally couldn't hold back a bitter smile. Fortunately, Mrs. Denning didn't notice.
"Would you like any more tea?" the teacher asked. "Yes, please."
Mrs. Denning poured the green herbal concoction into Sally's cup.
Sally asked, "So, how have all these young potentials turned out?" "Oh, marvelous. We've had an impressive record with our young potentials going on to become educators, psychologists, doctors, even statespersons. You see, the strength of Omega is in the upcoming generations we educate. When we mold them in their younger years, they then mature to be the future change agents in our culture, bringing all the masses closer and closer to the ultimate goal of world community. It starts in the classroom. And that's what's so exciting about the changes that have occurred in recent years. Our material and curricula are gaining a much wider acceptance now. Educators and schools all over the country are attending our seminars and signing up for our programs. I think one factor would be the dissolving of the old traditional world view, the Christian factor, that's been such an obstacle for so many years. People are starting to wake up to themselves and the need for global community. It's the only way our race can survive, of course. And now that we're educating new generations totally free of the old traces of Judeo-Christian bigotry, our success rate is rising exponentially.
Cree was hearing it all, hiding in the attic of the little cafe. But he was getting edgy. It was getting later all the time, and before too long, more people would start showing up. More teachers, more leaders, more gurus and shamans, and with them, more demons than he or his warriors wanted to face. Worst of all, the prince of this place would be back as well, and he would be most upset to find these saboteurs lurking about. He heard a special whistle. It was Cy, signaling trouble. He shot down the length of the attic, out the end of the building, and into the concealing branches of a large maple. There was a tiny sparkle of light coming from the trees near the front gate. Cy's signal. He was alerting all the warriors. And there was the trouble. The demons appeared first, swirling and hovering in a flock of at least 100, following about 20 feet above an unseen vehicle. They weren't too large, probably not frontliners, but deadly nevertheless. Cree had to cringe just looking at those flashing fangs and clicking razor-sharp talons. Assailing that bunch would best be avoided. Then the vehicle appeared, a large van, lumbering toward the campus, stirring up the dust. It was full of weekenders, and full of demonic warriors as well. The window of opportunity was rapidly closing. They had to get Sally out of there.
"Say,"
said Sally, as if she'd just remembered something.
"Would it be the Omega Center that published that curriculum I saw, Finding Me?"
Mrs. Denning's eyes brightened.
Finding the Real Me. Yes, that's a popular curriculum for grades 1 through 6. We have different programs for every grade, but the easiest implementation so far has been with 4th graders. You know, we've had that curriculum available for about 10 years, but never got it into the schools until just a few years ago. The old Christian roadblocks again. We're having great success with it now, however. It still works, and that says a lot for the staff that put it together.
Cy whistled again, and Cree got the signal. More vehicles were coming up the road. A 50-passenger bus, full of high schoolers, several cars, another van. The first van was pulling up in front of the registration office, its escorting cloud of demons beginning to disperse, all cackling and chattering, some roosting in the trees, some alighting on the top of the van, some just flitting about the grounds looking for mischief. No! Cree hadn't seen these two yet. From within the van, like huge, hulking dinosaurs, 2 demon warriors emerged and stood guard, their swords ready at their sides, their yellow eyes darting about with great wariness. They were searching the grounds, the trees, every possible hiding place, looking for any intruders. Then a man stepped out of the van and stretched a bit. He was dressed in a navy blue jogging suit and wore dark sunglasses. He was middle-aged, but obviously a real health enthusiast. His face had a strange, stony expression. The muscles seemed tight. Cree recognized him immediately. Steele. The mysterious Mr. Steele, overseer of the Omega Center. No wonder there were such monstrous demon guards along. 4 other men got out of the van, each with at least 4 demonic escorts clinging to him. These were vicious characters indeed. There was something about these 4. Cree could sense that they were something even more insidious and evil than Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele paused by the registration office to chat with some old friends who had just arrived in the school bus. He waved at all the high schoolers still waiting to pile out. Cree could no longer signal anyone without being seen. He and his warriors would soon be boxed in. Both ladies had finished their lunch and now sat over their cups of tea, relaxing. Sally figured the time was right for her next question. She began to pull the neck chain from inside her shirt.
"Say, in all your travels, I was just wondering, have you ever seen a ring like this?"
She brought the ring out into the open and let Mrs. Denning have a good look at it. Mrs. Denning put on her reading glasses for a closer look.
"Hey, what is this symbol on here?"
"I've always tried to figure that out."
"Where did you get this?"
"A friend."
Mrs. Denning turned the ring over, this way and that, studying it.
Well, this face could be a gargoyle, but so triangular, like a combination of ghoulish face and triangle. Fascinating.
But you've never seen anything like this before?
Oh, no, not that I know of.
Steele was heading for the cafe. Cree looked across the grounds. His warriors were hiding themselves well, so well that even Cree could not see them. He wasn't sure where they were, or if they were there at all.
Oh, no!
Beyond the lake, just over the tops of the trees, a large detachment of demons approached like a swarm of bats, appearing as a long, thin charcoal smudge across the sky. The Prince of Omega was returning, ready for more evil doing. Soon he and his horde would be right over the lake. Cree ducked back into the attic of the cafe to check on Sally. Mr. Steele went into the log cabin cafe and immediately greeted Mr. Galvin, who stood behind the counter polishing a long row of drinking glasses along the back shelf with a soft white towel.
"Hey, Mr. Steele, you're back already."
Mr. Steele didn't remove his sunglasses, but he did allow a smile to cross his tight lips. "Wanted to be here for the weekend, Joel."
"What'll you have?"
"Coffee, please."
"Got a fresh batch."
Mrs. Denning heard Mr. Steele's voice and turned in her seat.
"Oh, Mr. Steele, what a surprise!"
He smiled at her and came their way. Sally looked down at the table immediately, trying to get the horrified expression off her face. Was her heart beating? For a moment, she thought it had stopped. "So, how has the week gone, Sybil?" said Mr. Steele.
"Mr. Steele, I'd like you to meet a visitor we have today. This is Bethany Farrell, a traveler from Los Angeles just looking for a change, a little bit of a challenge."
Mr. Steele removed his sunglasses. Sally looked up at him. Their eyes met. They knew each other. Cree drew his sword, trying to concoct a plan. With Sally cornered in the cafe, he might have to call for a full assault. In any event, they only had minutes to spare now. Demonic forces were gathering on every hand. What about Roar! Cree ducked as the blazing sword slashed right over his head. Teeth, yellow eyes, gaping jaws. Cree's wings exploded into a brilliant blur. He shot through the attic toward the gable end, the demon's sword like a shrieking buzzsaw at his heels. Yeah! The other demon guard appeared in front of him like a bomb blast, yellow teeth bared. Cree couldn't stop in time. He whipped his sword in a fiery arc. The demon's head and Cree went sailing through the end of the building. The head dissolved, and Cree shot skyward, letting out a desperate shout that echoed over the campus and across the lake. The remaining demon guard, a hideous monster, grabbed at Cree's feet. Cree shot upward with another burst of speed. Another demon from above swooped down like a hawk and lunged with its sword. Cree blocked it and sent the demon spinning crazily away. The guard's blade came at his midsection full force. Their swords met in an explosion of fiery sparks, and Cree tumbled into the trees. Mr. Steele's lips were even tighter now, and his eyes were piercing. He extended his hand in greeting. "I'm pleased to meet you, Bethany." Sally took his hand, and he gripped it so tightly it hurt. For the longest time he just wouldn't let go, but held her hand and gazed at her. "I'm pleased to meet you," she said as soon as she could find her voice. "He hasn't changed at all. He still looks the same." Mrs. Denning was still her jovial self.
"Mr. Steele is the director of the Omega Center. He's a tremendous man."
Then she told Mr. Steele,
"I've been showing her around the center, just acquainting her with what we're about."
She just kept going on and on.
"Oh, Mrs. Denning, please shut up. You're going to get me killed."
"So, you've seen everything, have you?" asked Mr. Steele.
Well, not everything. He was hurting her hand. He was the same way when he taught the summer classes here at the center years ago. Sally was afraid of him then. She was afraid of him now. There was a sinister power, a presence about him. He could hypnotize with those eyes of his. Cy shot out of the trees along with about 50 warriors at the end of the campus, taking the demons by surprise. One cluster of them was just coming onto the grounds with another automobile full of weekenders. The heavenly warriors flooded over them before they knew what was happening, and removed that complication immediately. In answer to Cree's shout, the remaining 100 warriors swept in a fiery sheet across the lake, divided into many streams, and rushed through the campus like a flood. Demons spun about, then shot forward from the trees, buildings, and vehicles with piercing cries and vicious wails. Swords clashed, wings roared, sparks flew. The angels were engaging the demons' full attention, fiercely battling 2, 3, 6 demons at once, but they were not prevailing. The evil spirits were standing their ground. Cree shot and zigzagged through the trees, this way, that way, in, out, up, down, feinting, darting. Crunch! The guard came at him, and their swords met again. This demon couldn't be shaken. The expansive cloud of spirits beyond the lake heard the cries and saw the battle. Out front, his fangs protruding past his chin and his head bristling with spikes, Barquet, the prince of Omega, roared a command and drew his sword. With an echoing, ringing, flourishing of red, glowing blades, the returning warriors dove for the campus. Mrs. Denning wasn't about to stop until she had told Mr. Steele everything.
Oh, you know what? She has a strange ring she ought to show you.
Mr. Steele let go of Sally's hand. He leaned closer. She thought she felt heat from his face. A ring. Sally shook her head and tried to smile, to chuckle the whole thing aside.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
He was still leaning so very close. Oh, yes, I'd like very much to see it. The guard came down from high in the trees like a meteor. Cree shot sideways and just barely avoided being cut in half. He gave another mighty burst of his wings and headed for the sky. The guard had his heel. Cree pulled with his wings, but the beast jerked him down. Zhoosh! Sigh. God bless him. Oof! Cree's heel was free. In a long streak of light, Sigh dropped out of the sky and rammed the guard full force. Both went tumbling in a grappling, snarling ball of fire. Cree flipped over and dropped earthward again, sword ready. The guard had Sigh by the throat, his big sword raised. Cree hurled his sword, and it went through the guard's torso like a missile. Sigh wriggled free and cut the thing in half. It dissolved in a choking cloud of red smoke. Cree regained his sword. He could see the Prince of Omega descending like a storm. "Let's get her out of here." Sally drooped her head.
"Is something wrong?"
asked Mrs. Denning.
"I think I'm going to be sick."
She wasn't lying. Mr. Steele grabbed her wrist. "Let me help you to the restroom." He lifted her from her seat.
"No, let me go alone."
Mrs. Denning was a little startled by Mr. Steele's forward behavior.
"Mr. Steele, maybe she can go alone."
He didn't seem to hear her. He was signaling through the window to the 4 men who had come with him in the van. They were watching. They saw the wave of his hand and started toward the cafe. Cree and Sigh had made their chance. "No guards!" shouted Cree. "He's open!" Barquet and his demons were diving across the lake, heading for the campus, swords ready. Sally could see 4 men hurrying to the cafe. They could see her through the window, and the sight quickened their step. Mr. Steele was making no effort to get to the restroom. He wouldn't let go of her. This wasn't a man. This was something else. "I'm going to throw up," Sally threatened.
Cree banked sharply, made a tight turn, and dropped like a missile toward the end of the cafe, his wings roaring. The wall of the cafe filled his vision, slapped past him. He was inside, careening over the tables, along the counter, sword extended. Joel Galvin ducked, his arms over his head, and Mrs. Denning shrieked as the entire row of drinking glasses shattered from one end to the other. Mr. Steele ducked too, pulling Sally down with him. Cree was out the other end of the cafe, pulling up into the sky just as Cy shot like a bullet through the front of the cafe and right through Steele. "Ah!" Mr. Steele's hand went to his eyes. "Mr. Steele!" shouted Galvin. Sally was free. She ran for the door. Cy's sword had been there. The four men didn't see her, and neither did the spirits attached to them. The spirits were fluttering about, looking for their attacker. The four men stood there, squinting, shading their eyes, trying to figure out which direction the sun was coming from. The Prince of Omega and his hordes descended on the campus, flushing out a blizzard of brilliant warriors who scattered in all directions, fleeing like frightened birds. The demons shrieked and gave chase. This was the kind of sport they were hoping for. Barquet kept looking for the leader of this marauding host, but did not see him. "Retreat! Retreat!" The angels fled, leading the demonic hordes further into the sky, further from the campus, further from the trouble below. "Good!" said Cree, following Sally. Sally ran down the gravel road, passing more cars, arriving with more people. "Hey!" somebody called. "Which way to registration?" "Just keep going," she replied. "You'll find it." They kept going. So did she. The Prince of Omega and his demons cheered and wailed as they chased countless angelic warriors across the sky. They had the power, and they had the numbers. They would purge their territory of these brilliant troublemakers, and that would be that. Cree and Cy just kept close to Sally, trying to force her under trees and out of sight. She seemed to know what to do, where to run, how to hide. They flew headlong just above her, swords drawn, rolling steadily to look skyward, earthward, skyward. They didn't know how many they'd lost in this battle, but they still had Sally Rowe, for now. Good. Run, girl. Just run. Chapter 19. Mr. Steele stood, but his hands were still covering his eyes. Mr. Galvin and Mrs. Denning hurried to his aid. "Hey, easy now. Get glass in your eye?" Galvin asked. Must be. The four men hurried inside, still seeing spots in front of their eyes. One stayed by the door. Another checked the back door. The third took hold of Mrs. Denning's arm. She protested. "Ouch! I beg your pardon." "That's Mrs. Denning," Steele snapped. The man let go of her. "What happened?" The fourth man helped Mr. Steele to his feet. "Man, look at this mess." "Mr. Steele, you all right?" Galvin asked. His eyes cleared. Galvin looked at them closely. "I don't see anything, Mr. Steele. You feel anything?" Mr. Steele was concerned about something else. "Did you see her?" The fourth man answered. "Not clearly, just through the window." "Did you see her leave?" he demanded. "No." "We didn't see a thing," said the third man. "The sun was right in our eyes." Mr. Steele sat in anger and disgust. "The sun!" Galvin was curious. "Who was that woman, Mr. Steele?" Mr. Steele suddenly smiled as if she were a pleasant subject. "An old friend, Joel. I hadn't seen her in years." Mrs. Denning's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You know Bethany Farrell?" He looked at Mrs. Denning quite flustered and didn't answer. "How are your eyes?" she asked. "They're fine, thank you." Mr. Galvin got a broom to sweep up the broken glass. Steele got up and motioned his four men outside. As soon as they stepped onto the porch, Steele cautioned his men. "Nobody hears about this." "Right," they answered. "You got it." He spoke rapidly and quietly. "She's got a dye job now. Her hair is black, and she's wearing tinted glasses. She has the ring, all right." "She can't get very far," said the first man. Steele whispered to the fourth man, "I'll give you some work right away, if you wish." The fourth man understood. He whispered some quick orders to the other three. "Check up and down the road right away, and then check around Fairwood." Mr. Steele suggested, "They might check at the Schrader Motor Inn in Fairwood. She used to stay there." The fourth man nodded and gave one final order. "If you find her, take care of her cleanly and quietly." The three other men snapped into action. Mr. Steele looked back toward the cafe. "Mrs. Denning will have to be interviewed. Goring will be coming from Summit on Monday, and Santinelli said he'd be here by Monday evening. We'll talk to Mrs. Denning as soon as Goring gets here. I think you should be at the interview as well." The fourth man nodded. He was dark and lean, dressed all in black, with a sharp nose, deep brown eyes, and strange pointy eyebrows. "Looks like your energies hit a critical mass in there," he said. "That was quite a disturbance." "Maybe." Mr. Steele was unwilling to admit it. Rowe might be into some new kind of power. She might be. Then his voice took on a strange, sinister tone. "But she's dealing with us now, so she won't last forever. The real power is ours, and it's going to stay that way." "No," said Ted Walrath, starting to raise his voice. "June and I have talked about it. We've prayed about it, and we just can't go on with this. Listen, Mark, we've gone astray from the will of the Lord, having this school. I've always thought that, and now we're just finding it out the hard way. The Lord just isn't blessing this thing." Mark and Ted were in the little school office. Mark had gathered all the records for the two Walrath children, Mary and Jonathan, and had them ready to hand over to Ted, but he was still hoping against hope that he could talk Ted into keeping his children in the school.
"But, Ted, if you'll be honest with yourself, with June, with Mary and Jonathan, you'll have to admit that the school's done them a world of good. Their scores are up, they're close to the Lord, their self-esteem is great, they're happy."
"Oh, are they?" Ted challenged. "For how long? How long is it going to be, Mark, before something happens to them, too?" Mark had heard that kind of talk too many times before, and he was getting tired of it.
"Ted, I don't know who you've been talking to, but there are a lot of outright lies going around, and I hope—"
"I don't care about the lies or the gossip. I know about all that nonsense. But I believe that behind all the talk and the fear there is a definite element of risk."
"There is no element of risk."
Now Ted was openly angry. He pointed his finger at Mark and looked down that finger with cold blue eyes. "Now that right there is a problem in itself. Well, you've lost your objectivity in this thing, Mark, totally and completely. If there was a problem, even a serious problem, well, I don't think you'd admit it. You've taken Tom's side in this thing, and I think that's unacceptable for the pastor. You don't know what kind of person Tom is when you're not around. None of us do. And if you're going to be his advocate in these matters, then I don't think we can trust you either, and I don't think we can remain under your pastorship." Mark took a moment to be quiet and break the momentum of this building confrontation. He spoke softly.
"Ted, Satan is busily at work among us, trying to split us up, trying to cause division."
Ted agreed. "I'll say. You can't see the Lord's will anymore, Mark, even when it's as plain as day, right in front of you. This school is a colossal mistake, a wrong step we never should have taken, and now we're paying for it, and you're just refusing to see that. Mark tried to clarify what he meant.
I meant...
I know what you meant, and I'm saying you're wrong. Dead wrong. You've been stubborn, you've been blind, you've come to the defense of a man that we simply can't trust, and now we're all under a lawsuit and push has come to shove. June and I want no part of it, and we certainly don't want our kids dragged through it. He grabbed the knob and opened the door. I've got to go. Mark handed him the records. Thanks. Ted walked hurriedly, angrily to the main door. See you Sunday? Mark asked. No, Ted replied, not turning around. Don't expect that. I don't think the Lord is happy with this church right now. And with that, he was gone. Tal, Nathan, and Arma stood just outside, watching him go. It's spreading, said Nathan. First in the school and now in the church. They're at each other's throats. Tal fell back and leaned against the school building. Destroyer. With no change in direction, the saints here won't have a school left to defend. And we won't have the prayer backup to succeed in anything. But what about the spirits responsible? Demanded Arma. Surely we can root them out. No, said Tal, and he was quite angry and frustrated. They have a right to be there. They were invited. The saints have given themselves over to this fight, and until their hearts break, until they repent, this cancer will never slow its spread. So what now? Asked Nathan. Mota and Signa are working to find a breach in the enemy's ranks, some weak spot in Destroyer's plan that we can expose for the saints to find. In the meantime, all we can do is keep the core group praying, fighting. The Lord will move according to his purposes. They drew their swords. No, it was no demonic army, not even a formidable spirit, only a small, ugly messenger, brazen enough to fly right over their heads, waving its empty hands to show it was not an aggressor.
Ha! Ha!
It called.
Are you Captain Tal?
I am, said Tal.
Destroyer has a message for you.
The little imp hovered high above them, calling out its message with a high, grating voice.
He says, I have cut you down, great Captain. Omega is mine, and ever shall be, and your army is routed and scattered. Send some more. My warriors are hungry.
The imp darted away like a little fly. Tal did not smile as he said, Sally Rowe is safe. Had they destroyed her, that would have been Destroyer's message. He sheathed his sword. We'll find Cree and Sai, and make sure of their welfare. I've sent Gilo ahead to aid Shimon and Sion at Bentmore. We three will take charge of Sally's next stop. We must keep her alive. We are weakened, Captain, said Nathan. Tal nodded. Gather all the forces you can spare, Nathan. We'll do our best. Sally remembered a side road when she came to it, but couldn't remember exactly where it went. She took it anyway, just to get off the main highway. There was a red farmhouse not too far down on the right, with a gully in front and a classic-looking red barn. That registered. She'd seen it before, perhaps while bicycling. This road should eventually lead her back to Fairwood. She heard a vehicle approaching and ducked into the woods. It was just a farmer in his pickup. She decided to wait for just a while. She pulled out her spiral notebook and added some quick notes to another letter, first recounting her recent narrow escape, then trying to summarize her troubled, churning memories. I'm remembering, Tom, piece by piece. The Omega Center has grown a lot and is double the size it was when I was last there. But the spiritual forces are the same, as are the philosophies
and the goals of those people. It all seemed so utopian 18 years ago. I can recall the classes in Eastern philosophy and the long sessions in the meadows, sitting for hours in meditation, feeling such a unity with all life, with all that is. What bliss that was! I can remember the special spirit guides who came to me during my last summer. They opened my consciousness to realize my own divinity, and revealed worlds of experience and awareness I'd never known before. It was like an endless carnival ride through a world of enticing secrets, and my guides promised to remain with me forever. But the joy of those days eventually soured like warm, aging milk. The bliss of meditation became more and more a form of insanity and escape. The spirit guides did not remain with me as they promised, but decayed into illusions, ghostly images, tormentors. I had gone to Omega to find, as Mrs. Denning put it, the meaning behind it all, but found instead a world of mindless credulity and wishful thinking, a floating, aimless quest for experience in place of rationality. Meaning? No, only self-aggrandizement. And whether a person is a small cosmic accident or a god who fills all that is, that person is still alone. So it was futile. I can see that now, but of course now is too late. I'm so much older, and so many fruitless years have passed. Looking back, I find it so very sad to count the years I devoted to that place, and what it stands for. I find it even sadder to think that it's still there, still drawing more and more Sally Rose into its nets. I wonder, someday will those bright-eyed and optimistic teens look back across the years and find the futility that I find now? From a better vantage point, will they assess their lives and find as little value? Those were, as I have said, days of madness. But I must remember, whatever it takes. There is still more to the story, and I must remember who these people are, where they are, and what they intend. I must remember who I am, and what I am, or was, to them. I'll keep writing as often as I can.
Yeah, and some very hot places are going to freeze over before I'll believe that. You heard me.
Wayne Corrigan slammed down the phone and fumed. They won't answer my interrogatories. They're stalling, playing games. Surprise, surprise, said Marshall. Corrigan, Marshall, Ben, and Tom were sitting in Corrigan's office, comparing notes and going over the case. How many interrogatories did you send out? Asked Marshall, sitting on the other side of Corrigan's desk, looking through a stack of copies. Just the preliminaries, the basics, said Corrigan. But they won't even answer those. They won't return my phone calls, and even if I do get through, they stonewall it. You may have noticed the response I got from Brandon's lawyer just now, that Jefferson character. I noticed the response he got from you. Well, I was upset. Ben was leaning against the windowsill, just listening to the conversation. You did just fine. They had it coming. Marshall concurred. They're just looking out for their own behinds. It won't hurt to go after them a bit. Keep them off balance. Corrigan tried to explain his frustration. But they keep saying their records are too personal and confidential. And then Jefferson told me they haven't even assembled their discovery materials yet, and I think that's baloney. And on top of that, I think they're stalling on taking depositions from our side. They want us to go first, so they'll have more ammunition. I can't stall like that. We just don't have the time. Looks like they aren't going to give you anything without a court order. Yeah, tell me all about it. Hey, listen. Kate's asking around about this Miss Brewer at the elementary school, and she's already made an appointment to visit the class on Monday. Maybe when she gets back, she'll have some goods on this Miss Brewer, and you can use that in some depositions.
Well, that's what I need. More leads. More players in this thing. So far, I'm in the dark about what the other side is up to. Marshall tossed the interrogatories back on Corrigan's desk.
Well, it's bigger than it looks, I know that.
Moles, said Ben.
Huh?
Said Tom. Get Marshall to explain it to you sometime. It's a great parallel. Corrigan was ready for another topic. So, how about your kids, Tom? Are you going to be able to see them again? Tom wasn't happy about his answer. Pretty soon, but I'm not sure when. It's all up to this Irene Bledsoe lady, and she's quite ruthless. I try not to think about it too much.
This ends Disc 7. Please change to Disc 8. Disc 8.
Well, she's quite ruthless. I try not to think about it too much. Corrigan shook his head and leaned back in his chair, making the springs squeak. For him, leaning back and examining the ceiling was a typical expression of frustration. She's feeling her oats, if you know what I mean. Tom, if you were rich and powerful, you'd probably have your kids back by now. But Bledsoe knows she has all the power she needs, and without some real pressure from people in important places, she can do whatever she wants. The laws are just vague enough to allow a lot of leeway from case to case. But she's so unreasonable, Tom moaned. She's guarding my kids like she's afraid to let them out of her sight, like she wants to control them.
She is, and she does, said Marshall.
But you heard about that bump on Ruth's head, didn't you? Marshall was sitting in a swivel chair. With a simple kick, he swiveled around to face Tom.
No. Tell me.
Well, last time I visited the kids, Ruth had a big bump on her head, and both of them said she got it when Bledsoe just about got into a wreck driving them away from our house. Bledsoe's trying to blame that bump on me, suggesting that I did it. Marshall was hearing some shocking news, it seemed.
A near wreck?
Yes. You should have seen how Mrs. Bledsoe tried to keep the kids from saying anything about that. But Josiah told me about it anyway. He said she went through a stop sign and almost hit a blue pickup truck. She stopped too fast. The kids must not have been belted in, and Ruth— Ben interrupted. Wait a minute. Did you say a blue pickup truck? Yes, that's what Josiah said. When was that? Ben started thinking back. I'm not sure. Now Tom started recalling. Evidently the evening when she came and took them away. Ben brightened with recollection. The same evening when we checked out that so-called suicide at the Potter place. Listen, Cecilia Potter told me that Sally Rowe drove a blue pickup truck, a 65 Chevy to be exact, and when I was there checking out the scene later on, the truck was gone. We were wondering about that.
The truck was gone?
Asked Marshall. Ben was getting excited. Gone. Now, listen. According to Mrs. Potter, Rowe always drove that truck to work and came home in it every day. So if Sally Rowe did commit suicide like Mulligan and the medical examiner said, who drove her truck away? Whoever Mrs. Bledsoe almost ran into, that's who, said Tom. Marshall was sitting up straight in his chair.
Did your kids see who was driving that truck?
I don't know. I suppose, somehow, I could ask them. Marshall looked at Ben.
You ordered that criminal check, right?
I've got Chuck Molesby working on that. He's that friend of mine with the police in West Haven.
I hope we get a mugshot or something.
I hope she's a criminal, said Tom.
Yeah, said Marshall. There is that little detail. But if we can get a photo of her, and if we can get it to the kids and have them identify her—
The fur would hit the fan, said Ben. It would prove Sally Rowe is still alive, that it wasn't her suicide that we found. Marshall stood to his feet.
Moles.
There's that word again, said Tom. Corrigan straightened up in his chair and leaned over his desk.
Hey, guys, any time you want to explain all this to me, I'd be glad to listen. I am supposed to be your lawyer, you know.
Marshall took a piece of scratch paper from Corrigan's desk.
Just like a mole in your yard and somebody else's yard. Well, in 3 yards, actually. 3 molehills, but all the same mole.
He took out his pen and drew a small circle.
Here's the first molehill. The lawsuit against the Christian school, Lucy Brandon, the ACFA, that whole ball of wax.
He drew another circle.
Here's the second molehill. The ACFA uses the child abuse hotline to report Tom and get the CPD into it. Irene Bledsoe gets the pickup order and takes the kids. That connects the 2 molehills. Sort of.
He drew a connecting line between the 2 circles.
Maybe, said Corrigan. I mean, you know it and I know it, but proving it is another thing.
That comes later, said Marshall. But now...
He drew a third circle.
Here's the third molehill, the mysterious death of Sally Rowe, or somebody else. Somehow, possibly, the real live Sally Rowe crossed paths with Irene Bledsoe right after the point in time when she was supposed to be dead.
He drew another connecting line between the second and third circles.
Now, you have 2 kids who might be witnesses to that. And so, possibly, Irene Bledsoe is withholding them, hiding them, dragging her feet all she can to keep them quiet. Now, she might just be protecting her own position, waiting for Ruth's bump to heal, or for both kids to forget what happened, or...
Ben took his own pen and connected the third circle with the first, forming a closed triangle.
Or she's helping to cover up whatever happened at the Potter farm, which means this Sally Rowe thing could be in some way connected with the attack on the Christian school, which we know is connected with the taking of Tom's kids. None of which you can prove, Corrigan reminded them again.
Now that comes later,
said Marshall again. He smiled. He felt good.
But that's what's happening. We've got moles, spiritual powers, and human counterparts under all this, and they've pushed their way to the surface in these 3 areas.
Tom stared at the 3 circles. If you want to talk about underground spiritual activity, how about the mileage Satan's gotten out of this whole CPD deal? Well, they've got me branded as some kind of child abuser, and the whole church is falling apart over it. We can't win any fight of any kind in the shape we're in.
Marshall nodded. Exactly. Now you're catching on.
Tom wanted to believe it. But I don't see any direct connection between what happened to Sally Rowe and what's happening at the school. Well, there's nothing there.
There is, said Marshall.
There isn't, said Corrigan. You can't prove a bit of this.
We will. Call me a fanatic, but I think God's showing this to us. He's giving us the outline. All we have to do is fill it in.
Ben was getting stirred up.
You've got something, Marshall. But nothing I can use, said Corrigan.
Marshall put his pen back in his pocket and just looked at that little diagram.
We'll get you something, Wayne. I don't know what, but we'll get it.
The music was soft, steady, compelling, with a relaxing rhythm and tone. Miss Brewer, a young and pretty teacher with a disarming smile, read from a script in a soothing, almost hypnotic voice. Feel the breeze drifting through your hair. Feel the warm sun on your skin. The firm, inviting earth under your body. You're just a rag doll, totally limp, filled with sawdust. Kate Hogan sat quietly in the back of the classroom, trying to surreptitiously jot down notes as she watched the 23 fourth graders go through the exercise. The desks were arranged to provide floor space for an activity area at one end of the room, And now the children lay flat on their backs on the floor in that area, on blankets, pillows, or coats, their eyes closed, their breathing slow and deep, their arms limp at their sides.
First the sawdust drains from your head, then from your neck, then from your chest. You just start sinking, sinking, sinking toward the ground.
Kate watched the clock on the wall. So far they'd been lying on the floor for 10 minutes. The music kept playing. Miss Brewer came to the end of her soothing, lilting monologue. She paused, looked around the floor at every child, and then proceeded with some softly spoken instructions.
Do you hear a babbling?
Then she whispered,
Listen. Do you hear it?
She took a moment for the kids to listen.
It's coming closer now, isn't it? It's your new friend, your wise person. They've come to talk to you. Let your friend appear on your mental screen. What is your friend's name?
Kate scribbled just a few words to guide her memory. Most of the details of what she was now witnessing were familiar to her.
Pick a room for your friend. Make up a room in your mind to be your new friend's house. Make it something just right for them. Now, talk to your friend, your very own wise person. Remember, your friend knows all about you, how you feel, what you like, what you don't like, all your problems and hurts.
The exercise lasted another 15 minutes or so, and the silence in the room was impressive for this age group. At last, after a predetermined amount of time, Miss Brewer counted to 5 slowly and then snapped her fingers. The children seemed to wake up from a trance and sat up.
Very good. Now we'll all take our seats and the monitors will pass out some paper. We'll draw our new friends.
The children folded the blankets, put away the pillows, hung up the coats, then returned to their desks. One child from each row passed out drawing paper. Under Miss Brewer's firm but kind guidance, the children got out their crayons and began to create portraits. Miss Brewer walked up and down the rows, surveying each child's progress.
Oh, what a nice-looking friend. What's that on his head? Stars? He must be a marvelous creature.
Kate took a short tour herself. The children were drawing ponies, dragons, princes and princesses, and some rather frightening monsters as well. They all received praise and compliments from Miss Brewer. One little fellow showed Kate his picture.
This is Longfoot,
he said.
I'm going to keep him in my mental basement.
The picture was typical 4th-grade artwork, but recognizable as a giant, lumbering figure with large feet.
Look at his huge feet,
Kate said playfully.
What does he do with those big feet? He stomps on my mom and dad and all the big kids.
Oh, my. A little girl turned to join the conversation, holding up her drawing for Kate to see.
See my friend? He's a dragon, but he doesn't breathe fire. He spits out jawbreakers. Oh, and did you meet him today?
She shook her head a little sadly.
No, he already lives in my head. He's been there a long time, and we're friends. I couldn't see my new friend today. I heard him, but I couldn't see him. Look at my picture,
said another little girl. Kate walked over to take a look. Then she took a longer look. The child had drawn a big-eyed, chubby-cheeked pony. The drawing was exceptional.
This is Ponderay,
she said.
He's my inner guide.
A pony, said Kate in wonder. She smiled.
Well, that's a wonderful picture, honey. You draw very well. Ponderay helps me. He loves to draw.
Kate took her seat again in the back of the classroom and jotted down a few more notes, even though her hand was a little unsteady. She was so upset, she feared losing her quiet, professional manner. Before long it was time for recess. The children filed out in a neat line until they reached the door to the playground. Then they abandoned the building like sailors from a sinking ship. Miss Brewer sank into her chair at her desk and sighed with a big smile.
"Well, that much of the day is over."
Kate approached her and found a chair nearby.
"They're a wonderful group." "Aren't they, though? This is a great year for me. The kids in this town are really special."
The creative exercise was something special, too. It evoked a lot of response. Miss Brewer laughed out of pleasure and pride.
"Oh, it's an adventure every time. Kids can be so creative, and there's just such wisdom and insight locked up in each one of them. You never know what they'll uncover."
"And what do you call this? Isn't it like whole brain learning?"
"Sure, that's part of it. But most of the concepts and exercises are from the Finding the Real Me curriculum. It's a tried and tested program, but it includes the best of the proven theories now in use. It's very comprehensive."
"Well, what's the underlying principle to all this?" Miss Brewer smiled.
"You're not a parent, are you?"
"No, just a curious citizen. Like I said on the phone, I've heard a lot about what you're doing here, and I thought it would be interesting to watch."
"Sure. Well, of course, our perspective is that each child should be free to achieve his or her own highest potential, and that takes a certain measure of creative and intuitive freedom. Too often an educator can stifle that potential by imposing a particular rule of behavior or truth upon the learner when the learner should be experiencing his own realities, creating his own concept of the world. We've found that relaxation and visualization exercises are a real key to untying each child, setting him free to start his own process of becoming. Human consciousness, even in a child, carries an incredible wealth of knowledge that no traditional classroom could ever cover even in a lifetime. That knowledge is available to each child from his own inner wisdom. We don't teach the child how to feel or how to perceive truth. All we have to do is show him how to unlock his own wisdom and intuition, and the rest just happens."
"And that's what you were doing today?"
"Well, sure, exactly. We only use about 2% of our brain anyway. When we teach the children how to tap into the vast resources hidden in the rest of their brain, the sky's the limit."
"So where do these inner guides and wise persons come into all this?" Miss Brewer let her eyes search the heavens as she formulated an answer.
"To put it simply, there is a vast storehouse of knowledge locked up in our own hidden consciousness, and one of the ways to access it is to personify it, dress it up as a person, a character familiar to us. So, say I'm a little girl with fears about big people, grown-ups, maybe my own parents. Actually, I already have within myself all the knowledge I need to cope with whatever situation I encounter. I only need to learn it from myself. So, to facilitate that, I relax, let my mind go, and imagine, visualize a favorite image, a character, a friend. Did you notice the pictures the children drew? Every one of those drawings was the child's expression of an inner friend, an inner guide, a personification of their own wisdom with which they feel free, unhampered, and comfortable. Once they create this image, it takes on a life of its own and can talk to them and give them the advice and counsel they need for whatever they're having to deal with. In essence, they are learning from themselves, from their own buried consciousness. And this is all contained in this Finding the Real Me curriculum? Oh, it's all in there, all organized, categorized, and graded. It makes the whole task a lot simpler. But if I might play the devil's advocate for a moment, what are they actually learning from this? Is there any academic achievement connected with the time you spend going through these exercises?
Miss Brewer paused to formulate an answer.
I think what you're alluding to is the kind of argument we hear a lot, that we're not really teaching the kids anything, but are programming them,
or using them for guinea pigs. But really, what is education? It's training and equipping children to live their lives, to survive in this world, to have the right attitudes and life skills to adapt to a rapidly changing social environment. And I take it, of course, that reading, writing, mathematics, social studies, subjects like this have their place in this overall definition of education?
Miss Brewer made a strange face.
Well, basic academic training is one thing, but it won't bring about the necessary change. Change? Well, reading, English, arithmetic, and those other subjects are in another category. They can't be applied in an effective clinical sense.
Kate hesitated. This young gal was enthusiastic about her job and her teaching style, but also vague with her answers.
Okay,
she said, looking over her notes.
You used the word clinical, so you see your role as more than just a teacher. You see yourself also as a therapist of some kind?
Miss Brewer smiled and nodded.
That's a fair way to put it, I think. It's not a complete education to just fill their heads with the same old ideas that were taught to their parents. We need to equip them to rise above whatever knowledge came before, and to search out their own truth and personal values.
Kate was tired of generalities. Even if it means training young children in shamanism and Eastern meditation? Miss Brewer laughed as if she'd been told a joke.
Oh, well, you make it sound like there's some kind of religion going on here. That's a common objection we hear all the time. There were some parents who came to me with that conception, but we cleared it up. This isn't religion. It's purely scientific. I understand those same parents withdrew their children from the school because they were convinced you were teaching religion here, something contrary to their own beliefs.
Miss Brewer nodded. She remembered it.
I guess that's how we cleared it up. Sounds like you've already talked to them.
Kate nodded back.
Yes.
Miss Brewer was still pleasant and all the more confident.
Well, I have no misgivings about what we're doing here. I think the school board and all the teachers they hire are more than qualified to judge what is helpful and constructive for the children, and the courts have stood behind the education community in that regard. If parents don't feel they can trust highly trained professionals to be competent in handling their children, well, then I guess withdrawing their children is their only real option. We aren't here to cater to fringe elements who insist on living in the past. You referred to the school board. I take it they selected and authorized the Finding the Real Me curriculum? Yes, unanimously. You really should meet them before you draw any final conclusions. They're a wonderful group of people. I'm proud to be working with them. Well, I'm sure they are. But tell me.
Kate was ready to ask the question, but didn't know if Miss Brewer was ready to answer it.
Wasn't Amber Brandon in your class this year?
Oh, Miss Brewer received that question like a revelation. She closed her eyes and smiled a long, showy smile, as if to say, "Aha!"
So, is that what this visit is all about?
Kate decided to try some education rhetoric herself.
Well, let's just remember that we all believe in freedom of thought, freedom of information, and, above all, freedom from censorship for those who have a right to know.
Then she tried a straight answer.
For your information, I'm a friend of Tom Harris's, and I'm doing some research for him.
Miss Brewer was truly an admirable person. She remained strong and sat up straight.
I don't mind. I don't have to make apologies or hide anything I'm doing in this classroom. In answer to your question, yes, Amber Brandon was in my class, and as a matter of fact, she's back once again to finish out the year. Was she here today? I don't think I saw her. No, and it's understandable. Due to the trauma she's going through, she just isn't willing to attend this part of the class anymore.
She spends this time in the library and then returns to class after lunch. Then can you tell me about Amethyst the pony?
Miss Brewer rose from her desk and pointed out a crayon picture posted high above the chalkboard.
Here she is, right here.
Kate walked closer for a better look. It was an eerie experience, like getting the first look at a night-stalking burglar, or seeing the face of a serial rapist for the first time. So, this was Amethyst. She was a little purple pony with shining pink mane and tail. Her eyes were large and sparkling. She had a 5-pointed star on her cheek. Small white wings grew from her shoulders, and she stood tall and alert under a rainbow arch. She was beautiful, a remarkable drawing for a 10-year-old. In the lower right corner, Amber had carefully printed her name in dark pencil.
She drew this about a month before she transferred to the Christian school,
Miss Brewer explained.
She was having some remarkable experiences during our exercise sessions. I've never seen such progress in a child.
Kate swallowed. Her mouth was suddenly dry.
And you?
She began, but had to clear her throat.
You hold that this image is a visualization of Amber's own inner wisdom. I see.
Kate took a moment to formulate her next question.
So, as you probably know, the current case against Tom Harris stemmed from a confrontation between himself and Amber as Amethyst.
Miss Brewer smiled.
Well, all I can give you is my opinion. Please do. Whenever a child is thrust into a situation that is intolerable, such as a case of abuse, it's not unusual for the child to bury the memory of it or any thought of it to avoid the pain and trauma of the event. Many child abuse counselors have found that one way to bring things back out into the open is to allow the child to project the memory into a neutral object, such as a figure or a doll or puppet. In Amber's case, you have a little pony who is bright, confident, and pristine, and who has the strength to deal with such problems where Amber doesn't. When it comes to what really happened at the Christian school, Amber can't talk about it, but instead lets Amethyst come forward and do the talking for her.
Kate digested that for a moment.
But would that explain why Amethyst appeared and caused a disruption even before Tom Harris confronted her? Well, we don't know everything that happened, do we? There could have been some abuse before the events that Tom Harris told you about.
What if Amber came to the school already manifesting herself as Amethyst?
Would that suggest that there had been some kind of abuse before Amber ever met Tom Harris, or ever spent one day in the Good Shepherd Academy?
Miss Brewer shook her head.
I doubt it. Amber comes from a very loving home.
Kate nodded.
All right. Say, would you have a copy of that curriculum around? I'd like to look through it. Oh, certainly.
Miss Brewer went to the shelves behind her desk and scanned all the titles.
Well, no.
She straightened and turned.
Well, it isn't here.
Then she remembered.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. The principal, Mr. Woodard, asked to borrow it. He was supposed to bring it back, but obviously he hasn't yet. But if you care to, you can always order a copy from the publisher.
The idea intrigued Kate.
And who might that be? The Omega Center for Educational Studies. I think I have the address here somewhere.
Miss Brewer combed through some binders on her desk. Kate had another question, a stab in the dark.
Isn't there a support group of some kind in Bacon's Corner? Some group called Life Circle?
Miss Brewer looked up from her search.
Oh, yes, they're a wonderful group of people. What is it exactly? Oh, just a loosely organized fellowship of people with like interests. The arts, religion, Philosophy, ecology, peace, that sort of thing. Do you belong to that group? Yes, I do. Then you must know Lucy Brandon personally. Uh-huh.
She caught herself and smiled.
That's right. You're probably finding out all about her.
Kate smiled and shrugged.
Of course. Oh, here's the address.
She scribbled it down on a scrap of paper.
Then that other woman, the legal assistant for Ames and Jefferson? Claire Johansson. Yes. She must be involved in that as well? Oh, yes. She's one of the leaders. But a lot of people belong to it. Like who?
Miss Brewer stopped, tapped her chin as she thought a moment, and then answered,
Maybe you should ask them.
Chapter 20. Barquet stood his ground, his nostrils chugging sulphur straight down over his burly chest, and his yellow eyes steadfast, unflinching. He was the mighty prince of Omega, and had done more mischief and won more victories for his master than this pompous, swelled-headed upstart that now stood before him, spewing threats and abuse. Destroyer was not about to be ignored. He drew his sword and flashed it about, ready for a test between the two of them.
You blind, bumbling sloth, revere me now, or challenge. I will abide either course.
They hovered high above the administration building on the Omega Center campus, surrounded by their respective guards, escorts, and aides. The escorts on either side of Barquet began to beseech him.
No, do not assail him, Beal. He is sent by the strong man. He calls me a sloth,
Barquet hissed through clenched teeth.
And a bumbler,
said Destroyer.
You were away from your post, and allowed that woman to roam and learn freely.
Barquet drew his sword so fast it whistled. He held it forth to strengthen his reply.
And where was the word I never received that this wretch would be entering my domain? If you are so intent on capturing her, why was I never told?
He continued with an added edge.
And how is it that she is still alive at all, and free to harass us? Wasn't she supposed to be destroyed in Bacon's Corner?
The two swords almost touched. Just then a human voice broke in. Gentlemen, if you'll just have a seat. The spirits in the air froze. Business was calling. The humans below were starting their meeting. Barquet sheathed his sword.
The heavenly ranks were routed, and we still hold our territory. I'll put this behind us.
Destroyer put his sword away as well.
I'll put aside past blunders. For now.
They dropped through the roof of the building to join the meeting, taking place in a small conference room. Mr. Steele sat at the head of the table. At his right sat the dark man, dressed all in black. At his left sat two other men. At the other end of the table, looking nervous, sat Mrs. Denning. Mr. Steele led the proceedings. Sybil, we'd like to thank you for coming. Let me introduce everybody. Obviously, Mr. Tizen, you know. Gentlemen, this is Gary Tizen, the faculty head here at Omega. Tizen was a bearded man in his 30s, a likable sort of guy. This gentleman here on my right is Mr. Cole, a freelance journalist and photographer. On my immediate left is Mr. Goring, from the Summit Institute. Goring was an older man with probing eyes, meticulously combed white hair, and a neatly sculptured beard. He wore several strings of beads around his neck. Gentlemen, this is, of course, Sybil Denning, a member of our faculty for several years now. Everyone nodded at everyone else. Mrs. Denning smiled a little, feeling like this meeting might not be as serious as she once thought. Mr. Steele maintained a smile, but there was something cutting in his eyes. Now, Sybil, we had some questions about this woman who came to the center last Friday. What did she say her name was? Sybil was a little taken aback by that question.
Well, Mr. Steele, that was Bethany Farrell, from the Los Angeles area, remember? You said you knew her.
Mr. Steele chuckled sheepishly, and then he lied. I thought she was someone else. What we're trying to find out now is who she really was. Did she give you any other identification? Any other proof of who she might be?
Well, no.
Mr. Steele paused at that answer. So, Sybil, you see what happened. A total stranger walked onto our campus, gave you nothing more than her name and the claim that she was from Los Angeles, and that was all she had to do to get a carte blanche tour of the center. Mrs. Denning didn't know what to say. Mr. Steele just smiled. Well, Sybil, that's what I've always liked about you. You love people. You trust them. You reach out to them. And that's what Omega is all about, isn't it? She brightened just a little.
Well, of course.
Did she say anything else about herself? Mrs. Denning tried to remember. Is she married, for instance?
No, she's divorced. She said she was just hitchhiking around the country, trying to find herself. She was looking for a place to stay, as I recall.
And so you gave her a tour of the campus?
Yes. I took her for a walk and talked about the center and what we do here and what our goals are.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Goring each drew a breath and held it a moment. Then Mr. Steele spoke. Sybil, that's the sort of thing I was alluding to. To put it simply, you shouldn't have done that. We don't know who this woman was, or what her intentions were, and I'm sure you realize that there are many interests out there that are hostile to us. Our goals could be severely jeopardized if we aren't careful choosing whom we give information to. What goals did you discuss with her? She probed her memory, and it was painful to admit anything she found.
Our goals for change through education.
That brought an audible sigh, and Mr. Tizen even tapped the table. What else, Sybil?
Our programs, our curricula, our working into the public education system.
Her emotion started to show.
I'm sorry. I just didn't know.
What else?
I know we talked about the Young Potentials program, and our quest for global community, and our clinical approach to education.
Mr. Goring asked a brief question.
Did you discuss the Finding the Real Me curriculum?
Mrs. Denning was a little surprised that Goring knew about that.
Why, yes, we did. But I think it was because we were already talking about getting our curricula placed in the public schools, and apparently she'd seen it somewhere, and wondered if we were really the ones who had published it.
Now, I understand she showed you a ring?
Yes. She had it on a chain around her neck. She wondered if I'd ever seen a ring like it before.
Had you?
No.
What did the ring look like?
Oh.
She tried to draw little images with her hands as she described it.
It was kind of large, like a class ring. It was gold. There was a strange, mythical-looking face on it, like a gargoyle, but triangular."
The men were keeping a poker face, with obvious effort. Mr. Steele asked, "And you're sure you've never seen her before?" That question suggested the possibility.
Well, I don't know. Should I have known her?"
Goring butted in. "No, of course not." But Mrs. Denning thought about the face again, and that first meeting, and that woman spelling her name.
F-A-R-R.
Goring decided they'd asked enough questions. "Don't worry about this, Mrs. Denning. Obviously, there was no harm done. We know you'll be cautious in the future." A memory was emerging. Spelling a name. Who was that girl who did that? She was really sassy when she did. Mr. Steele also tried to close out the conversation. "You've done a wonderful job here, Sybil, and we're glad to have you on board. Thanks for your time." But Mrs. Denning kept remembering. She saw the face. Freckled, stone-hard, long red hair.
R-O-E,
said the girl. Mrs. Denning's eyes popped open wide, as did her mouth.
Rowe! It was Sally Rowe!
Mr. Goring didn't seem to hear her. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Denning. Gentlemen, I'm ready for some coffee." Mrs. Denning was awestruck, her mind awash with the memory.
"She was a student of mine years ago. She was here at the center in the Young Potentials program. Now I remember her."
Mr. Steele cut in. "Sybil,
whatever was she doing here? Why, she didn't tell me who she was."
"Sybil." She gave him her quiet attention. Mr. Steele looked grim. "Save your excitement. I can assure you it wasn't Sally Rowe." Now, that was hard for her to swallow.
"It wasn't?"
"Sally Rowe is dead. She committed suicide a few weeks ago." That silenced her. She was shocked, confused, speechless. Mr. Steele dismissed her. "Thank you. I think if you hurry, you can get to your first class right on time." She stood and left the room without a word. Destroyer was spitting sulphur, grabbing and clawing at Steele, while Barquet tried to hold him back.
"You fool! Haven't you done enough damage? I'll cut out your tongue."
Goring glared at Steele.
"Not exactly a prudent line of questioning."
Mr. Steele tried not to look embarrassed. "Mr. Goring, we can rehash our slip-ups, or we can talk about what we're going to do." Goring moved on, but unhappily.
"Mrs. Denning is now a liability. You and I both know she's suspicious that Sally Rowe is still alive, and we both know why."
"No," said Tizen. "I wouldn't worry about that. She has a marvelous and deep loyalty to the leadership here." Mr. Steele turned away from that issue. "She's not a problem. What I'm wondering is where will Rowe turn up next, and should we forewarn anyone before she can get to them and milk them for information as she did Mrs. Denning?" Destroyer stood back and glared at Mr. Steele.
"Bungler! Fool! Idiot!"
Goring rolled his eyes.
"Do you actually propose that we forewarn everyone to be looking out for a woman who is supposed to be dead? Well, just how far down the ranks should that information go? Don't be a fool, Steele. Once such information leaves this room, it will be beyond our control. Besides that, whom would we tell? How do we choose which direction Rowe will go? We don't know what she's thinking, and obviously you had no idea she would appear here."
Barquet stood between Mr. Steele and Destroyer before the angry predator did something rash.
"I remind you, great warrior, that we received no warning. You could have foreseen she would be here, and we would have been spared this difficulty and embarrassment."
Destroyer calmed just a little.
"All right. Granted. For a time, the host of heaven hid her from us, responding to the prayers of the saints of God. The saints in Bacon's Corner do have quite an interest in this battle, but their prayers are weakening now. They are preoccupied with other things."
Just the thought of that cheered Destroyer, and he became more pleasant.
"We will find her, Barquet, but by stealth and craftiness rather than force."
Destroyer could see someone approaching the room.
"Ah, behold this! We've just gained another advantage the heavenly host have not thought to contain." "An advantage?"
Destroyer only smirked and looked toward the door. There was a knock. Who could that be? Mr. Steele wondered.
"We weren't to be disturbed," said Tizen.
"Who is it?" Mr. Steele demanded. The door opened a crack, and a young student assistant stuck his head in.
Excuse me, Mr. Steele. I have a special item for Mr. Goring."
"I'll take it,"
said Goring. The young man entered the room with a manila envelope. Two spirits entered as well, quite gleeful, trying not to cackle too loudly. Destroyer ordered them to stand just behind him. They obeyed instantly.
"Very punctual,"
he said to them. They tittered and cackled their delight at such a compliment. As Destroyer and Barquet watched the young man hand the envelope to Mr. Goring, Destroyer explained.
"These two messengers happened upon an interesting development back at the Bacon's Corner post office. I decided to reward them and secure their future services."
The young man exited. Mr. Goring opened the envelope and pulled out the contents with a puzzled expression. A small letter envelope and a 3-page cover letter fell to the table. Almost at the same time, all four men saw the name on the upper left corner of the envelope. Sally Beth Rowe. Goring read the cover letter.
"It's from Summit. This letter from Sally Rowe arrived last week at the Bacon's Corner post office. Lucy Brandon discovered it and referred it to the peace officer Mulligan. He checked with Life Circle and Ames and Jefferson, the lawyers on the case. They sent it on to Summit. The people at Summit opened it and thought I should see it immediately."
Goring picked up the much-traveled letter from Sally Rowe, addressed to Tom Harris. All four men looked at it with shock, awe, and then a steadily increasing jubilation. Goring spoke first.
"So, Sally Rowe is writing letters."
Mr. Steele was almost smiling widely. To Tom Harris?" Goring was skimming the letter from Summit.
"Brandon is reasonably sure that this is the first letter."
He dug Sally's letter from its already opened envelope. It was a document handwritten on 3-ring spiral notebook paper. He quickly perused it.
Yes, this sounds like the very first letter. She's introducing herself. Oh, no, she's describing her encounter with von Bauer.
At that, they all gathered to look over Goring's shoulder. Mr. Steele read the account, taking great interest in how von Bauer suddenly died. He then recalled what happened in the log cabin cafe. He looked at Cole. She is into some kind of tremendous psychic power. Something's protecting her. Goring wasn't entirely impressed.
And yet she still seems lost, confused. But look at her here, going on and on about morality, meaning, despair. The woman is a mess.
Mr. Steele read ahead. I'm going to retrace some old steps and find some things out. That's why she was here. She's hunting for information.
And she found it,
said Goring in disgust. Another thought was sobering. If Tom Harris had actually received this letter— Goring looked up.
Of course. It could have spelled the end of everything, including Brandon's lawsuit.
But Goring's mood began to lighten.
But as it now stands, Sally Rowe has virtually betrayed herself to us. See here, she plans to write more of these letters, and that could be the key to finding her, predicting where she'll be, finding out what she knows, and just what she has planned.
The four men looked at each other. It just might be that.
If we can continue to intercept these letters, observe the postmarks, derive clues from their content, I would say we would have a remarkable advantage,
Goring summarized. But can we trust Brandon to intercept the letters? Asked Mr. Steele. Won't she buckle under the legalities? Goring smiled.
No, not Brandon. She has too much to lose by not cooperating, what with the lawsuit now in progress. Oh, besides, if we can persuade her that it would be in her best interest to cooperate with us, then we will have all the more leverage for controlling her with each letter she tampers with.
The men exchanged glances and nodded. It sounded like a workable plan. Goring concluded,
We'll consult with Santinelli when he gets here. If he's agreeable, we'll send word back to Life Circle to persuade Brandon to continue intercepting the letters and sending them to Summit. Eventually, most certainly, Sally Rowe will tell us where she is, and you, Mr. Cole, will then be of value to us.
Cole smiled, relishing the thought. The two messengers behind Destroyer cackled and slobbered in delight.
"Hey, Judas," said Destroyer. "Someone who will betray Sally Rowe into our hands. Sally Rowe herself."
Claire Johansson and her live-in boyfriend, John Schmidt, shared a large white house on the outskirts of town. The house was once the center of a large ranch, but the ranch had been divided into several smaller farms, and now the house remained as a comfortable, manageable estate for Claire and John's purposes. She was, of course, a legal assistant for Ames, Jefferson, and Morris. John was an architect and painter. But most of all, they were the founders and facilitators of a movement, a fellowship, a gathering known to its members as Life Circle. Today was a Life Circle meeting, not too formal an occasion, but rather a time to share, to combine interests, to discuss new discoveries and insights. There were plenty of cars parked on both sides of the road that ran in front of the house, and the house was full of people, not only from the immediate Bacon's Corner area, but from other communities as well. In the living room, the fine arts enthusiasts enjoyed a mini-concert of mind-expanding music by a popular instrumental trio consisting of flute, guitar, and string bass. The president of the local grange was there, in a strange daze as he listened. Mr. Woodard, the elementary school principal, was also there with his wife, relaxing to the lilting sounds. Some young farmers were in attendance as well, some enjoying the music, and some thinking of moving on to another activity elsewhere on the grounds. Upstairs, in a bedroom that was totally empty except for cushions everywhere on the floor, young men and women participated in a yoga workshop, humming and droning like a beehive, sitting in the lotus position. They were everyday people, a rancher, a carpenter, a UPS truck driver, a teacher of special needs children, a couple who ran a daycare center, and Miss Brewer, who taught 4th grade at the Bacon's Corner Elementary School. Outside the back door, sitting in comfortable chairs under a vast grape arbor, a discussion group of some dozen people was taking time to share ideas and hear the opinions of a visiting author regarding the application of Zen to farming. In a corner of the backyard, not too far from a swing set, several young children cavorted on the grass, pretending to be ponies. Leading them all was Amber, now Amethyst, jumping, prancing, and spouting words of wisdom.
"It's as you see it to be," she was saying. "If you see yourself as a black horse, that's what you are. If you see before you an open prairie, that's where you are. Create your own world and run free in it."
So the kids created their own world and ran free in it, as far as the back fence, anyway. In Claire's office on the main floor, behind closed doors, a meeting of great importance was in progress. Claire sat regally behind her desk. Gordon Jefferson, the ACFA attorney, sat at one end of the desk, his briefcase at his side. Opposite them sat Lucy Brandon. Next to the door, in a neutral position, sat John, Claire's live-in. He was blond and handsome, like a male model for running shoes, and had a quiet, confident demeanor. Another woman was present, a short-haired, thin female attorney from Sacramento, who'd brought a brief from another case the ACFA had finished there.
"You'll find a lot of useful parallels in this case,"
she said, handing it to Jefferson.
"If you have any questions, Mr. James will be happy to offer his time and services."
"Splendid," Jefferson replied, taking the materials. "I understand Mr. James was able to uncover some persuasive case law in this one."
"And it's yours to use as well."
Claire smiled with gratitude.
"Thank you, Lenore. I suppose you know the people in Chicago are watching this one."
The woman named Lenore smiled.
"Oh, of course. So if you find yourselves in any need at all, we're ready and waiting to send you more manpower, more documents, anything."
John chuckled and clapped his hands. "We're off and running."
"And that reminds me," said Claire. "We've been getting a little low on news items. John Ziegler and the folks at KBZT are always open for more news if we can find it."
Jefferson responded, "Well, the case is pretty much in limbo until the trial." John asked, "What about Harris's troubles with the child welfare people?" Claire shook her head.
"We can't go near that. Not yet. The judge ordered the press to stay away from that, and if they try to dig anything up, it'll look too much like a violation of her order."
"Well," Jefferson thought out loud, "if we could find something outside that order, it would help. We need to keep the Christians on the run, keep them hiding." John joked, "Maybe we could use the child abuse hotline again and get Harris in trouble with someone else's kids."
"No,"
said Claire, though she knew John wasn't serious.
"We don't want to start looking obvious, and Irene Bledsoe's under enough of a load as it is." "Well, be patient," said Lenore. "It's a gradual process, one case at a time. The consolation is that once we gain the ground, we never lose it again."
"So time is on our side," said John. There was a lull in the conversation. All eyes began to drift toward Lucy Brandon, who sat silently, listening to them all. She returned their gaze and smiled nervously.
"You're asking me to do a lot.
Claire chuckled disarmingly.
Oh, it's not as serious as all that.
John patted her hand. Don't worry. There's too much power represented here for you to be in any real jeopardy. Isn't that right, Gordon? Gordon Jefferson jumped right in. Of course. Listen, Lucy, these letters are not legitimate mail. They're from some crank, some sick person who's been following the case in the media. Oh, it happens all the time. Letters like that shouldn't be delivered anyway. Claire added,
But in the meantime, we never know just what or who might be behind them, and we can't afford to take any risks.
That's right, said Jefferson. We don't know what the letters contain, but we can be sure that your case will not be helped in any way if Tom Harris should ever receive them. Lucy sat there thinking about it, but still seemed unconvinced.
Well,
asked Claire,
how many have there been now? The second one came in just yesterday. What did you do with it? I still have it on hold. I wanted to talk to you first. That was smart.
Jefferson concurred. Real smart. You see, Lucy, we could be dealing with some pretty shady people in this case. You never know what kind of stunt they might try to pull. Then he added in a slightly quieter voice, Also, consider the stakes involved. If you should win this case, there would be quite a bundle of money in it for you.
But money aside,
Claire added,
think of all the children this case could affect in the future. If we're ever going to build a future of peace and world community, we must deal with the Christians. We must remove their influence upon the upcoming generations. Well, it's for their own good, for the good of humanity. But what about Amber?
Lucy asked. Jefferson was quick with an answer. You know, Lucy, I don't think you even have to worry about that. Dr. Mandani can present reports and testimony on Amber's behalf, and she'll never have to go anywhere near the courtroom. We'll be able to insulate her from this case altogether.
That would be nice.
Well, we'll just play it that way. Claire spoke with great sincerity in her voice.
Really, if we thought this was going to be harmful to Amber, we wouldn't pursue it. It's the children we're concerned about, after all.
Right, absolutely, said John. Lucy finally smiled and nodded.
All right. I just wanted to be sure. Well, that's all. No problem,
said Claire. We understand, said John. Jefferson double-checked. You do have the address for forwarding the letters? Lucy thought she remembered.
The Summit Institute, right?
Right.
I have it in my private files. I'll send the letters off as soon as I get them.
They all nodded their approval. Excellent, excellent. The music played on. The discussions continued. The humming and chanting made the windows buzz. All in all, Life's Circle was having a fruitful day. So was Marshal Hogan. It hadn't taken him too long to drive slowly by the house and past all those parked cars, chattering into a small tape recorder in his hand. GHJ 445, HEF 992, BBS 980, CJW 302. In just 2 passes, he had them all. Chapter 21.
Dear Tom, I want to know something for sure. Right now, I don't. Blame it on pride. When I first entered high school, I relished what I was taught, that I was the ultimate authority in my life, the final arbiter of all truth, the only decider of my values, and that no prior traditions, notions about God, or value systems had any authority over my will, my spirit, my behavior. Maximum autonomy, they called it. Such ideas can be very inviting. But there was a catch to all this freedom. I had to accept the idea that I was an accident, a mere product of time plus chance, and not only myself, but everything that exists. Once I bought that idea, it was impossible to believe that anything really mattered. For whatever I could do, or create, or change, or enhance, would be no less an accident than I was. So where was the value of anything? Of what value was my own life? So all that maximum autonomy wasn't the great liberation and joy I thought it would be. I felt like a kid let loose to play in an infinitely huge yard. I started to wish there was a fence somewhere. At least then I would know where I was. I could run up against it and tell myself, I'm in the yard, and feel right about it. Or I could climb over the fence and tell myself, uh-oh, I'm outside the yard, and feel wrong about it. Whether right or wrong, and with infinite freedom to run and play, I know I would still stay near the fence. At least then I would know where I was. I would know something for sure. Sally was in the town of Fairwood, a small burg along a major river, a fairly busy shipping port for that part of the state. Even though the Omega Center was only a half-hour winding drive into the hills above the town, she'd lingered and hidden here for the weekend, getting to know the place again, walking its streets by day and spending the cool nights in the woods down by the river. The town had not changed much in 10 years. There was a new mall at the north end of the main thoroughfare, but every town has to have a mall, sooner or later. As for the city center, all the stores remained the same, and even the stop-a-while lunch counter was still there, with the same jukebox and ugly blue formica-topped counter. The menus were new, but only the prices were different. Every page still carried the same logo and the same meals. She was remembering things. She was bringing it all back. The park in the middle of town was just the way she remembered it. The wading pool was empty and dry, waiting for warmer weather, but kids were playing on the swings and monkey bars, and Sally considered how the playground was the same, but the kids were different. It wouldn't be too long before the children who were there 10 years ago would be sending their children down to the same park to play on the same swings. It's really not a bad town. I can't blame it for the feelings it evokes in me, the strange conflicts I feel. In this one place are hidden my happiest and my most bitter memories, side by side. Both have been buried so long, obliterated by drugs, by delusion, by altered states of consciousness, that I forced myself to remain here to revive them. I must remember. She was being followed by friends. From atop the First National Bank building across the street, Tal, Nathan, and Arma kept watch as she sat on a bench in the park, writing another letter. "She hasn't found it yet," said Nathan. "I don't think she wants to. She's been down every street but the right one. She wants to find it, but at the same time she doesn't, and I don't blame her," said Tal. "But we'll have to help her. With our present tactics, we can only hold that motel room open for today." "She's moving again," said Armouth. Sally was putting her notebook back in her duffel bag and preparing to move on. Nathan surveyed the skies over the town. "Destroyer's scouts are still around. They must know we're here." Tal agreed. "They simply aren't afraid of us, but I consider that an advantage. I would prefer them to be very confident." Then he saw Sally turning to the right on Schrader Avenue. "Oops! No, Sally, not that way." They unfurled their wings and leaped from the building, floating down over the tops of passing cars, banking silently around the corner, and settling to the sidewalk on either side of this singular, weary traveler. She seemed a little perplexed, not knowing which way to go. Nathan spoke to her. "No, Sally, you've already been this way. Turn around." She stopped. "Oh, brother, I've already been down this street, and it was a bore." She turned around and followed Schrader the other way, crossing several streets, passing other pedestrians, always looking over her shoulder.
The three warriors walked with her, staying close. Sally looked around as she walked. No, she hadn't been this way yet. Some of the storefronts looked kind of familiar.
Oh, that flower shop. I remember that.
Then, finally, her eyes caught a sight she hadn't seen, or wanted to see, in 10 years. Up ahead, on her side of the street, was a large rectangular sign, Schrader Motor Inn, and below that a smaller sign, Kitchens, Daily, Weekly, Monthly Rates. She stopped dead in her tracks and gazed at that sign, spellbound. It hadn't changed. That motel was still there. Tal came up close behind her. Steady, Sally. Don't run. She wanted to run, but she couldn't. She didn't want to face this memory, but still she knew she had to. If you want to know the truth, said Tal, you must face it even if it's painful. You've run long enough. She stood still in the middle of the sidewalk as if her shoes were glued to the pavement. She began to remember more and more of this place. She'd walked down this sidewalk before, many, many times. She'd visited that flower shop. There was a True Value Hardware on the corner, but now she remembered it used to be a variety store.
This ends Disc 8. Please change to Disc 9. Disc 9.
There was a True Value Hardware on the corner, but now she remembered it used to be a variety store. She started walking again, slowly, drinking in every sight. These planters were new. It used to be just a bare curb here. Well, that parking lot across the street had undergone a change in management, but it was still a parking lot. The Schrader Motor Inn was the same, a large 60-unit motel of 3 stories, L-shaped, with parking in front and around the back. It wasn't a high-priced place, nothing fancy, no swimming pool. The motel may have been painted. She wasn't sure about that. The entrance to the office looked the same as she remembered, and still had the large breezeway jutting out across the entrance. She looked up at the 3rd story and scanned all the blue doors facing the iron-railed balcony. Yes, she could see room 302 down near the end. It had been her home for almost 10 months. Such a short period of time, and so long ago. Even as she passed under that breezeway and stepped up to the office door, she felt she was being a bit irrational. What purpose could such an action serve? Why dig up the past? None of this was necessary. She was going through with it. She had to see it all again. She hadn't paid attention the first time. She pulled the door open.
It was meant to be,
came a memory from somewhere in her mind. It was her own voice. Now she remembered saying it. My higher self ordained it.
"Hello,"
said the nice lady behind the counter.
"Can I help you?"
Sally could still hear her own voice echoing from the past.
After all, there is no death. There is only change.
She knew she'd been asked a question.
Yes. I was wondering if you had a kitchen unit available."
The lady checked her register.
You're in luck. Yes, that fellow moved out just this weekend. It's on the 3rd floor. Is that all right? It's fine. Would it happen to be 302?
The lady's eyebrows went up.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact. Have you stayed there before?
Sally was looking this lady over carefully. No, they'd never met, she was sure. She must be a new owner or employee or something.
On occasion.
The lady slid the application across the counter to her, and Sally filled it out. She gave her name as Maria Bissell, put down a totally fictional address in Hawthorne, California, then claimed to be driving a '79 Ford Mustang with a California license plate, and she made up the license plate number as well. All she could hope was that this lady would appreciate the color of her money and not question her credentials. The lady did appreciate the color of Sally's money, receiving a week's rent and damage deposit in cash. She handed Sally the key. The stairway had new green carpet now. Sally could remember the worn brown carpet it used to have. She reached the third floor and walked along the balcony overlooking the parking lot, and beyond that the Nelson printing and bookbinding shop. Still there, the offset presses still rumbling inside. She placed her hand on the railing and noticed her wrist was unhampered. The last time she ever saw this railing, she was handcuffed, and she was not free. Out of her buried memory came the image of squad cars parked in the lot below, their lights flashing. Then she recalled the other tenants watching through their windows, peeking around the drapes, curious and anonymous. She could feel the pain of big hands holding her arms, pushing her along this balcony. There was an aid car down there, too, and some medical personnel running around. She could just barely remember them. She came to the door. With held breath and a turn of the key, she opened it. The chain lock was repaired now, and apparently the door jamb had been replaced. Some things were different. The couch was new, but still sat in the same place. The picture on the wall just above it used to be a sailboat, and now it was a surrealistic vase of flowers. She liked the sailboat better. The kitchen looked the same, and the cabinets hadn't changed a bit. The sink still had that brown crack. The pots and pans were in the same cupboard, just to the left of the sink. Through an archway at the back of the room was the bedroom. She knew where the bed would be, and she knew the room had a large closet. She didn't bother going in to look. Next to the bedroom was the bathroom. She didn't want to go in there at all. Ben was almost beside himself when Marshall came pulling into the driveway. He ran out to the car to meet him. "Man, where have you been?" Marshall was feeling pretty good himself. "Got some license numbers from the cars belonging to our local life circlers. That'll give your friend in West Haven some more to do, running some motor vehicle reports." "Chuck's already done a lot," Ben exclaimed, fidgeting on the sidewalk. "Come on in." Marshall hurried inside and followed Ben into the dining room. Bev was there, her eyes gawking, studying some documents spread out on the table. "Oh, Lord," she said. Ben wasted no time, but pointed to a grainy black-and-white front and left profile mugshot. "That's the lady. That's Sally Rowe." Marshall picked up the photo and studied it carefully. "Man, she's wasted." Indeed she was. The tired, gaunt, and dazed woman in the photographs looked every bit the part of a half-drunk or half-drugged tramp. Mugshots never were very complimentary, but even so. Ben grabbed Marshall's shoulder in his excitement and started jabbing his finger at the photographs. "Marshall, that is not the dead woman we found at the Potter farm. But it's Sally Rowe, all right. I've already been by the Potters and the Bergen factory to talk to Abby Grayson. Both of them confirmed that this is Rowe." "They must not have been too happy." "They were shocked. Yes, very shocked." Ben went on to explain. "Chuck requested a records check from the National Crime Information Center and the State Information Section. Sally Rowe was only arrested once, 10 years ago. He got the rap sheet on that, then followed that up with the local police in the town where the arrest occurred." "Fairwood, Massachusetts." "Right. They supplied the photographs." Marshall hesitated. He was bothered about something. Fairwood, Massachusetts. Fairwood. I'd better check with Kate about that. He took another look at the photographs. "And we'd better get some copies of these pictures." Bev piped up, "I'm going to do that right now. I'm going down to use the church's copier." "Great. Kate's going to need one, I know." He looked over the other documents. "Okay, now what did she do?" Ben pointed out the crime record. Marshall stopped short. He turned the paper toward him so he could read it better. "Isn't that a kicker?" said Ben. "This thing is getting juicier all the time. Any details?" Ben pointed out a short police bulletin. "It's bizarre. Nothing like I expected." Marshall read the bulletin as his face filled with horror and disbelief. All he could say was, Why? Well, this is crazy. We've got to find out more, Marshall. Marshall stared at the photograph again. I've got a friend in New York. Name's Al Lemley. That guy's a real friend, and he can produce. Maybe he can get us something more on this. Ben had a thought. You might want to stop in at Judy's secretarial service. It's in that little storefront at the four-way stop. She has a fax machine, and you could get the stuff right away. Yeah, for sure. Marshall looked at the crime record again and shook his head. First-degree murder. You're nothing but bloodthirsty killers, as far as I'm concerned, said Mr. Santinelli, warming himself in front of the fire in Mr. Steele's private lodge. He'd put his full and hectic schedule on hold and caught an afternoon flight from Chicago to get here. Now he was tired and cranky, and not at all happy with some of the company he was keeping. His statement was addressed to the dark and mysterious Mr. Cole, who sat comfortably on the couch, swirling a gin and tonic about in a glass, making the ice cubes tinkle. Mr. Cole was not in the least ruffled by Santinelli's blunt statement. We are all that way, Mr. Santinelli, if not in deed, at least in heart. You did, after all, hire me. Mr. Goring, relaxing in an overstuffed chair before the fire, quipped, A decision we have all regretted, Mr. Cole. Santinelli took an indignant puff from his cigar. He didn't like the tone of Goring's comment. I should like to remind you, as I'm sure Mr. Cole will be happy to boast, that he already had a controlling interest in our organization, thanks to the romantic adventures of the man he eventually eliminated, our boyish upstart, Mr. James Bardeen. James Bardeen. Mr. Cole seemed to have a lapse of memory. Then it came to him. Oh, yes, he died in that tragic automobile accident. I believe he fell asleep at the wheel. Everyone believes that, said Santinelli. My compliments. Thank you. We try to be thorough. Santinelli sat down in a chair opposite Cole, making no effort to hide his disdain. All you Satanists are thorough, I'm sure. You worship on the run, don't you? Always looking over your shoulder. Cole leaned forward, his drink in his hands. His head drooped between his shoulders, his eyes piercing. No, actually, we have yet to be chaste. Mr. Steele, listening to it all from his own chair directly facing the fire, intervened. Gentlemen, and Mr. Cole, we know how we feel about each other, so that matter is settled. We don't trust each other, and that's the way we want it. Santinelli added, What is also settled is that a liability has been removed, namely, Alicia von Bauer and James Bardeen and their little love nest. Such relationships can be an extreme embarrassment, and from this point forward I hope we've made a clear enough example to our subordinates that any more relationships with these Broken Birch people will not be tolerated. Cole took a sip from his drink and leaned back into the soft couch. Especially by those who know as much as Mr. Bardeen did. Santinelli fumed. As much, I'm sure, as you do now, thanks to the lecherous Miss von Bauer. Cole laughed. Such are the politics of power. Goring responded, And the reason you are even allowed in our company. Mr. Steele was eager to finish their unsavory business. All right, whether we like it or not, Broken Birch is now part of the plan. Let's get the ledger balanced, so Mr. Cole can go away satisfied and be about his business. Santinelli produced a check and handed it to Cole. There. While in our employ,
and admittedly, due to our negligence, Ms. von Bauer was killed. We gave you freedom to kill our own Mr. Bardeen, and here are your damages, as you have required."
Cole examined the amount on the check and nodded his approval. He folded it and slipped it into his pocket. "That's settled?" "Good," said Mr. Steele. "Now get the ring back." Mr. Cole sipped from his drink again. "Your credit is good with us, of course, but—" This time Mr. Goring produced a check.
"As we discussed, here is your first half to commence the job. The second half is payable upon recovery of the ring, and the elimination of Sally Rowe."
Cole took that check and pocketed it. "As you know, this Rowe has been very elusive."
"And we're paying you to make her vanish altogether."
Cole swirled his ice cubes. "And, naturally, her blood would be on our hands. How convenient for you." Mr. Steele objected. "Your hands are already bloody." "And yours aren't?" Cole laughed at them. Don't worry. I understand. We kill regularly, as a form of worship. It's a sacrament to us. If you kill, well, it's only through hirelings like us. It keeps your hands clean. You don't plunge the knife, so you don't feel the pang of conscience." He laughed again. "Maybe you are still too Christian." Mr. Santinelli hated this man's taunts. "If I may remind you, Mr. Cole, you are serving your own interests in this as well, perhaps more so than we. If Sally Rowe should ever be found alive, if she should ever tell her story, you and your followers could easily be implicated with murder. And unlike human sacrifices that vanish without a trace, this victim is alive, walking, and talking. At least our suicide cover story has bought us all some time. I would say you owe us something for that." Cole was only mildly impressed. "Yes, we both have something to lose if she remains alive. But how much we have to lose depends on how much we've invested, doesn't it? What is Broken Birch, compared to you and your plan?" "Not much," said Mr. Steele, supposedly admitting something, but actually using it as a taunt. Cole ventured a sneer. "You're no better. Someday you'll realize that. What we are now, you are rapidly becoming. If you hate us so much, perhaps it's because you see yourselves in us." Santinelli barked. "I will see you to the door." Alice Buckmeyer was a marvelous hostess, of course, and loved to have company. So what Kate had planned as a short interview turned out to be a delightful visit over tea and pastries in the widow's dining room, surrounded by knickknacks, doilies, crystal, and pictures of sons, daughters, and grandchildren. "You must be everybody's grandma," Kate said. Alice laughed. "A title I wear proudly. I don't just have my own grandchildren, you know, but I'm Grandma Alice to all the kids at church, too." "That's wonderful." "I love children. I really do. Sometimes it's hard to understand how people treat their children. I know it breaks the Lord's heart." She warmed up Kate's cup of tea and continued. "I've wondered about that little Amber ever since I saw what I saw at the post office. What must she be going through at home?" Kate got her notebook ready. "Bev Cole says you have quite a story." "Oh, yes. It was very disturbing. I was mailing a package off to my son. Well, actually to my grandson, Jeff. I knitted a sweater for him, and I was trying to get it there in time for his birthday. Well, I was just standing there at the counter, and that other young lady,
Debbie was weighing my package and stamping it and all that.
Judy Balcom stuck her head into Don's wayside and called,
"Mr. Hogan, Al Lemley's on the phone."
Marshall got up from the counter, paid for his coffee, and hurried next door. Judy Balcom ran a tight little secretarial service, typing letters, making and answering calls, making copies, doing word processing, and relaying messages, to name just a few tasks, for many of the local businesses around the town. For a reasonable fee, she let Marshall call Al Lemley in New York, and now Lemley, true to his style, had wasted no time in finding what Marshall needed. "Hello from New York," came that same East Coast voice.
"Al, are you gonna make me happy?"
Hey, no, buddy. I'm gonna make you sick. You got the facts ready?"
Judy was ready. Marshall gave Al the go-ahead. Alice continued her story.
"Now, I didn't even notice who was over in the lobby where all the mailboxes are. I never pay attention to that unless it's someone I know. But all of a sudden I heard this commotion out there like some child was getting rowdy. Oh, you know, misbehaving. And I remember thinking, now where are that child's parents? They shouldn't let her carry on so. Well, Debbie was all finished with my package, so I went out into the lobby, and then I could see the whole thing. Here was this woman just standing there in the middle of the lobby. She had some mail in her hand, so I guess she'd come to get her mail. And then here was this little girl, this Amber, just screaming and shouting and prancing like she was a little horse. And that poor woman was just terrified."
The fax machine started to hum and roll out some documents. Marshall picked each page up as it dropped into the bin. There were police reports, similar to what he already had, and then there were some news articles from the local newspapers. One article carried another photo of Sally Rowe, this time in handcuffs, in the custody of 2 uniformed officers.
"And what that child said!"
Alice exclaimed.
"What did she say?"
asked Kate.
"She pranced, then she hit the woman, and she screamed and just kept hitting the woman, and she was saying, 'I know who you are. You killed your baby. You killed your baby.' Well, the poor woman was just terrified. You'd think she was being attacked by a vicious dog or something. Well, finally the woman broke free and ran out the door like a scared rabbit. Amber ran after her as far as the door, still shouting at her, 'You killed your baby. I know you. You killed your baby.' Oh. Then Mrs. Brandon came out of the back room and grabbed her daughter and tried to pull her back inside, but she wouldn't go with her mother. She wouldn't go at all. And so they had a big tugging match right there in the lobby, right in front of me. And Mrs. Brandon was shouting, 'Stop it, Amber. Stop that right now. No more of this.'"
Kate asked, "Did Mrs. Brandon ever use the name Amethyst?" A light bulb went on in Alice's head.
"Why, yes, I do remember that. She was calling Amber, Amber 1 minute, and Amethyst the next. She was saying, 'Amethyst, Amethyst, you stop that now. You stop screaming and calm down.' I didn't understand what she meant. I thought it was just a nickname or something."
Another news article dropped out of the fax machine. Marshall skimmed it. Sally Rowe had been arrested after police broke down the door of her motel room in Fairwood. Inside, they found Rowe in the bathroom in a seemingly drugged stupor, and her infant daughter, less than 2 months old, drowned in the bathtub. Rowe was subsequently charged with first-degree murder in the drowning death of her child. Kate could hardly wait to ask her next question. The incident in the post office could have been coincidence, but in a small town like this, that was unlikely. She dug in her briefcase and brought out the mug shots of Sally Rowe, placing them before Alice.
"Is this the woman you saw that day?"
Alice's eyes grew wide, and then she gave a slow, awestruck nod.
"She looks so awful in this picture, but this is her. Sally Rowe, huh?"
"That's right."
"Is she a criminal?"
"Yes."
"What did she do?"
"Well, she did kill someone."
Marshall walked slowly to his car, got behind the wheel, and then just sat there for a long while, reading through the news articles and police reports Al Lemley had sent. It was fascinating stuff, full of potential leads, but also very, very tragic. Tramp, the prosecutors had called her. Diabolical witch, self-centered, self-seeking, contemptible child killer. The police report said that Sally Rowe was soaking wet when she was found on the floor in the bathroom. The tub was overflowing. The child was in the tub, dead. She'd told the police at the time that she'd killed her baby, but when questioned later, claimed she had no recollection of what had happened. During the trial, and Marshall found this interesting, Sally seemed detached and unremorseful.
"It was meant to be," she said. "My higher self ordained this should happen. Rachel's higher self wished to die at this time, and Jonas was there to carry it out. We all determine our own fates, our lot in life, when we are to die, and what destiny we are born into the next time. There is no death. There is only change."
Jonas. A spirit guide, according to Sally. She admitted drowning the child at first, but later seemed to change her testimony by blaming her spirit guide.
"He took control," she said, "and he did the drowning."
The jury didn't buy it. They found her guilty, and Sally was later sentenced to 30 years in prison. As for the father of the child, he never came forward and was never found. Sally never identified him. She was simply portrayed as a tramp, and her child as illegitimate. It all happened 10 years ago. Chapter 22. Drip, drip, drip. The faucet seemed to mark off segments of time, announcing the passing of a moment, and another moment, and another moment, and another moment. Like a clock, never stopping, never slowing, steady dripping, moments passing. Traffic flowed by outside the bathroom window, but Sally didn't hear it. A siren wailed once, but she did not stir or take notice. She had no strength, no will to rise from her place there on the bathroom floor, her back against the pale blue wall, her hands limp upon her lap, her head resting against the hard plaster, but not turning away from the discomfort. She just sat there, staring vacantly at that tub, listening to the faucet drip, watching each drop build on the tip of the spout, and then, stretching with weight, break free and disappear. Drip, drip, drip. "Miss Rowe, did you think there was no law higher than yourself?"
"There is no higher reality, sir, than what I myself have created."
Drip, drip, drip. "You honestly don't recall picking up your child, holding her under the water and drowning her?"
"I told you before I wasn't there. It was Jonas."
"But you admitted drowning your daughter."
"Jonas performed the act. My higher self willed it. He carried it out."
Drip, drip, drip.
"We found the defendant in the bathroom. She seemed dazed."
"And what did she say to you?"
"Well, she said, 'Oh no, I've killed my baby.'"
Drip, drip, drip.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard an account of the unthinkable. This vile creature, void of conscience, without remorse, 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 a child in an infinite yard with no fence, the creator and arbiter of all reality, the center of her own universe, no right, no wrong, only self. I am all that matters. At least, that's how it used to be. Sally shifted just a little. The hard linoleum floor reminded her of where she was, her glorious universe. Yes, a small, cold, echoing bathroom with a dripping bathtub faucet, inhabited by a murderer, a vagabond, a tramp, a failure, an empty jar drained steadily over 10 years of pointless, aimless existence, a discarded piece of flesh nobody wanted. Now she sat on the linoleum, her head against the wall, her elbow resting on the toilet, beside the bathtub where she'd taken the life of her daughter. Her universe, her destiny, her truth. She had no tears. She was too empty to cry. There was no soul within her. She continued to breathe, but not because she wanted to. It just happened. Life just happened. She just happened, and she didn't know why. The spirits had found her. Despair, death, insanity, and now suicide. They dug at her, whispered to her, scratched away her soul one layer at a time.
"Murderer," they said. "Worthless, guilty, murderer. You can never do good. There's nothing good in you. You can't help anyone. Why don't you give it all up?"
It's lonely in this universe, she thought. It's supposed to be my creation, but now I'm lost in it. I wish I could know something for sure. I wish I could find a fence at the end of this yard. But it is too late for that now.
Her hand fell from her lap and thumped gently against the side of the tub.
A fence. No, it wasn't a big thought.
It wasn't a stirring idea, and it didn't cause the slightest change in her breathing or pulse. It was just a notion, an inkling of a possibility, a simple proposition to toss around. This tub could be a fence. She looked at the tub. She touched the cold blue-green porcelain.
I could pretend, she thought. Just for the sake of discussion, I could pretend that this is a fence, a limitation, a boundary I crossed over and shouldn't have.
She let her thoughts continue on their own and just enjoyed listening to them huddle together and confer in her head.
What if what happened here was wrong? Oh, come on, according to whom? There are no absolutes. You can't know anything for sure. Oh, what if there are? And what if I can? But how? Later. Just answer the first question. What if it was wrong? Yeah. Then I'm guilty. I made a wrong choice. I jumped the boundary. I did wrong. But I thought boundaries exist only in your mind. I did wrong. I want to think that just once. Why? Because I need a fence. Even if I'm on the wrong side of it, I need a fence. I need to be wrong. I need to be guilty. What for? Because.
Sally stirred. She pressed her hand firmly against the side of the tub where her child had died. She mouthed the words. Then she whispered them. Then she said them out loud.
Because at least then I'd know where I am.
Apparently she'd awakened a dormant emotion. Pain came upon her suddenly, an aching deep in her soul, and with gritted teeth and a stifled whimper she pounded the side of the tub.
Oh,
God!"
She rested against the hard plaster wall again, panting in hurt, anger, and despair.
"Oh, God, help me!"
Despair slipped and fell. His talons had lost their grip. There. She'd said it. She'd followed the proposition through to its conclusion, had her little fit, and now she was finished. She didn't know if she felt better. She felt a little foolish for talking out loud to herself, or to God, whatever the case may be. It didn't matter. For some reason she felt a weight around her neck, against her chest. Her hand went to the ring hanging there. She pulled it out and looked at it again. The ugly little gargoyle bared its teeth at her. And then a memory hit her. It hit her so hard and so suddenly that she was amazed it had stayed hidden so long. The ring. Owen's ring. Irene Bledsoe was visibly uncomfortable.
"Mr. Harris, your friends will have to remain here."
Under the circumstances, Tom never felt better. He was sitting on the same hard wooden bench in the same cold, echoing marble hallway in the courthouse in Claytonville. He was here for another prearranged visit with his children, and once again Irene Bledsoe was in charge. But this time he was flanked by, "Mrs. Bledsoe, this is my pastor, Mark Howard, and my attorney, Wayne Corrigan." Both men offered their hands, and she shook them out of necessity, but she was not entirely cordial.
"Hello. As I said, Mr. Harris will only be allowed to see his children alone."
Corrigan was in great form. "We are here upon Mr. Harris's invitation, and we will accompany him during his visitation. If you refuse to allow it, you'll be required to appear in court to show just cause." Then he smiled. Bledsoe was indignant, and actually had to search for her words.
This is a private meeting. Mr. Harris must see his children alone."
"Then I'm sure you'll be happy to remain here with us while he does so?"
"But that's not what I meant, and you know it. The visitation is to be between Mr. Harris and his children with a social worker in attendance."
"Meaning yourself?"
"Of course."
Corrigan got out his notepad.
"By whose order?"
She stalled.
I'd have to look it up."
"If it's all the same to you," said Tom, "I'd like to see my kids. They're waiting for me, aren't they?"
"One moment,"
she said with a raise of her hand.
"Have you brought the questionnaires I sent you?"
Corrigan had something to say about that as well. "In light of the pending civil suit, I've advised my client to defer filling out any psychological surveys or other tests for the time being." Her answer was cold and threatening.
"You do realize, of course, that this will delay our releasing the children back to Mr. Harris's custody?"
"According to CPD records, you've never released any children back to their parents without first having a trial anyway, so at the moment we're resigned to that. Now, if we could proceed with the visitation?" She gave in.
"All right. Won't you follow me?"
She started walking toward the big marble staircase again, the pock, pock, pock of her heels echoing through the hall as an announcement of her authority, and perhaps an expression of her indignity as well. They reached the second floor, went through the big, uninviting door and into the antechamber where John the guard was stationed once again. He seemed a little surprised to see 3 men instead of just 1, but since they came in with Bledsoe, he figured it must be okay. "Hi, kids!" With cries of delight, Ruth and Josiah ran to their father. Tom dropped to one knee to embrace them, and for some reason Irene Bledsoe did not come between them. Josiah was really tickled to see his dad again. Ruth just started crying and wouldn't let go of him. All the hugs went on for quite some time. "Poor abused kids," Corrigan whispered to Mark. Bledsoe took her seat at the end of the table and offered chairs to Mark and Corrigan. They sat down quietly on Tom's side of the table. "Okay, kids," Tom said finally. "Go ahead and sit down." They went to their chairs on the other side of the table and just then noticed Mark.
"Hi, Pastor Howard."
"Hi. How are you?"
"Okay."
"We have 40 minutes.
Bledsoe said, mostly to remind everyone that she was still in charge. For the next 30 minutes, Tom visited with his kids, getting caught up on mostly trivial matters. The kids were trying to read more and seemed to be getting along better with the other kids in the foster home, although Tom couldn't be sure if it was the same foster home as last time. They weren't doing any schoolwork, though, which meant they would have some catching up to do during the summer, if that happened at all. Ruth's bump had healed well and was barely visible. But as the time grew shorter, there was one thing Tom knew he must do before leaving, while he still had the chance. Above all else, he knew he must pray with his kids. "Hey, Daddy has to go pretty soon, so let's pray together." He reached across the table and took their hands. They were a family again, just for that moment, and he was the spiritual head, the leader and example he was meant to be. "Dear Lord, I just pray now for my children, and I ask you to place a hedge of protection around them. Protect their hearts and their minds, and may they never doubt that you love them and that they are in your hands. Help them to always be good kids and live the way you want them to. I pray, dear Father, that we will all be together again." Mark and Corrigan joined in the prayer, and listened as little Ruth prayed for her daddy and her brother, and even for Mrs. Bledsoe. Then Josiah prayed, declaring his love for Jesus and his desire to be a good child of God. None of this was an accident. They were doing battle in this room, for even though the state might erect insurmountable walls of red tape around these children, the prayer of each child, offered in simple faith, would be enough to tear the walls down. This was where the victory would begin. They all knew it, and as the kids prayed, they could feel it.
"Amen,"
said Josiah. "Amen," they all said, all except for Irene Bledsoe. It was almost time to go. Tom opened a paper sack. "Here, I meant to give these to you last time."
"Hey, all right,"
said Josiah, receiving his Bible.
"Thank you, Daddy,"
said Ruth, hugging hers to her chest. Tom also brought them some of their favorite books and the stationery they didn't receive the last time. He could see Irene Bledsoe eyeing everything he brought out of the sack, but he proceeded slowly and openly, having nothing to hide. Well, almost nothing. Josiah was thumbing through his new book about whales when he found some photos inserted between the pages. Tom, Mark, and Corrigan tried not to look at him too directly, lest they draw Bledsoe's attention. "Like your book, Ruth?" Tom said, reaching across the table to help her find his little note to her on the title page. That physical gesture helped. Bledsoe watched him closely. "See what I wrote? It says, 'To my darling daughter Ruth, Jesus thinks you're precious, and so do I.'"
"Hey,"
said Josiah. He was looking at the photos.
"the lady in the pickup truck."
That got Bledsoe's attention immediately. She saw Josiah holding the pictures, studying them with wide-eyed recognition. Her face went visibly pale. Corrigan asked, "What do you mean, son? Have you seen that woman before?" Bledsoe jumped to her feet.
"Mr. Harris!"
Tom responded calmly.
"How dare you? How dare you?"
Corrigan pressed Josiah for an answer. "Do you recognize her?"
"Sure,"
said Josiah.
"She's the lady that was driving that truck we almost hit. She always looks kind of sick, doesn't she?"
Bledsoe stomped around to where Josiah sat and grabbed the pictures from him. She took only a moment to look at them in outrage, and then defiantly she tore them in half, in quarters, in eighths, and then crumpled them up and pitched them into a wastebasket. Then she stood there, shaking, glaring at Tom.
"Just what are you trying to prove here?"
Mark spoke gently.
"Mrs. Bledsoe, you're upsetting the children."
She pointed her finger in Tom's face, and her voice trembled with rage.
"You have committed a serious offense. I can make things very hard for you. Don't you think I can't have your children taken away permanently?"
Tom replied calmly, mostly for the children's benefit. "Then what are you so afraid of?" She fought back.
"Oh, I am not afraid, Mr. Harris. You don't scare me."
Tom gave her a statement he'd rehearsed in his mind for quite some time. "Mrs. Bledsoe, it's been quite clear to me that you are not as concerned with the interests of my children as with your own interests. In any case, I think you're abusing your power, and my children, and me, and I intend to find out just whom you're trying to protect." She tried to keep her voice down. After all, shouting was unprofessional.
"Why, you—"
With great effort, she relaxed, assumed a professional demeanor, and announced,
"This visitation is over. I think your betrayal of my trust was deplorable, and I will keep it in mind when I consider the date for our next meeting."
"It'll be sooner than you think," said Corrigan. He walked around the table, took her hand, and slapped a subpoena into it. "Try not to tear this up. Good day."
Dear Tom, I feel different today, and I don't know if I can explain it. Undoubtedly, it stems from my fanciful proposition of the morning, the possibility of my guilt. Being guilty, or even feeling guilty, is not pleasant, of course, but the mere suggestion of it seems to have weakened another nagging emotional companion of mine, despair. It makes me think of a clown hitting his thumb with a hammer to get his mind off his headache. Now that I feel guilty, I don't feel as much despair. But, and this is purely for the sake of discussion, it could be said that the reasons go deeper than that. As I've said before, an all-out plunge into humanism and its total lack of absolutes can leave you groping for fences, wondering where you are, wishing you could know something for sure. Now that's despair. Then, suddenly, guilt, the possibility of guilt, has come upon the scene, and I find myself playing with the thought that I might be standing in the wrong, which means I could have violated a standard somewhere, which means there might be a standard to be violated, which means there might be something out there somewhere that I can know for sure. So I guess I said all that to say this. If I really can be guilty, if I really am guilty, then at least I know where I stand. Suddenly, after all this time, I found a fence, a boundary, and just the thought of that dispels that old cloud of despair so much that I've noticed it. Just consider, Tom, what great lengths I've gone to, all through my life, to quell despair. The Young Potentials program at the Omega Center presented a possible escape. I dove into everything they offered: yoga, TM, diet, folk medicine, altered states, drugs, and a lot of mental trips about my own divinity and ability to create my own reality. It was a long excursion into insanity, I admit it. What good did it do to make up my own truth? I was lost and drifting to begin with, and any reality born in my head could be no better off. I and the universe I created were lost and drifting together. And then there was Jonas, my consummate friend. He was a marvelous salesman with a lot of good lines, remarkably skilled in flattery. We took many long walks together during my yogic trances.
and he did have me convinced that all reality, including death, was an illusion to be manipulated, and that I, being God, could form reality to be whatever I wanted it to be. And for a crucial reason, I believed that. I believed I had formed a reality to serve me and supply what I wanted. I believed I had formed a man who gave me pleasure without guilt. I believed I had formed a child that asked me to send her on to her next life, leaving me free to continue where I left off. But did I form the prison bars too? I was talking about fences, wasn't I? I lived behind that fence for 7 years, and Jonas never came to visit me. I did resent that. I did blame him for Rachel's death. It was, in my thinking, his idea. He was the one who took control of my body and snuffed out her life. He committed that act. He was to blame. But I don't think that now. I changed my mind at some point. Maybe it was this morning. Amethyst was right. I killed my baby.
Sally put away her notebook and went out, her mind full of thoughts, turning things over, sorting things out. She felt a change coming, though she had no idea what it could be or which direction it would go. But this walk of hers right now was going to be part of it. She was going to track down a memory and find another missing piece to the puzzle of her life. As near as she could remember, it was an old red brick building not far from the motel, and there was an alley, an old cobblestoned alley with a stream of water running down its center, and a grate over a drain. Oh, where was that? Tal followed right behind her. Nathan and Armuth hovered just above, swords drawn, eyes looking warily about. Destroyer was getting close. Time was short. "Keep going, Sally," said Tal. "You're getting warmer." She turned down a side street. This sidewalk looked familiar. These potted elms seemed to match the memory, though they were much bigger now. A noisy garbage truck roared and rumbled out of an alley behind an old brewery, nosed its way into traffic, and then growled through its gears, heading down the street. Sally headed for the alley. This had to be it. The same narrow cobblestoned alley, the same towering red brick walls of the old brewery. She was walking into the past. The drain was still there. The moss on the brick walls was still the same. The smell of garbage was right out of her memory. She quickened her pace. It was somewhere along here, a loose brick in a windowsill. She was remembering more and more as she ran along, looking carefully at each window, hoping for any detail that would trigger a memory. Tal could see the angelic sentries ahead, guarding the spot. There were 4 of them, bold and brilliant, all grim with dedication, their swords ready. They'd been at this post, watching it, preserving it for 10 years. At the sight of Sally Rowe approaching, they raised their swords and let out a cautious, muffled cheer. She approached the rear corner of the building. It had to be here somewhere. She seemed to remember it being near the corner. There was one last window, and the brick sill was at eye level. She stopped and looked around. She was alone in the alley. She touched the sill, ran her fingers along it. It had to be the same one. Was that loose brick on the right side or the left? She put her thumb under the brick on the left end and gently pressed upward. It budged. For the first time in 10 years, it budged. The light of day flooded the cavity underneath it. Sally's heart leaped. She could see a faint glint of gold. She lifted the brick further. There lay the ring. It was like a miracle. Sally's emotions rose to such a pitch that a faint cry escaped from her. She reached into the niche and grabbed the ring between her thumb and forefinger. She pulled it out into the light and let the brick sink back into place. 10 years later, the ring was still remarkably clean, except for some gray spider webs. She rubbed it against her shirt tail, and the shine returned. She pulled the first ring out of her shirt and held the two together. Yes, they were the same. Now there were two little gargoyles, snarling at her with identical expressions. Tal dismissed the sentries. Sally leaned against the brick wall and thought about the day when she planted the ring in this hiding place. She was desperate, afraid she would be betrayed. Perhaps it was a stealthy, conniving act to steal that man's ring and hide it here. But as it turned out, she was betrayed, and now, 10 years later, this ring could be a key to reopen the past, to view it all again, to find out what went wrong. She thought of Tom Harris and those Christians at that little school at Bacon's Corner. Have I done wrong? If so, then let me do something right, just this once. She unclasped the chain around her neck and placed the second ring beside the first. Back at the Schrader Motor Inn, the office door swung open. The electric eye beeped that someone had come in. The lady behind the counter looked up.
"Hello, may I help you?"
Mr. Cole smiled most pleasantly. "Good morning. I'm looking for my wife. She said she rented a room here, number 302.
"Oh,"
she pulled out the registration.
"Are you Mr. Rogers?"
Cole broke into a wide grin. Yes, yes. All right, I've finally found her. She was curious.
"Well, how did you know where to look?"
Oh, we've rented the room before. We love it. We stay here every time we come through. I was detained at home for a few days, but she called me and said she'd found the same room. I was hoping it was the one I was thinking of.
"Well,"
she found a problem.
She only rented it to herself. I guess she misunderstood."
Cole got out his wallet. Yeah, that's a mistake. Let me make up the balance. Is she up there right now? I think I might surprise her.
"Well, no. I think she went out, but I can give you a key."
Great.
"Why don't you fill out another form here so I can get my records straight?"
Sure. He filled out another form and gave their names, Mr. and Mrs. Jack Rogers. He had a good-sized wad of bills as well, and paid her the balance still owed. She looked at the address he gave.
"So how are things in Las Vegas? Is it as wild as they say?"
Oh, no, he laughed. Well, in certain places it is, I suppose. But it's not a bad place to live.
"Well, here's your key." "Oh, dear, I guess she has the only duplicate. Well, come on, I'll just go up and let you in."
Thanks. Hey, don't tell her I'm here. She isn't expecting me until tomorrow. Across the street, crouching atop the hardware store, and across the motel parking lot, hiding on the roof of Nelson Printing and Bookbinding, squads of filthy warriors puffed a cloud of sulfur when they saw Cole follow the lady up to room 302. Destroyer watched from his vantage point above the flower shop.
"They guessed right,"
he hissed.
"She's here."
Chapter 23. Praise God, said Tom, so excited he couldn't sit still. I can't believe it. Progress. Well, 100 different pieces, maybe, said Marshall. But give it time. It'll fall together. Tom, Marshall, Kate, and Ben were having another powwow with Wayne Corrigan in his office, not too long after that rather explosive meeting with Irene Bledsoe. Ben had gotten over his excitement. Now he was pensive, probing. She's alive. Sally Rowe is alive, and Mulligan knows it. And Parnell, too, said Marshall. I've got him on my list.
But what are they trying to pull, and why?
Asked Kate. That's what I'm still waiting to hear, said Corrigan. I love all this stuff, guys. I'm really enjoying it, but sooner or later, and let's hope sooner, it's got to add up to something. We need a case we can present in court. And so far I don't see anything that directly applies to the lawsuit. Right, said Marshall, looking through some notes. So far it's all indirect, peripheral stuff. But we're getting closer. Here are the names of the people I got from that motor vehicle report on the license plates. The following people are possibly involved in this Life Circle outfit. Some of them fit right into this. Mr. Bruce Woodward, the elementary school principal, and, no surprise, our plucky Miss Brewer.
Kate inserted, "And as for Mr. Bruce Woodward, I talked to him on the phone again today, and he still assures me he'll find that curriculum so I can look at it. But if you ask me, he's stalling."
If he is, try these names: Jerry Mason, Betty Hanover, and John Kendall, 3 members of the Bacon's Corner School Board, all 3 most likely connected with Life Circle.
"Hence the Finding the Real Me curriculum at the elementary school," said Tom. "It fits right into their world view."
"And their agenda," said Marshall. "These people are just as evangelistic about their religion as we are, and they're wasting no time."
He raised an eyebrow at the next set of names.
John Schmidt and Claire Johansson. Schmidt doesn't impress me yet, but Johansson is big stuff, a direct connection with the ACFA. Oh, and who was that other guy? Oh, yeah, Gordon Jefferson was there, too. So now we have a link-up with the ACFA for sure, and not to mention, he scanned down the page, Lenore Hoffspring from California. Check the ACFA California roster, Kate. I'll bet she's on it. They're bringing in some bigger guns from out of state.
"It isn't fair," said Tom.
Have faith. We've caught so many fish today our nets are breaking. There's another fish right here. Surprise, surprise. Lucy Brandon. What a recipe. Take a mother involved in this cosmic mystic group, add the cosmic mystic group controlling the school board and pumping cosmic mystic curricula into the local school, then get a well-meaning crusading teacher fresh out of, what was that teacher's college?
Kate answered, "Bentmore."
Right. One of America's finest, they say. Miss Brewer learned everything she knows from them, and now she's cramming it into these kids. These people have the whole system sewn up from the top down. Anyway, throw it all into the pot, stir it all up, and what do you get? A little girl channeling a spirit just like all the moms and pops and uncles and aunts out there at the big White House. We're talking about a lot of moles, a lot of demons connecting this whole thing. Lucy Brandon, Life Circle, the school board, the school, the ACFA, and even the little girl.
Ben was puzzled. "But are you saying they purposely enrolled Amber in our school just to force a confrontation?" Marshall laid the notes on the desk and thought about that.
No. Maybe Lucy Brandon really wanted something better for her kid. Maybe the trouble that popped up was something the others, the Life Circle, the ACFA, saw as an opportunity. What do you think, Tom?
Tom was intrigued with the notion. "When she first enrolled Amber, she seemed concerned about the changes Amber had gone through since being in Miss Brewer's class. Well, at the time, I honestly thought that Lucy Brandon wanted a more basic traditional education for her daughter."
That's the feeling I get," said Marshall. "It'll be interesting to talk to her and find out what she's really thinking, and if she's doing her own thinking at all."
Kate reported, "Alice Buckmeyer told me about Debbie, the girl who works with Lucy at the post office. Debbie was there that day and saw the confrontation between Amber and Sally Rowe. She might be able to tell us something more about Lucy."
Sounds good. And now, Marshall spread some sheets of paper out on Corrigan's desk as the attorney watched. Here's the best part, I think. It could make this case bigger than just Bacon's Corner, and it could blow it wide open. We don't know yet.
The others gathered around.
That address bothered me. The location of the Omega Center that published that curriculum. That was in Fairwood, Massachusetts, right?
Kate had that information. "Right. I got the address from Miss Brewer."
Ben, where did you get that arrest record? The one that included the mugshots of Sally Rowe.
Ben was stunned as he double-checked the document. "Fairwood, Massachusetts."
So, a lady gets arrested for murder, clear across the country, but then shows up in this little place for no apparent reason. In the meantime, a curriculum is published in the same town where she was arrested and finds its way here. Maybe it's just a coincidence, except for some more molehills. A little girl who ends up demonized, most likely because of that curriculum, later confronts Roe in the post office, and the little mole sticks its head up out of the ground and says, "I know you killed your baby." Marshall smiled and shook his head at his own conclusion. That demon was in Fairwood. It knew about Sally Roe. "And then," said Ben, "he was figuring it out." Marshall verified his thought. "And then somebody comes along and tries to kill Sally Roe." "The very same day my kids were taken," said Tom. "And the very day before you got your summons." "I love it," said Corrigan. "But what does it really mean?" Marshall looked over all the notes one more time and answered, "I don't know. We have molehills all over the place, and demons tunneling everywhere, maybe even across the country, but—" He sighed. "No case. We can theorize that Sally Roe's so-called suicide has something to do with a lawsuit against the school, but what? And so what? There just isn't any visible connection. Yet." Ben turned away, frustrated. "We've got to find out who that woman was. The one we found dead in the goat shed." "Parnell's the one to talk to." "Well, he wouldn't talk to me. He and Mulligan are in this together, that's obvious, and they're looking out for each other. And I'll guess somebody higher up is watching them closely, if you get my drift." Corrigan piped right up. I don't get your drift." "Humor an old reporter," said Marshall. "I'm guessing they both belong to some kind of secret group. Maybe a lodge, maybe something occult, who knows? Something like a life circle, something tied closely to it, maybe even a part of it, but not nearly as nice. Hidden, powerful. Something has a really short leash on those two." "But you're guessing," said Corrigan. "Keep on guessing," said Tom. "You're a good guesser." Marshall ran his fingers through his hair. "I'm in your camp, Wayne. A guess is only good if it pays off. We'll just have to find some levers to pull, some way to squeeze these people. Oh, Kate, speaking of levers, forget waiting for Woodard to get you the curriculum. Go to the school board. Those 3 people." He checked his list again. Jerry Mason, Betty Hanover, and John Kendall. Just see what they say, but don't wait for them either. If they stall, write to Omega for it. I want to see that curriculum." Corrigan rested his chin on his knees and stared at all the notes. "Man, where is Sally Roe?" Marshall said grimly, "I imagine somebody else is wondering that, too." A rustling went through the demonic ranks surrounding the motel. Black wings began to quiver, and red glowing blades appeared. Sally Roe was returning to the motel, walking briskly up the street, alone and unprotected.
"Remain in place," said Destroyer. "Don't move."
Immediately there was a hissing and an agitation among the ranks. The officers on either side of Destroyer got fidgety.
"She is ours,"
said one.
"Alone,"
said another.
"Remain in place,"
said Destroyer. Sally felt no anxiety, no fear. If she felt anything, it was a new kind of exhilaration. She still couldn't believe the incredible recovery of that second ring. She considered herself extremely lucky or fortunate. She wasn't ready to say blessed. She rounded the corner, passed under the breezeway, and started up the stairs to room 302.
"We should saturate the building,"
said the monster at Destroyer's right.
"Cull and his men need our power. You must reinforce the demons of broken birch.
said the beast at Destroyer's left. Destroyer watched, still silent, as his warriors fussed and hissed all around him, itching to get in on the kill. Sally reached the first landing and was starting up the second flight of stairs. Cole was in the room, waiting. One of his men, dressed as a repairman, remained near the soft drink machine at the other stairway, ready to block any escape that way. Another man, looking like a casual vacationer, took his post at the bottom of the stairs Sally had just taken. A third man, dressed in dark clothes and smoking a cigarette, started up the stairs after her, quietly, surreptitiously. Sally was just on the second flight of stairs when she didn't feel right about something. Tal was beside her. "Stop," he said. "Wait." She stopped. She'd seen that one man standing near the office door when she came around the corner, and now she was sure he was coming up the flight of stairs below her. When she stopped, he hesitated. Now it was ominously quiet. Tal remained beside her. Nathan stood at the top of the stairs, Armith at the bottom. They were making themselves clearly visible. Tal drew his sword slowly and let its light flicker against the wall of the building, for all to see. Nathan and Armith did the same. Now they could see the demonic response. From rooftops, all around the motel, the sky lit up with the red glow of enemy swords, and the air was filled with the clatter and rustling of black wings. There was a standoff. A taloned hand grabbed Destroyer's arm.
"Will you not attack? There are only 3 guarding her,"
said the warrior. The demons all around squawked their eager agreement.
"Only 3,
Destroyer replied.
"You mean you see only 3.
He pointed his crooked finger at the warrior that had grabbed him, then at another whiner, and then at one more overly anxious fighter.
"Very well. You, and you attack. Do your worst."
They shrieked, raised their swords, and shot from the roof like skyrockets, swooping down toward the motel. They would give Broken Birch all the power they needed, and Sally Rowe was as good as dead. Tal shot from the stairway in a brilliant explosion of wings, and met the 3 attackers over the parking lot. 2 were instantly shredded. The third went careening and fluttering over the print shop, trailing red smoke from what was left of him. Back on the stairs, Nathan and Armith closed in on Sally Rowe, their wings outspread, their swords ready. Kawoom! Bursting instantly out of hiding, at least a dozen warriors appeared all around the motel, their wings spreading to form an impenetrable wall.
"Oh, Mrs. Bissell!"
It was the office lady. Sally was relieved to hear her voice.
"Yes, I'm up here. Could I see you for a minute?"
This ends Disc 9. Please change to Disc 10. Disc 10.
"Yes, I'm up here. Could I see you for a minute?"
The man on the flight below dropped his cigarette and crushed it out with his toe. Then he hurried back down and ran across the parking lot. Sally went to the balcony railing and saw him ducking around the corner.
Said
Destroyer.
"How many more warriors do you suppose he has hidden in there?"
No demon would venture a guess.
"Maybe none at all. Maybe thousands. Would anyone like to find out?"
The lady in the office brought Sally's travel bag out from behind the counter.
"I hope you won't think me too forward for doing this," she said. "But before you go up to your room, you'd better know that there's a man up there waiting for you. He said he was your husband."
Sally was horrified.
"What? Is he?"
Sally backed toward the door.
I don't have a husband." Don't go out there, not yet.
Sally stopped.
What about that other man, the one following you up the stairs?
Sally was amazed. She looked out the windows.
I saw him running away.
Then she backed away from the window, afraid of being seen.
I don't know who you are, or who he is, but I ran a check, and there's no such thing as a '79 Mustang with the license number you gave, and no such thing as a Buick Regal with the license number he gave. Maybe two people can be married and have different last names, but when you say you're from Hawthorne, California, and he says you're both from Las Vegas, I just don't like the looks of it.
Sally didn't know what to say.
I'm sorry. I got your bag out of the room when I let him in. I told him the previous tenant left it there. Is there some kind of trouble? I don't want anything weird going on in my motel.
Sally took the bag.
Thank you. Should I call the police? No. I'll just leave. Keep the rent money. It's okay. What about Mr. Rogers upstairs?
Sally was backing toward the door. She looked out the window to make sure he wasn't lurking about.
Yes. Call the police.
Destroyer and his army could see Sally slip quickly out of the front door and run down the street, completely surrounded by the angelic guards. A demon hissed and pointed. There went Cole, sneaking out of room 302, hurrying down the back stairs with the repairman. The casual vacationer had also disappeared. Somehow they knew the jig was up. Perhaps it was that timely interruption by the lady in the office. Maybe they'd felt Sally Rowe's great psychic power in the place. Perhaps they could feel their demonic escorts being stalled by the angelic guard. Whatever the case, things did not feel right, and they were calling it quits. Destroyer blew a steam of sulfur from his nostrils.
"Remember,"
he said to his warriors,
"this towel is a layer of traps, a setter of snares. No little human as dangerous to us as Sally Rowe is going to walk down the street uncovered and alone. He was there. His warriors were ready."
He laughed.
"But that will change."
He looked down the street in time to see Sally Rowe disappear around a corner, still heavily guarded.
"No, Captain of the Host, not this time. You are still too strong, but time is on my side. I have your saints in my hands. This game will be ours. We will set the rules. We will pick the time."
Judy Waring wasn't spending as much time homeschooling her son Charlie as she promised herself and everyone else she would. At the moment, her plucky little third grader was doing whatever he wanted out in the yard, while she tended to some pressing matters on the telephone.
"Well, that's what I heard," she said. "He's had sexual problems ever since Cindy passed away, and I think they were even having trouble in their marriage because of it. Did you ever notice the way he'd always stand so close to Kathy Howard? Maybe she was next on his list. I don't know."
Then the other party talked for a while, and Judy kept busy snipping coupons out of the shopping news. Judy's turn came again.
"Well, that's what I think, too. I mean, how can we be sure what really went on in that classroom? Mrs. Fields is busy enough with all the kids in her class. She can't possibly be watching Tom all the time."
Gossip sat on her shoulders, dangling his skinny fingers in her brain, while Strife sat on the table and watched.
"A marvelous idea,"
said Strife.
"You know,"
said Gossip,
This woman will believe anything.
Chapter 24.
He was harsh, belligerent, and frightened the children on many occasions, said Irene Bledsoe, her face defiant, her spine straight as a rod. She was flanked by the two ACFA attorneys, Jefferson and Ames, sitting in a conference room adjacent to Wayne Corrigan's office. Across the conference table from her sat Wayne Corrigan, Tom Harris, and Mark Howard. At the end of the table was the court reporter, taking down everything spoken. Wayne Corrigan scanned his notes. This lady was a tiger for sure, and he was wishing he had more to go on. With the little information he had so far, it was going to be a short deposition.
But this is based solely on the word of Amber Brandon, is it not? He finally asked.
Yes, and she is a bright, truthful, and responsible little girl.
But you yourself never saw Mr. Harris displaying any of this behavior.
I certainly did, the first time he came to visit his children. He violated the rules we had agreed upon. He was rude, and he was belligerent.
Belligerent? You've used that word twice. Now, is that your word or Amber's? Jefferson spoke up. What kind of question is that? Corrigan didn't have to tell him, but he did. I'm trying to figure out what Amber Brandon said and get around any embellishments from Miss Bledsoe.
He went to the next question.
So, what about Amber's testimony to you? What specifically did she say Mr. Harris did?
Bledsoe leaned forward just a little, but kept her spine straight. Amber told me that Mr. Harris and the other children made fun of her, harassed her, and tried to impose their religious views on her.
Could you be more specific? How did they make fun of her?
Bledsoe hesitated.
Well, Did they call her names?
I suppose so.
Well, did they or didn't they?
Amber wouldn't cite any specific names, but I'm sure if we asked her, she could tell us exactly.
All right, we'll do that.
Corrigan moved on.
Now, what about harassment? How did Mr. Harris harass Amber?
Bledsoe laughed at that question. Oh, how indeed! I suppose you consider it normal to be branded as demon-possessed, to be forbidden to play with the other children?
Mr. Harris forbade Amber to play with the other children?
Oh, yes. She was forced to stay inside at recess and write a page from the Bible.
Corrigan made a note of it. And did Amber say just what the reason was for that?
Bledsoe shrugged just a little. Oh, apparently Mr. Harris wasn't happy with her views in a particular matter, and so he decided she needed some more intense indoctrination.
Are those the words Amber used?
No.
That's just your interpretation.
Well, yes.
What exactly did Amber say?
She said that Mr. Harris wouldn't let her go out for recess, but made her stay inside and copy from the Bible.
Did she suggest that she was being punished for an infraction of the school rules?
I didn't gather that from what she said.
Did it happen once, for one recess, or was it a constant daily practice?
I'm not sure.
And again, you are not a direct witness to any of this?
No, of course not.
Was anyone?
Well, Mr. Harris, but—
Corrigan flipped to another page of notes. Let's talk about Amethyst, the pony. Is that the correct name of this, alter ego?
I don't know. She does identify herself as Amethyst, and I understand she is a pony, a mythical character.
So you've met Amethyst yourself?
Ames jumped in on that one.
Excuse me, Mr. Corrigan. I don't think that question is very clear.
Corrigan asked Bledsoe.
Is the question clear to you?
No.
Have you ever dealt with Amber when she was acting like Amethyst?
She shrugged, unruffled. Of course.
And nothing about it seemed strange to you?
No, of course not. Children have been known to dissociate into alternate personalities or make up imaginary friends in dealing with severe trauma. It's very common.
And what severe trauma are we talking about?
Miss Bledsoe tried to compose a clear answer. There was severe trauma all through Amber's experience at the Christian school. Harassment, discrimination, stress, imposing of Christian dogma. It all led to Amber resorting to a false personality to cope with it. Mr. Harris could have responded properly and dealt with the real source of Amber's trouble, but instead he compounded the trauma by branding Amber as demon-possessed, which I think is just horrendous.
But you were not a direct witness to any of this.
No.
This is all according to what you learned from Amber.
Yes. Corrigan jotted some notes and went to a fresh page.
Let's talk about the Harris kids. What first brought the situation in the Harris home to your attention?
She hesitated. I believe we received a complaint.
You mean a hotline complaint?
Yes.
So you don't know from whom?
No.
It was not from the attorneys for Mrs. Brandon?
Jefferson was right on top of that.
Objection!
Corrigan pointed his finger at Jefferson.
This isn't a courtroom, and you aren't the judge, Mr. Jefferson.
I resent the question.
Do you want to answer it?
Don't be impertinent. Corrigan turned back to Miss Bledsoe.
Miss Bledsoe, to the best of your knowledge, did you receive the complaint from anyone connected with this lawsuit?
Absolutely not, she said with great indignity.
Not from any of the attorneys for Mrs. Brandon?
No.
How about Mrs. Brandon herself?
No.
All right. Now, I'm sure you've had abundant opportunity to talk to Ruth and Josiah?
Oh, yes.
Have they reported any abuse of any kind from their father?
Yes, they have.
Tom looked up at that remark.
Corrigan pressed it.
Okay. What abuse?
Frequent spankings with a wooden spoon.
I take it you had reason to believe that these spankings were not administered in a loving and controlled manner?
They were administered, Mr. Corrigan, and that, to me, is abuse.
All right. Any other abuse toward the children?
He doesn't let them watch television.
Corrigan remained deadpan and scribbled that down. Were you aware that Mr. Harris doesn't even own a television set?
Yes. His children told me.
Were they complaining about it?
I think they were. I took it that way. They're captivated by the simplest programs as if they've never seen anything like it before. They know so little about what's going on in our culture. Their lives are far too sheltered for their proper social development.
And that is your professional opinion?
Yes, of course.
And what about direct evidence of any physical abuse? Did anyone see any bruises on the children, any signs that something was amiss?
Well, of course. Ruth had a large bump on her head.
It was all Tom could do to remain quiet. Corrigan asked, I take it the anonymous hotline caller reported that bump?
Of course.
Did Ruth ever say where she got that bump?
Miss Bledsoe assumed an even stiffer posture and answered, We're still investigating, and until that investigation is complete, the matter is strictly confidential.
I would think the bump is a matter of public record, said Corrigan. You realize, of course, that the children have told their father, in your presence, where that bump came from?
But remember, Mr. Corrigan, that it was their father they were talking to. Out of fear, a child can tell a tale to avoid further abuse.
Corrigan indulged in a quick sigh of frustration. Ms. Bledsoe, why do I get the impression that you don't really have a concrete reason for holding the children in custody in a strange home and environment away from their own home and father?
Miss Bledsoe made a visible effort to keep her cool. We have suspicions, Mr. Corrigan, and suspicions are enough reason. We are still working with the children. We have ways of drawing out the truth eventually. The children do want to tell us everything, but are often afraid.
So you do believe that Ruth and Josiah mean to be truthful?
Yes.
And yet you won't accept Ruth and Josiah's account of your near collision with a blue pickup truck and their claim that it was in that near mishap that Ruth sustained the bump on her head?
She grimaced in disgust at the question. That's an entirely different matter. You can't trust children to be reliable witnesses in such things.
So they are reliable witnesses only when their testimony confirms your prior suspicions.
Jefferson started getting ruffled.
Corrigan spoke first. You don't have to answer that. Corrigan pulled out a photograph and placed it in front of her. Have you ever seen this woman? Bledsoe looked at the picture of Sally Rowe and did her best to draw a blank.
No, I don't think so.
Any chance that she was the driver of that pickup? Objection, said Ames. You haven't established that there even was a pickup. Miss Bledsoe, did you have a near-miss encounter with a blue pickup while driving the Harris children away from the Harris home?
No, I did not.
With any vehicle of any color?
No.
Corrigan pointed at the picture of Sally Rowe. You said you've never seen this woman before. Have you ever seen this picture before? She hesitated.
I may have.
Where?
I don't recall.
Do you recall tearing up some photographs that were in Josiah Harris's possession during the children's last visit with their father? She was clearly uncomfortable.
Oh, I tore up something. I'm not sure what it was.
Corrigan took back the picture. Let's talk about your driving record. Any moving violations in the past 3 years? Now she hesitated.
What do you mean?
Traffic tickets, citations.
I believe so.
According to the Department of Motor Vehicles, you've had 5 speeding violations in the past 3 years. Is that true?
If that's what they say.
You've also been cited twice for failing to stop at a stop sign, correct?
I don't see what this has to do with anything.
Corrigan insisted. Correct? She sighed.
Yes.
You've had to change insurance companies 3 times?
I don't know.
Jefferson blurted. I think you're badgering the witness, Mr. Corrigan. I am through with this witness, Mr. Jefferson. Corrigan folded up his notes, relaxed, and smiled. Thank you very much for coming, Miss Bledsoe. Thanks to all of you. Bledsoe and the 2 lawyers felt no need to hang around socially, and the court reporter had another appointment. In no time at all, Corrigan, Mark, and Tom were alone in the conference room. Well? Asked Tom. Corrigan wanted to be sure Bledsoe and the others were gone. He leaned over to look out through the door. The coast was clear. He sat down and thought for a moment, looking through his notes. Well, she's lying like a rug, and it shouldn't be too hard to trap her on the witness stand. Mark asked, What about Marshall's theory? She's connected to this whole thing, isn't she? She's working for them. Corrigan thought for just a moment, and then nodded. Now, the evidence is still circumstantial, but there's a connection all right, and she's working hard to cover it up. That's one reason she's being so stiff-necked with your kids, Tom. They're witnesses. If you want to hear my latest theory, I'd say she was brought in just to discredit you, but then crossed paths with Sally Rowe with the children as witnesses, which complicated everything. Now she not only has to keep the kids quiet about seeing Sally Rowe, she also has to keep them quiet about having that near accident in the first place, and Ruth's bump isn't going to make that easy.
My children are like hostages,
said Tom angrily. Mark was fuming as well.
She's connected with Mulligan, then. She's helping him protect that whole suicide story.
Corrigan leafed through his notes. The more we get into this, I think the more we're going to find that everybody's connected with everybody else. And don't forget Parnell, the coroner. In order to get the whole thing dismissed as a suicide, he'd have to be part of this, too. Mark looked at his watch.
We'd better pray for Marshall and Ben. They're talking to him right now.
Joey Parnell was not happy at all when he opened his front door to find Marshall Hogan and the recently jobless Ben Cole standing there. "Hi," said Marshall. "Sorry to bother you at home. Apparently you forgot our appointment." He had trouble looking them in the eye.
I'm sorry. My secretary was supposed to call you. I'm sick today.
"She did tell us that," said Ben. "But only after we sat there and waited for half an hour."
Oh,
I am sorry.
Well, perhaps some other time.
You'd better have your secretary call the West Haven Medical Association, too, said Marshall. I saw the ad in the paper, and I just talked to them. They're still expecting you to speak at their conference in an hour. Is that why you're wearing your dress shoes and slacks? Asked Ben. Looks like you're getting dressed to go somewhere. Parnell became angry. What business do you have snooping into my daily affairs? Marshall reached into a manila envelope. This might help to answer that. He produced a photograph and showed it to Parnell. Mr. Parnell, to the best of your knowledge and expertise, is this the woman who committed suicide at the Potter farm several weeks ago? He didn't want to look at the picture. Listen, guys, I do have some other things to do, and I have to get ready. Now, if you'll excuse me. Just give us a minute, said Ben. Please. Marshall showed him the picture again. Take a good look. We've checked around with several witnesses who have positively identified her. We have fingerprints, a rap sheet, the whole thing. Is this Sally Rowe? He looked at the picture for a moment. Yeah, sure it is. I remember her. Death by strangulation. She hung herself. Just checking, said Marshall. Parnell turned away from the door. Now, if that's all— Mr. Parnell, said Marshall, that was a picture of my sister. Parnell's face went blank and suddenly pale. His hands were starting to shake. Marshall continued, I figured since you live in West Haven, you probably would know what the real Sally Rowe looked like. And now it's obvious you've never seen her dead either. Parnell was speechless. He kept looking down, then at the door, then inside the house, then at Marshall and Ben. The poor guy was acting like a cornered animal. Ben asked, Can you tell us who the dead woman really was? I can't tell you anything, he finally blurted. Just go away. Get out of here. He slammed the door. Marshall and Ben walked back toward their car. Did you see that? Asked Marshall. That guy is scared, said Ben. Kate's afternoon had been, in a way, informative. At least she was being informed in a most frustrating way how difficult it was to ever see a bona fide copy of the Finding the Real Me curriculum for fourth graders. She stopped by the office at the elementary school to meet with Mr. Woodard, the principal, and look at the curriculum. Mr. Woodard wasn't there. She found him down the hall, whereupon he had a sudden recollection of their appointment. Then the curriculum was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't understand whatever happened to it. He told her to talk to Miss Brewer. Miss Brewer was with her class, and could not be disturbed, but would call her. Miss Brewer never called. Then Kate called Jerry Mason, a member of the school board, and most likely a member of Life Circle.
Well, I think the teacher should have a copy, he said.
Kate was getting tired of that line. No, she doesn't. I've already checked with her, and she referred me to Mr. Woodard, who then referred me back to Miss Brewer.
Well, I don't have a copy.
I was just wondering if you might, since you did approve the curriculum for the elementary grades.
But do you have a child taking that curriculum?
No, I'm just trying to see a copy of it.
Well, there aren't that many around, and I don't think anyone who wants to can just drop in any time and see it. We prefer to work with only the parents. You probably should make an appointment.
Kate ran around the mulberry bush a few more times with Jerry Mason, and then called Betty Hanover, another school board member.
Say, listen, Betty said. We've been through all this before with the religious fringe. The community has decided they like the curriculum, and we'd just as soon have some peace now, all right?
John Kendall was no better.
Did you ask Miss Brewer? It's the teachers who are supposed to be in charge of it. They ought to be able to help you out.
Kate put down the phone and checked off another name. Then she let out a mock scream. If for no other reason, the curriculum had to be worth seeing simply because so many people were going to such great lengths to keep it hidden. Another letter. It was just like the other ones. Same envelope, same handwriting, same thick letter inside on lined notebook paper. Lucy grabbed it out of the pile of incoming mail and slipped it quickly into her pocket. Where were all these letters coming from? If this was a joke, it was certainly a long-lived joke, and not at all funny. If it wasn't a joke, and these letters really were from Sally Rowe, she didn't want to think about that. It was easier not to consider it at all and go on trusting all the people she now trusted. Debbie was nearby, sorting through the mail in another mailbag. She'd stopped working and seemed to be looking carefully at a mailing label on a magazine, but to Lucy it seemed like Debbie was watching her, but trying not to look like it. "Something wrong?" Lucy asked.
"Oh, no, nothing,"
Debbie answered, turning away and shoving the magazine into one of the mailboxes. They went on sorting the mail, and nothing more was said. But Debbie had seen the whole thing. Chapter 25. Wayne Corrigan had read Dr. Mandani's detailed report on Amber Brandon's condition. Most of it was so technical it would take another expert to refute it, if it was refutable. One thing was clear to even a lay reader of the document. Mandani held the Good Shepherd Academy responsible for Amber's troubles, and had a low opinion of Christianity. This deposition would not be easy. Mandani was a gentleman, however, and not unpleasant to deal with. He was in his 40s, of East Indian descent, well-dressed, well-mannered, professional. Attorneys Ames and Jefferson sat on either side of him, as they did Irene Bledsoe, but didn't seem quite as edgy for his sake as for Bledsoe's. Apparently they were sure Mandani could take care of himself. Corrigan started with some basics. "So, could you review for the record Amber's basic symptoms of trauma?" Mandani brought a few notes, but didn't seem to need them.
"Amber's behavior is typical of any child her age who has undergone extensive emotional trauma. Bedwetting, moodiness, occasional nausea, and frequent escapes into fantasy. A loss of reality, paranoia, the fear of unseen enemies, spooks, boogeymen, that sort of thing." "And you attribute all this to the environment at the Christian school?"
He smiled.
"Oh, not entirely. There could well be other factors, but the pervasive religious overtones of the school's curriculum would be, in my opinion, sufficient to exacerbate Amber's pre-existent emotional turmoils. The Christian doctrines of sin and of a God of wrath and judgment, as well as Christianity's imposition of guilt and accountability, would immediately assimilate into the child's pre-established identity structure, producing a whole new set of reasons for her to be insecure and fearful of her world."
"Have you discussed any of this with the pastor of the Good Shepherd Church, or with the headmaster of the school?"
"No, sir, I have not."
"So do you know for a fact that the school was imposing any kind of guilt or fear upon the child?"
"I have examined the child, and I know she went to the school. A clear connection is not hard to draw."
Corrigan made a few marks in the margin of his copy of Mandani's report. "Now, about this amethyst, this little pony that Amber becomes, what was the term you used?"
"Dissociative disorder, or hysterical neurosis, dissociative type."
Right. Could you explain just what that is?"
"Basically, it is a disturbance or alteration in the normally integrative functions of identity, memory, or consciousness."
"I'm going to need that in simpler terms, Doctor."
He smiled, thought for a moment, and then tried again. What Amber is displaying is what we call multiple personality disorder. It's a condition in which two or more distinct personalities exist within one person. This disorder is almost always brought on by some form of abuse, usually sexual or severe emotional trauma. The onset is almost invariably during childhood, but often is not discovered until later in life. Statistically, it occurs from 3 to 9 times more often in females than males.
I wanted to ask you about some of these complications you listed.
Mandani consulted his own copy of his report. Yes, complications, difficulties that can arise when this disorder manifests itself.
Corrigan scanned the list. External violence?
Yes, a total break with social norms of behavior, social inhibitions, blind rage, injury to others.
How about screaming, kicking, resisting authority?
Oh, yes.
Suicide attempts?
Very common.
How about Amber?
Mandani thought for a moment, then shook his head. Her case seems rather mild in that area.
Corrigan found another new word. What is coprolalia?
Violent, obscene language, usually involuntary.
Corrigan stopped on that one. Involuntary?
The victim has no control over what he or she says. The utterance is spontaneous and can include animal noises, growls, barking, hissing, and so forth.
How about blasphemy?
Corrigan felt the need to explain that.
Railings, obscenities, slanderous statements against a deity?
Yes, quite frequent.
And then there are altered states of consciousness?
Yes, trance states.
And according to your experience, this sort of thing is usually, or almost always, brought on by severe emotional trauma or sexual abuse?
That is correct.
And this is your assumption regarding the Good Shepherd Academy?
It is.
But you haven't talked to the school personnel about this?
No.
I see.
Corrigan jotted some notes and read a few more notes.
The press seems to have some firm opinions about what went on at the school, and they've said some pretty rough things about Tom Harris. Have they gotten any of their information from you, Doctor?
I have not spoken to them personally, no.
Corrigan raised an eyebrow. But it's reasonable to think that your opinions, in some form or another, have gotten into the hands of the press?
He didn't seem too happy to have to answer. I believe so.
How about the Child Protection Department?
Mandani looked at the lawyers. They didn't seem too distressed. The CPD received a complete copy of my report, and I have consulted with them on a regular basis.
To Corrigan, that was not a complete surprise, but he could still feel a tinge of anger. So they must think the Academy's quite a dangerous place for children.
You would have to ask them.
Corrigan's voice rose just a little. What did you tell them?
Mandani balked at the question. What did I tell them?
You've regularly consulted with them. Have you led them to believe the school is a dangerous place for children?
I can't tell you what they believe.
Corrigan let the question go. Then I suppose by the same token you can't explain why there hasn't been an all-out investigation of the school and its personnel, and of every parent who has their child enrolled there.
Mandani only shrugged. That is not my responsibility to know. I don't make the decisions.
Would the CPD representative you've regularly consulted with happen to be Irene Bledsoe?
Yes.
Corrigan said nothing in response to that. He just wrote it down. Have you ever heard of a Miss Nancy Brewer, 4th grade teacher at the Bacon's Corner Elementary School?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of the Finding the Real Me curriculum that Miss Brewer teaches to her 4th grade class?
No, sir.
Then you are not aware, Doctor, that Miss Brewer regularly teaches the children to relax, achieve susceptible states of consciousness, and contact inner guides? The question grabbed Mandani's interest, but he still had to reply, "No." "Were you aware that prior to Amber's enrollment at the Christian school, she was a student in Miss Brewer's class and went through that curriculum?" That grabbed Mandani's interest even more. His expression became a little grim. "I was not aware of that." "Are you familiar with a local organization called Life Circle?" "Yes." "Are you aware that they regularly practice consciousness-altering techniques such as yoga, meditation, and—" Corrigan paused, and then hit the term with emphasis. "Trance-channeling?" "I am aware of that." "Are you aware that Lucy Brandon and her daughter Amber are both closely involved with that group and its practices?" "Yes." Corrigan wasn't expecting all these affirmative answers. He was a little shocked. "Then can you please explain to me, Doctor, just how you can be so sure that only the Good Shepherd Academy is to be blamed for Amber's abnormal behavior?" He smiled. "I do not blame the Academy for Amber's behavior. I blame it for the trauma that precipitated the behavior." Corrigan had to get a grip on himself. This man was starting to bother him. "But in light of what is happening at the elementary school and at Life Circle, can you agree that such behavior as Amber's can be taught and conditioned in a young child without severe trauma?" Mandani laughed. "Oh, since you are asking me, I will tell you that I do not recognize the validity of anything that may be happening at the elementary school or at Life Circle. I look upon these things as highly subjective, even religious matters, something I prefer not to approach clinically." "So Amber's behavior, in your opinion, must indicate severe emotional trauma as its only cause?" "That is what I have written, and that is my opinion." Corrigan stopped for a moment. He was frustrated, but tried not to show it. He went back to some other notes he'd jotted on the report. "So, Doctor, between the Christians, the Life Circlers, Miss Brewer, and even Amber, it looks like we have a lot of different opinions as to what this amethyst really is." "I am not responsible for any opinion other than my own," the doctor interjected. "Would you agree that Amber is able to communicate with this, whatever it is?" "That is not untypical for a dissociative. The different personalities are often aware of each other, will often converse, and sometimes even disagree and argue." "And it's normal for Amber to blink out and not remember the passing of time when Amethyst is manifesting herself?" "That is quite typical." "How about special knowledge? Is it possible for Amethyst to know information that Amber could not possibly know or have prior opportunity to learn?" Mandani hesitated. "I am not sure I can answer that. The disorder does present a lot of questions at times." "Such as?" "Oh, my colleagues and I have always been mystified by that one trait you mentioned, special knowledge. Some would call it clairvoyance or ESP. But another phenomenon we often find in this disorder is an actual physiological change in the person affected. The normal personality may not need eyeglasses at all, while the alternate personality does. Or both may wear glasses, but the prescription will be quite different. The blood pressures can be different, or the reaction to certain medications. The bleeding and clotting rates can be different, and we've even noted a clear and measurable change in the blood composition." Corrigan wrote it all down. "Any explanations, Doctor?" Mandani shook his head and smiled. "There is still much we do not know about ourselves, Mr. Corrigan." Corrigan had heard enough. He was ready for the next witness. "How would you feel if I talked to Amber about all this? Would she be willing to talk about it?" Mandani considered that. "I don't see that it would do any harm, provided you limit yourself to reasonable questions and behavior toward the child." "Well, I was thinking I'd like to have our own psychologist examine Amber as well." Suddenly, Jefferson jumped on that. "No, Corrigan, forget it. That isn't going to happen." Corrigan knew he'd hit a nerve somewhere.
Hey, come on. Dr. Mandani doesn't seem to think it'll hurt.
Ames was really hot about it.
"You're not going anywhere near that child. She's suffered enough."
Corrigan turned to Dr. Mandani.
How about it, Doctor? Think it'd be okay?
Mandani looked at the attorneys and caught the meaning in their eyes.
"Well, I suppose not, Mr. Corrigan. I suppose it would be harmful."
You suppose?
"It would be harmful."
"Forget it," said Jefferson.
Fat chance,
thought Corrigan. Chapter 26. Before Sally noticed, she was writing by the light of the overhead lamp above her seat, and not by the daylight coming in through the window. It was getting late. The hazy red twilight was giving way to the deepening gray of night, and now the farms and fields rushing by outside were beginning to hide behind the reflection of her own face. The rhythmic rocking of the rail car and click-click clacking of the tracks had a lulling effect, a dulling effect, and she was feeling sleepy. It would be another day or so before she would reach her destination and revisit old Bentmore University. Her stomach turned with fear at every thought of it. These would be the powerful people, the influential ones, the molders of education and educators. If the people at Omega remembered her, undoubtedly she would be remembered at Bentmore. But still, she had to go. She had to see that place again.
So, my stay in room 302 in Fairwood was suddenly ended, and I am on the road, riding the rails, actually, once again, with only my duffel bag and my life as possessions. I don't mean to sound flippant, but running for my life is a whole new experience for me. First of all, I've never done it, and secondly, I never thought I would be running from the people I once trusted and admired so deeply. One of the hardest lessons I have had to learn is that the utopian dream of a new world order is not without its dark side, its power-mongers, schemers, manipulators, and killers. Behind all the Mrs. Dennings and Miss Brewers who dream of refining and guiding mankind, there are the Mr. Steeles, who dream of subjugating and controlling mankind. The Dennings and Brewers work hard to prepare all mankind for a global community. The Steeles look forward to running it. And then there are the Sally Rows, who get caught in the middle, disillusioned by the idyllic dreams of the Dennings and Brewers, and trying to stay out from under the crushing boot of the Steeles. Perhaps they're the ones the Steeles fear the most. They know all the tenets, but no longer believe in the faith. They can get in the way more effectively than anyone. She paused and looked at her reflection in the window, a tired face with the blackness of night behind it, and it occurred to her what sorts of allegories she would have drawn from such a picture only a few days ago, or even yesterday. She could have written about the blackness of her soul, or the great void that lay beyond the visible Sally Row, or the transience of her life, nothing more than a fleeting reflection on a thin pane of glass, here during the night, but gone by morning. Oh, it was great stuff, but for some reason she just didn't feel that way. Something deep inside her was still changing, like a gradual and steady clearing of the weather. Tom, remember my last letter, when I talked about guilt? I haven't forgotten any of those thoughts. As a matter of fact, they're still churning in my head, and I don't know where they will eventually carry me. Since I last wrote, I did come up with one challenging proposition about guilt, that it could be a fact and not just a feeling. I'm sure you know how much the rest of us despise that one aspect of Christianity, the classic guilt trip. If I recall the jargon correctly, we are all sinners. We are all guilty. Religion has always been, in my perception, one big guilt trip, and no one wants to feel guilty. That's why my friends and I spent so much time and energy concocting a universe in which right and wrong did not exist. If there is no right or wrong, there's no need to feel guilty about anything. Now for the wrench in the works, first thrown in this morning. The possibility of guilt as a fact, and not just a feeling. If, and I emphasize the word if, there is a fixed standard of right and wrong, of offense, as I've said, then it is possible to be guilty of an offense, all feelings of guilt aside. I can be on the wrong side of the fence and be in the wrong regardless of how I feel about it. Please bear with me if I state the obvious. I have the distinct fear that you got all this clear in your own mind when you were a child and are getting bored, but please bear with me. I have to think it through, and it helps to do it on paper. Let's say I rob a bank. That makes me guilty of robbery. Let's say I don't feel guilty about it. If robbery can be established as wrong, then I'm still guilty of robbery regardless of how I feel. The feeling, or lack of feeling, does not change the fact. So, reflecting on what I've learned through the years in the humanist and mystic camps, I see that much of it was an attempt to escape from guilt through philosophy, meditation, drugs, etc., etc. But now I have to ask, what exactly have I been trying to escape? The feelings or the fact? I've been able to escape the feelings for a season. The feelings you can bury, suppress, deny, or talk yourself out of. But what can change or erase the fact? So far, I haven't thought of a thing.
Wayne Corrigan had mixed feelings about Thursday's deposition. He felt prepared in some ways, and in other ways he was sure he and his volunteer crew of investigators had not yet scratched the surface of what Lucy Brandon and her lawsuit were really all about. But here she sat, the plaintiff herself, dressed up in a gray pantsuit, flanked by Ames and Jefferson, ready to hold forth and looking nervous. Mark and Tom were present again, and Corrigan had plenty of notes for reference. They went over old ground first, rehashing the offenses against Amber at the Christian school. Lucy seemed to have a much better grasp of the details than Irene Bledsoe displayed.
He would often grab Amber by her shoulders and shake her until she produced the answer he wanted, she said.
Can you give us an example?
Corrigan asked.
Well, she told me once about Mr. Harris trying to get Amber saved, and he was quite forceful about it, shaking her, insisting that she say that Jesus was her Savior. She just wanted to say that he was her example, or her friend, or her guide, but that wasn't good enough for him. He shook her, yelled at her, and really upset her. Then he made her stay in during recess until she changed her attitude. It was horrible. She cried about it all that evening. It was all I could do to get her to go back to the school the next day.
Tom jotted a note to himself. This testimony was a blatant lie, but it was not surprising. He'd heard Amber use the same truth-stretching whenever she tattled.
This is, of course, Amber's account?
Asked Corrigan.
Yes, it's what she told me.
And you were not a witness to this?
No, but I believe my daughter.
Did you ever discuss this with Mr. Harris?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
She had to search for an answer.
Oh, I guess my mind was on other matters, and it didn't seem important at the time.
But it seems important now.
Why, yes.
Corrigan showed her a document.
This is your signature on this parental agreement form, correct?
She looked at it.
Yes.
And if you'll notice paragraph 9 on this form, it states that you have read the student-parent handbook and agree to all it contains. Did you read the handbook,
And did you agree to all it contained? Lucy was quite reluctant to answer.
Yes.
Corrigan checked some records. Is it true that Amber was paddled on March 25th, and that Mr. Harris informed you about it that evening by telephone?
Yes.
And is it true that at the time you approved of the spanking?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has Amber ever been spanked since then?
No.
So, just to make sure I have this straight, you are suing the school for physical abuse by spanking, but as far as you know there was only one incident of spanking, and you approved of it beforehand when you signed the parental agreement, and also at the time the spanking was administered? Do I have that right? She was unhappy, but answered truthfully.
Yes, that's right.
Were you aware of the infraction for which Amber was spanked? Lucy thought for a moment.
I think she was being disruptive in class.
Corrigan didn't want to go into the next subject, but he had to. Do you recall the nature of the disruption? Do you remember Mr. Harris describing it to you? Lucy stumbled with an answer.
She was being noisy, playing at her desk.
Corrigan dove in. Well, let's just go ahead and talk about Amethyst. Lucy brightened with recollection.
Oh,
do you recall now that Amber was spanked because she was portraying Amethyst in the classroom and disturbing the class, and not heeding Mr. Harris's orders to stop that behavior?
Yes.
Mrs. Brandon, we've heard a lot of opinions about who or what Amethyst really is. Who or what is Amethyst, in your opinion?
Lucy looked down at the table, thought about the question, even laughed just a little, and then shook her head. I'm not sure. I guess she's just a character that Amber made up. But, well, Dr. Mandani said it's possibly an alternate personality, but I don't know.
Are you affiliated in any way with a fellowship group in the Bacon's Corner area called Life Circle?
Yes.
Isn't it true that that group holds to a belief in channeling and spirit guides? She laughed, but it was a nervous laugh.
Well, we embrace a lot of different beliefs. We all have our own opinions about channeling. I guess ultimately we don't question it, we just experience it.
Would you say that Amber was channeling Amethyst?
Oh, she could be channeling, or she could be pretending she's channeling, or... Well, I don't know. There are many different views. It's really something to be experienced for what good can be derived from it. It's not to be questioned.
Have you ever considered that Amethyst could be a spirit?
The term seemed to shock her. A spirit?
Yes, a spirit guide, or an ascended master, or a disembodied entity from the astral plane. Those are familiar terms to you, aren't they?
She smiled, impressed. You know a lot about this sort of thing, don't you?
Corrigan smiled back pleasantly. Well, I try to do my homework. But do you think Amethyst could be a spirit guide? Is that possible?
She furrowed her brow and looked down at the table, struggling with such a thought. Some believe that. I still don't know what to think.
Corrigan scribbled in his notepad. At any rate, on March 28th, Mr. Harris and Amethyst had a confrontation. Do you recall hearing about that?
Yes. Mr. Harris called me at the post office. It sounded serious, so I came over.
Did he tell you what happened?
Yes. He said that Amber had been... Oh, I can't remember how he put it, but he basically told me that they thought she had a demon and tried to cast it out of her. I was outraged. I'd never heard of such a thing.
You've never heard of casting out demons? She answered bitterly.
That's strictly a Christian idea, an invention of organized religion, and I resent that it was imposed upon my daughter. Channeling is a gift, a special ability. It has nothing to do with religion.
But you do understand that the Bible teaches otherwise. Lucy was angry and hurt.
Mr. Corrigan, she's just a child with a special gift. She doesn't have to explain her gift to me or defend what she's experiencing. I've never singled her out or harassed her. I've just loved her, accepted her, and just let her have her gift for whatever good it can do for her and for the rest of us. She's just a child, not a theologian or a scholar or a priest or a lawyer. And what power does a 10-year-old child have to stand up against—
She hesitated, but then spewed out the words,
against hard-nosed, prejudiced, religious adults in that school who abuse their power and their size, who have no tolerance and no understanding, who just attack her, pounce on her, scream at her, and accuse her of being possessed.
She buried her face in her hands for a moment. Corrigan was just about to call for a recess, but then she recovered and finished her statement.
They just had no right to treat my daughter that way, to single her out and persecute her just for being different.
Corrigan figured it was time to go on to the next question.
When you came to the school, what did you find? How was Amber?
Lucy thought for a while, recalling it.
She was sitting in the school office, and she looked awful. She was very tired, and I remember she was wet with perspiration, and her hair was all uncombed. She was upset, moody. When I took her home, I found that her body was bruised in several places, like she'd been in a terrible wrestling match. I was just shocked.
Lucy's emotions began to rise.
I couldn't believe such a thing could happen to my daughter, and at a Christian school where— Well, I once believed that a Christian school of all places would be a good place for Amber, a safe place. I didn't think that Christians would stoop to such behavior, but they did.
Corrigan spoke gently to her.
Mrs. Brandon, was it Amber as Amber who remembered the incident? Could she tell you what happened?
Lucy was still composing herself.
I don't think she's ever been able to talk to me directly about it. She has to be Amethyst to talk about it.
So it was Amethyst who told you what happened?
Amber, pretending to be Amethyst, or channeling Amethyst, yes.
Corrigan thought for a moment.
Mrs. Brandon, whenever Amber becomes Amethyst, after she stops being Amethyst, does she remember anything that Amethyst said or did?
Lucy smiled a little sheepishly.
Well, she says she doesn't.
All right. At any rate, that incident occurred on March 28th, but you didn't take Amber out of the school until April 20th. Can you explain why, after such an outrageous incident and such selective, prejudicial behavior toward Amber, you still kept your child enrolled at the school? Obviously you consulted a lawyer during the interim.
Yes.
Corrigan produced a photocopied handwritten record.
Part of the discovery materials included this photocopy of a journal you kept. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
So between March 28th and April 20th, you kept detailed records on the school.
Corrigan leafed through the many photocopied pages.
You kept track of all the lessons, the Bible verses for each day, the discipline problems, the Bible projects. Quite a detailed account.
Yes.
So isn't it true that you kept this record all this time with Amber still enrolled because you fully intended to bring this lawsuit against the school?
Jefferson jumped on that. I object, Counselor. That's a matter of speculation and conjecture. There's a total lack of foundation.
So let's get some foundation. Mrs. Brandon, sometime after March 28th, didn't you consult a friend at Life Circle for legal advice regarding these matters?
Lucy even shrugged a little.
Yes.
Was it Claire Johansson, legal assistant to Mr. Ames and Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
And what was the result of that conversation?
The result?
Didn't you decide at that time to pursue a lawsuit against the school?
I think so.
You think so?
Well, yes, I did.
And in preparation for the lawsuit,
You began keeping this detailed record of everything happening at the school, correct? Lucy was chagrined. Yes. All right. Now, having established that, let me ask this question. Since you kept Amber enrolled at the school despite the outrageous behavior demonstrated against her, is it possible that gaining more material for your lawsuit was more important to you than your own daughter's well-being? I'll definitely object to that, said Jefferson. And I'll drop the question, said Corrigan, unruffled. He looked at his notes. Does Amber still become Amethyst from time to time? Lucy smiled as she reluctantly admitted, Yes, she still does. Was she displaying this kind of behavior even before she enrolled at the Christian school? Yes. Is it true that she learned to create or visualize Amethyst in her 4th grade class at the Bacon's Corner Elementary School, a class taught by a Miss Brewer? Yes. Miss Brewer is a wonderful teacher. Corrigan paused. Then why did you transfer Amber to the Christian school? Lucy seemed a little embarrassed. Oh, I thought her time in the elementary school had served its purpose. Amber was fulfilling her potential and discovering herself, yes, but she wasn't learning much else. A little weak in academics. A little. I thought some balance would be good for her. A wider realm of experience. I understand. Corrigan went to another matter. Do you recall an incident at the post office several weeks ago when Amber, as Amethyst, had a confrontation with a patron in the lobby? Lucy was visibly disturbed by that question. How did you find out about that? Do you recall it? Yes. Does Amber recall it? No. She was Amethyst at the time, and now she doesn't remember any of it. She doesn't remember it? No. Is it true that Amber, as Amethyst, became very aggressive toward the patron? Lucy was sickened by the memory, and perhaps by the question. Yes. She circled the patron, struck her several times? I did see her hit the lady, yes. Did Amber, as Amethyst, make loud, screaming accusations against the lady? Yes. Would you say that Amber's behavior was violent, uncontrolled? She didn't want to admit it. Yes. So violent that the lady was forced to flee from the lobby? Lucy was getting upset. The memory was a painful, perplexing wound. That's what happened. I couldn't get Amber to stop. I was just so embarrassed. Did Amber know this woman? No. I just don't know how she could have. And as far as you know, the woman did nothing to provoke this attack? No. Do you recall what Amethyst was screaming? Lucy's eyes dropped to the table. She rested her forehead on her fingers. She was saying something about the woman's baby, saying, "You killed your baby." Do you know who the woman was? I don't know. I think so. Corrigan took out a photograph and showed it to her. Is this the woman? Jefferson jumped in. Really, I don't see what this has to do with anything. Corrigan just gave him a correcting look, and he remained quiet. Is this the woman? Lucy stared at the grainy photograph. Her face answered the question before she said it. Yes. Do you know who this woman is? She seemed to give in. Her name is Sally Rowe. She was a patron at the post office, but that's all I know about her. And she committed suicide just a few weeks ago. Isn't that true? Lucy lashed back. That wasn't Amber's fault. Corrigan paused just a little at that outburst, then said, We're not saying it was. Now, you heard Amber, whatever, accuse Sally Rowe of killing her baby, correct? Asked and answered, said Jefferson. Just trying to be sure, said Corrigan. Yes, I did, said Lucy. Were you aware that Sally Rowe had a criminal record? It was obviously news to Lucy Brandon.
No.
Corrigan produced some documents. This is a copy of her criminal record, and here are some news clippings. You'll notice the highlighted areas. She was convicted of first-degree murder 10 years ago. As you can see here, and here, and on this news story here, she was found guilty of the drowning death of her baby daughter. He waited for it all to sink in and watched the blood drain from Lucy Brandon's face. Obviously, your daughter, as Amethyst, was correct in her accusations against Sally Rowe in the lobby of the post office. To the best of your knowledge, was there any way that Amber could have known about Sally Rowe's past? Lucy could hardly speak.
No, I didn't even know about it.
Can you explain, then, how Amethyst knew about it? Lucy took time to answer only because it was difficult.
No.
She tried to do better.
Psychic ability, maybe.
On whose part, Amber's or Amethyst's?
Lucy shook her head, quite flustered. I don't know. I don't understand these things. But it can happen in channeling.
So Amber was channeling?
Yes, I guess she was.
And apparently this special gift of hers has a rather violent side to it?
I don't know.
You did have quite a wrestling match with Amethyst, didn't you? It was several minutes before you could get your daughter under control.
Yes.
And when the incident was finally over, would you say your daughter was wet with perspiration? Probably disheveled, tired, moody, maybe even bruised a little? Lucy was reluctant to answer that. Corrigan pressed it. Wasn't that her general condition?
I suppose so.
And during the scuffle, didn't you refer to your daughter as Amethyst? She looked puzzled. Corrigan asked it another way. Didn't you wrestle with your daughter and say words to the effect, Amethyst, you stop this? Amethyst, calm down? Lucy's voice was barely audible.
I suppose I did.
Just who were you talking to? Lucy didn't appreciate that question.
My daughter.
Which one? Lucy hesitated, so Corrigan built on the question. You've already stated that Amber has no recollection of the incident, and normally does not remember anything that Amethyst says or does. You have admitted that Amber was channeling. Would it be correct to say that it was Amethyst and not Amber who was displaying all this aggressive behavior?
But it was my daughter.
But a different and separate personality, correct? Lucy stared at him. She was thinking about it. Corrigan could sense Ames and Jefferson getting more and more tense. Correct? Corrigan asked again.
Yes,
she said finally.
I think that's correct.
So, if someone, even yourself, should ever confront Amethyst, they would actually be confronting a personality other than your daughter.
I guess so. Maybe.
Ames and Jefferson did not like that answer. No doubt they would have quite a conference with Lucy Brandon when this was over. Corrigan decided it was time for a provocative benediction. So, does it seem so strange to you now that Mr. Harris might also have had a similar encounter, not with your daughter Amber, but with Amethyst, a separate personality, a violent struggle, a wrestling match, a demonstrative confrontation? Can you imagine what it must have been like for him to have Amethyst behave in the classroom as she behaved in the post office lobby, screaming, hitting, and producing information that Amber, as Amber, could not possibly know? Can you understand now what conclusion a biblical Christian would come to when confronted with a violent, uncontrollable, alternate personality in a young, innocent child? He didn't need an answer, and he didn't wait for one. Thank you, Mrs. Brandon. I know this has been difficult for you. That's all for now.
This ends Disc 10. Please change to Disc 11. Disc 11.
I know this has been difficult for you. That's all for now. Chapter 27. Bentmore University was nestled, almost hidden, within the tight, red-brick grid of a major metropolis. In every direction it was just across the street from the noise, litter, traffic, and growing pains of the city. It had outlived the rise and fall of a low-income housing project on its north flank. On the west side, the delicatessens, tailors, and cleaners were now owned by third generations. On the east, the tugs still pulled their barges up and down the murky river, the rumble of their engines audible across the campus when the wind was right. On the south, several new apartments had become the only view in that direction, and now the streets down there were filled with big old cars driven by retired folks who drove slowly. In the center of it all, Bentmore lived on, standing firm and steadfast in red brick and white stone, its halls, dormitories, libraries, and labs evenly dispersed on the lawned terrain, its patterned brick sidewalks radiating like spokes from every entryway, crisscrossing and networking like trade routes to every point on the campus. To the human eye, Bentmore seemed an oasis of peace, reflection, and learning amid the hubbub of its surroundings. In the spiritual realm, the real trouble was within its borders, not outside them. Gilo met with Tal and his top warriors on the roof of the old North American Can Company, located just across the river from the campus. Beneath their feet, soup cans, juice cans, fruit cans, and sardine cans took shape and clattered by the windows in an endless rolling parade. Across the river, still veiled by the morning mist, old Bentmore was ominously quiet. Gilo stood beside Tal to give his report. He was nervous, agitated, ready for a fight, his hand resting on the handle of his sword. Some of their best are there, the great deceivers, the great builders of the enemy's coming kingdom, all supervised by a behemoth who calls himself Corruptor. I've heard of him, said Tal. He has power and great deceptive ability, but not much speed or wit in battle. An advantage, to be sure. If we remain stealthy, there is a lot we could do before he becomes aware of it. Nathan peered through the mist and thought he saw some hulking spirits gliding occasionally between the structures, but most of them were unseen. They remain hidden, tucked away inside the buildings. Very occupied, said Armith. Classes are in session. Corruptor is a bit comfortable at the moment, and off guard, said Gilo. But Destroyer is going to be another problem. He is on his way now, with all his forces. Then old Bentmore will be like a hive of hornets at rest. Merely shake the tree and— They will overrun us, said Tal. Destroyers, troublemakers in Bacon's Corner are doing well at this point. Our prayer cover is as weak as it's ever been, and we're left with seriously depleted numbers. Direct confrontations are going to be risky. We'll have to lean heavily on stealth and strategy. Gilo allowed himself a quick, stifled chuckle as he eyed the campus. I remind you all, they could eat us alive. The benches here and there on the campus were still wet with dew and mist, but Sally found a comfortable desk hidden away in the stacks of the research library. So far, she hadn't seen library staff that she recognized, and that set her a little more at ease. Thanks to a small cleaning shop on the west side of the campus, her better clothes, slacks, blouse, dress jacket, were cleaned and pressed. She'd replaced her wayfaring stranger ensemble with a more presentable outfit, and stashed her duffel bag, replacing it with a less obtrusive carry bag. She could recall looking sharp and professional 12 years ago, with carefully coordinated outfits and her hair tightly pinned. Today the best she could look was casual, and 12 years older, with tinted glasses and dye-blackened hair pinned up as best as she could arrange it. She just had to hope she looked different enough from the Sally Rowe people would remember. Oh, I must have been so proud of my calling as an educator. As I sit here and observe the graduate students around this place, working toward their master's degrees just like I did, I can see the same pride in their faces. I can sense the same highbrow demeanor. To be honest, I see myself as I was back then. The old Bentmore mold has not broken. I can guess what they're thinking. They're world conquerors, missionaries for a bold message of global change. And I would say they are correct. Bentmore is still turning out great educators, great agents of change. They will be the teachers, the administrators, the principals, the authors, the lobbyists. A nation will follow them. They will restructure an entire culture. Sally checked her watch. It was after 9 in the morning. Someone should be in Professor Lynch's office by now, either his secretary or Lynch himself. This would be the greatest risk of all, but she must contact him. Of all people, he should have some of the answers she needed. She'd checked for his name and number in the campus directory, and, surprising as it was, after 12 years, Samuel W. Lynch was still head of the School of Education. As she remembered him, he was definitely fit for the position, always an imposing man of great knowledge, stature, and strength. A tall, athletic undergrad had just finished using the payphone on the wall behind her. She grabbed the opportunity. She would try to get an appointment with Lynch, perhaps during his office hours. All she could hope was that the man was not as brilliant as she remembered him to be. Perhaps he wouldn't recall who she was. Wayne Corrigan and Gordon Jefferson, the ACFA attorney, were never going to be good friends. That was readily apparent.
Mr. Jefferson, I'm simply saying that we have the right to confront our accuser.
Corrigan was feeling very forceful, and had his mouth so close to the receiver that Jefferson heard a roar every time Corrigan pronounced an S or an F. Jefferson came back just as firm, and even a little snide.
Your accuser, Mr. Corrigan, is Lucy Brandon, not Amber, and you have already deposed Mrs. Brandon in such a harsh manner as to cause her terrible distress. We wouldn't think of putting Amber in the same situation.
We do not wish to cause Amber any grief, none at all. We'll work within restrictions, we'll be gentle. But so far everything we've heard, all the testimony, all the grievances, have come through either Lucy Brandon or Dr. Mandani. The real complainant in this case is neither of these people, but Amber herself.
Amber is not going to testify or be forced to go through a deposition. We will fight that, sir.
We must have Amber's direct testimony concerning the complaints brought against my clients.
It would be too traumatic for her. She's already so deeply wounded by these unfortunate events, we simply cannot allow her to be traumatized further by being put through the stress and pain of a deposition and a trial.
Then we want our psychologist to examine her. At least then we would have our own expert testimony to balance the testimony of Dr. Mandani.
Absolutely not. Amber is not to be involved in this case in any way. She must be kept separate from it. She must be protected from any further abuse and intimidation.
Corrigan sighed and looked across his desk at Marshall, who was closely listening and watching Corrigan's side of the conversation. Marshall made a ringing motion with his hands as if twisting an invisible arm and whispered,
"You stick it to him."
"I'm afraid we can't back down in this matter," Corrigan told Jefferson. "If you won't change your mind, then we'll ask the court to compel her availability and testimony."
"We've prepared for that," said Jefferson.
"Very well, then."
Corrigan hung up, and then he thought for a moment.
Maybe I pushed Lucy Brandon too hard. Now they're hiding Amber under a bushel.
Marshall nodded an emphatic nod.
Sure. Irene Bledsoe, Lucy Brandon, and this Dr. Mandani character can say all they want, but Amber's the key to this whole thing. As long as Amethyst is doing its stuff, Amber is going to be a real risk. Sure, if we can just get her on that stand or get her own expert to examine her. I mean, if we can just get Amethyst to manifest once, we could build an argument that Tom's behavior in confronting Amethyst was justified. He smiled. Wouldn't it be great if we could get Amethyst to tear up the courtroom? We could win this case. They know that. Well, we do know what happened in the post office, and that has them scared. We need to beef up that defense. We have Alice Buckmeyer's eyewitness account, but another witness would sure be nice, especially if Lucy decides to squirrel out of her deposed testimony somehow. Marshall answered, Well, there's still that other gal, Debbie, who works at the post office with Brandon. Alice says she was there, but I'm wondering where her loyalties might lie. We'll just hand her a subpoena and find out. And then there's the victim of Amethyst's attack. Corrigan nodded. Our greatest unsolved mystery. She's like a ghost, you know? Oh, we have pictures of her, eyewitness accounts of her, facts and information about her, but as far as what she has to do with this case, she's like a mirage. She simply isn't there. So, push this Amber thing. Go ahead and ask for a hearing. The ACFA could use a dose of their own medicine. If it doesn't do anything else for us, it'll buy us time. You never know when something big will break. Corrigan was captivated by the thought. Amber, we've got to get you on that stand. Claire Johansson got Dr. Mandani on the phone only minutes after Jefferson had hung up on Wayne Corrigan.
Doctor, your report is too weak.
Dr. Mandani was nonplussed, and also a little impatient. Now, which report is that? The first one, or the second one, or the second version of the first one? Claire made a disgusted face only because Dr. Mandani would not see it over the phone.
The first version of the second report, the one establishing that Amber is in too delicate a mental condition to be deposed or to testify.
And what do you mean when you say it is too weak?
It just doesn't have enough persuasiveness. It would be too easy for the defense to play down. Corrigan is going to ask for a hearing to decide whether or not Amber should be made to testify, and we need something stronger to present to the court.
Mandani paused a moment. He was clearly unhappy. Miss Johansson, we've been down this path before. You didn't think my first report was strong enough either.
Well, it's the way things go.
Miss Johansson, when you first brought me into this, I gave my fairest, most objective opinion regarding Amber's condition. I agreed with you and with the child's mother that the child had suffered harm. Why wasn't that enough? Claire was feeling the pressure from above and now from this doctor below.
Because, Dr. Mandani, in a court of law, an argument has to be forceful. It has to have overwhelming power to persuade. Your first version was too
factual? Mandani suggested. You would rather I lied and fabricated additional trauma just to win a court ruling?
Well, not fabricate, Doctor. Enhance, maybe. Just make your opinions more forceful.
Well, I feel I did that with my first report. I gave you what you wanted, and I think more than the facts warranted. Now, you want me to do that again? Claire hesitated. Then she snapped.
With the facts at hand, your second report could be enhanced. Make it stronger. Make it persuasive. It shouldn't be too hard to show how the stress on Amber would cause her permanent psychological harm.
Are you asking me to lie?
I'm asking you to use the facts. Be an advocate and protect Amber. She must not testify.
Sally got her appointment with Professor Samuel W. Lynch, and made it to his office on time at 6 in the evening. It was an odd hour, but he was usually in his office at this time anyway, and would be happy to see her. He had a new office now, on the second floor of Whitcomb Hall, the main hub of the Bentmore School of Education. Whitcomb Hall was a newer structure of steel, marble, and glass, and towered 10 stories over the rest of the campus. Apparently, Bentmore was proud of its contributions to education and wanted to display that pride in a big way. Room 210 was more than just a room. It was the whole north end of the floor, divided off by a wall of glass with impressive double doors. The secretary was working late as well, and could look through that glass wall from where she sat and see anyone coming down the hall. She saw Sally the moment Sally got off the elevator, but she didn't seem to linger on the sight too long. That was comforting. Sally pushed through the doors and tried to address the secretary from a distance.
"April Freeman, to see Professor Lynch."
The lady smiled and nodded.
"Yes, the woman from the register? That's me." "All right, fine."
She picked up her telephone and pressed a button.
"The lady from the register is here to see you."
She looked at Sally.
"He'll be right with you. Go ahead and have a seat."
Sally stood near the couch in the waiting area, but did not sit in it. She was too uncomfortable to sit and apt to run. The fib about being a reporter from the campus newspaper was working so far, but if anyone should think to call the Bentmore Register office to check on any of this, her disguise was history. Besides that, a man was already sitting there, and she'd caught him looking at her once, even though he was supposedly reading a magazine. Maybe he was reading that magazine, maybe he wasn't. What was he doing here at 6 in the evening? The way she felt right now, every person in that place was a potential killer. Her heart was pounding. If her hands shook much more, it would show. She tried to take some deep breaths to steady herself. "Miss Freeman!" That voice! After 12 years, she still remembered it. She turned. There stood Professor Samuel W. Lynch. Oh, that tremble was so great, it had to show. She stiffened her body to remain steady, forced a smile, and extended her hand.
"Hello."
He shook her hand. "A pleasure. Come this way." He turned, and she followed him back toward his office. This wasn't right. It wasn't 12 years later. It had to be 12 years ago. He hadn't changed. He was still the same distinguished, overweight, gray-haired gentleman, the same articulate pedagogue she'd admired. She would have recognized him anywhere. Was she as familiar to him? Hundreds of students must have passed through his life since she was last here. Surely her face would be lost behind all the others. He led her into his office and offered her a comfortable padded chair. She sat immediately and found herself looking up at just about everything. The book-lined walls in this room towered so high overhead that she felt she was sitting in the bottom of a deep well. The room was dead silent, like a crypt. Lynch took a seat behind his desk and relaxed for a moment, studying her face, his hands clasped in front of his chest. She looked back at him and tried to smile. She was beginning to feel the silence. This wasn't right. Someone should be saying something by now. "So you're with the Register?" he asked, still relaxed, leaning back in his chair.
"Yes, I just started this quarter."
"And what is your major?"
Economics."
He smiled. "Good enough. What do you think of Professor Parker?" Uh-oh. Was this a test? Who was Professor Parker? Was it a he or a she? Was Parker even alive? Sally fumbled.
"Oh, I still get the profs mixed up. I just transferred in."
He laughed. "No matter. You'll get to know them, and I'm sure they'll get to know you. You'll find we're a cordial institution, One big family. Where are you from, anyway? She was using a phony accent.
Oh, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Sally opened her notebook just for something to do, something to fill the awkward, empty time. Her mind had suddenly gone blank, as if a dark cloud had entered it. One moment she knew what she was going to say, and the next moment she felt that part of her brain had died. And Professor Lynch was just sitting there, not saying a word. Silence filled the room like deep water. The warm, stuffy air pressed in on all sides.
Well, I just wanted to ask you some questions,
Sally said, pulling a notebook from her carry bag and leafing through it. Where were the questions? She'd written several down, but now—
I'm just trying to find my questions. I had them here somewhere.
Don't be nervous, said Lynch. I won't bite you. She laughed. So he'd noticed.
Thank you. I'm still a bit new at this.
She found the questions.
Oh, here we go. I thought it would be interesting to track down a Bentmore success story and do an article about Owen Bennett.
He smiled. Ah, that would make an interesting story. Owen Bennett is a fascinating man.
He was a professor here for many years, I understand.
Oh, yes. But, say, would you excuse me for just a moment?
Certainly.
He rose from his chair and hurried from the room, leaving her alone in the bottom of this dark, oppressive well. The silence closed in again, heavier than ever. She had trouble breathing, as if her chest were collapsing, as if the air were too thick to inhale. It had to be her imagination, the stress, the nervousness. She closed her eyes and opened them again. The room still seemed dark, maybe darker. High above her, the walls holding hundreds of books on all those shelves looked like they were leaning more and more toward the center of the room. It was a wonder all the books, and some of them were massive, weren't sliding off the shelves and crashing down on her. At the same time, the ceiling, distant as it was, seemed to be receding even further away, making this well, this pit, this trap all the more deep. Sally closed her eyes. She did not want to believe that her old tormentors were lurking about. She could not accept that she might be trapped in this pit with them, with no escape, helpless, with no choice but to wait for the first clap of their invisible jaws. But try as she could not shake this presence. No, it wasn't the walls and the books that were closing in. These illusions were only born out of a devouring inner terror. There was something else oozing into this room, something from her childhood nightmares, that steady, unrelenting, slowly advancing thing of terror, that boogeyman, that monster, that unseen, voracious, undefeatable enemy she could never run fast enough to escape from. It was here somewhere, hiding behind the books, maybe wriggling through them, staring at her, watching her shrink into the chair, watching her tremble and sweat. Her palms were leaving wet patches on the arms of the chair. Her skin was crawling. She had to get out of here. She'd made a mistake. She'd walked into a death trap. This room was alive with evil, about to crush her. She saw it. A cry escaped from her throat before she could stop it. Just behind the desk, directly opposite from where she sat, a row of angry golden eyes glared at her from the bookshelf. Her own eyes blinked shut. She thought better of that and opened them again. They were still there, not moving, but no, they were not eyes. She exhaled slowly and tried with all her might to steady her emotions and her thoughts. She looked at them deliberately. She gazed at them, even challenged them. They were 4 golden symbols on the spines of 4 ornately bound volumes. They still seemed to be staring at her. She tried to stifle her imagination. She had to be objective about this.
She leaned toward them. They were faces. Ghastly, triangular faces, all staring, all seemingly snarling at her. Little gargoyles. Deep, vacant eyes, almost like sockets. Bared teeth. High, shining foreheads. Her heart began to race. Her mouth dropped open, and she stared, transfixed. With fingers numbed and fumbling, she pulled at the chain around her neck. The 2 rings emerged from hiding, and she held them side by side in front of her face, looking at them and then beyond them at the faces on the 4 volumes. Identical. Chapter 28. When Lynch returned to his office, he found his guest looking quite wilted and noticeably white. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked. She smiled weakly.
"Oh, to be honest, I think I'm battling a little bit of flu or something."
"Oh, I'm very sorry. Well, let's try to proceed with this interview as quickly as possible, then." Sally didn't feel like proceeding, but she did. She got out her pen and prepared to take some notes. Lynch started talking without any questions. "As you must know, Owen Bennett was a law professor here for several years, and a good friend to all of us. He was adventuresome, innovative, intelligent." This moving tribute to Owen Bennett continued for several minutes. Sally wrote it all down as best she could, hoping desperately to find some point where she could just cut it off, thank Professor Lynch, and get out of there. Professor Lynch had been sitting in his chair, turned slightly away from Sally, looking at the books on the wall and speaking in fluid sentences, his fingers spread and his hands bouncing against each other, fingertip to fingertip. Now, with hardly any pause at all, but with a strange, ominous change in his tone, he turned his chair toward Sally and continued his comments. "Now, it was in that particular year that Owen, having completed the initial structuring of the Law Advisement Council and having entrusted its administration to capable hands, took up another, even more pioneering challenge, that of serving on the advisory board for a new visionary effort, the Omega Center for Educational Studies, located in Fairwood, Massachusetts." Sally wrote it down. She noticed that he stopped to watch her write it down. This came as a surprise to some people. They asked, what interest could you possibly have in that place? For a man of Owen's professional stature, such a role on the advisory board of an obscure metaphysical institution seemed a condescension. But they didn't know Owen as his closer friends did. Those who knew Owen well knew that he was a master of the politics of power. He understood that power can be a commodity to be sold in exchange for favors and more power, a bribe that can be slipped to the right people to accomplish a certain agenda, and even a lever to control the wills and purposes of underlings or professional enemies. He was already welcome in the company of legislators and judges, corporate executives and politicians, all the right people who could make the right things happen in the right places for anyone who had enough influence with which to bargain. Owen had influence, but taking this position gave him even more. The Omega Center, you understand, is a center for the facilitation of change in our society. As a man thinks, so is he. Change the way he thinks, and you change the man. Change the way a society thinks, and you change the society. The Omega Center is dedicated to changing the way our society thinks, and hence changing our society, beginning with its most vulnerable and moldable segment, its children. That, Ms. Freeman, was the kind of thing that could attract Owen as honey attracts bees. If such an institution as the Omega Center can actually play a part in controlling what our society will become, then it would be most beneficial to be one of the people who control the Omega Center. Owen Bennett became one of those controllers, a controller of a controller. Now he had something others would want. Lynch turned his chair so that he was facing Sally directly. But of course you know all that.
It's one of the simplest principles of survival in this world. If you want to get ahead, have friends in high places." His eyes narrowed, and a grin, it looked malicious, slowly spread on his face. "As an example, I can recall a student I had some time ago, an extremely bright young lady who actually spent several summers at the Omega Center before she started her studies here at Bentmore. She came here with a high recommendation from the Omega Center, and we were happy to give her special attention. She remained here until she earned her master's degree in education, and then, wouldn't you know it, she desired to return to the Omega Center and be a part of that dream. Fortunately, she and Owen Bennett were the closest of friends, and by that time he was on the Omega Advisory Board, so her position with the Omega Center was an instant reality." He laughed and leaned on his elbows. "So you see, even as I have taught my students, it does help to have friends with influence to offer, especially in a field where you may be changing a society against its will." Sally smiled and jotted down some notes. He just kept staring at her. She was finished, very finished. All she wanted was to get out of there.
"Thank you so much for your insights. I'd like to take this home now and organize it. Perhaps I can call you again?"
"Oh, just one more thing," he insisted, gesturing for her to remain seated. "Yes, friends in the right places are important, and power is definitely a tool, but you must remember never to be too close to your friends, because any weapon, any lever you may use to gain power over others can also be used to gain power over you, unless you take necessary precautions. I know of one man, a skilled, upcoming young attorney who allowed a lady friend of questionable background to know him just a little too well, and she later attempted to use that knowledge as a lever against him. It created a most ticklish situation. Do you understand?" She was on the edge of her seat, ready to stand and walk out of there.
"Well, yes, like blackmail, I suppose."
He brightened at her correct answer. "Yes, that's it exactly. In gaining power over others, you never want to rule out blackmail as one lever to get what you want or to protect yourself." He suddenly reached into his pocket and brought out a small jewelry box. "This is why I stepped out of the office momentarily. I knew you'd be interested in this." He flipped it open and showed her the contents. It was a gold ring, the same gargoyle. Professor Lynch's voice grew quiet and somber. "This young lawyer hired his lady friend to kill someone. Yes, that's right, kill someone. And he paid her a large sum of money to do it. But she was subtle and clever. She stole a very personal item of his sacred ring, knowing that forever afterward she would be able, should she have the need, to prove that she had had an alliance with him. She wore the ring on her person when she tried to carry out this grisly deed, and we have good reason to believe she carried the money on her person as well, so that, should something go wrong, she would be found with it, and a connection could be made to the one who hired her. At any rate, the ring was identical to this one, and, with the money, was a perfect lever to blackmail and manipulate him." He let her view it for just a moment, and then abandoned all cordiality when he demanded, "You do have the ring in your possession, don't you?" She rose to her feet, but wobbled there, feeling faint, light-headed with terror. Words wouldn't come. There weren't any words.
Thank you, sir,"
she said, nausea washing over her.
"I need to go now."
She hurried to the door and threw it open. The man from the waiting area! He was no longer reading a magazine. Now he filled the doorway, blocking her escape. Lynch spoke to her coldly. "This is Mr. Cole. a highly motivated individual now in our employ. We knew there was a probability you would be here next, and so we invited Mr. Cole to be on hand should it happen. Why don't you have a seat again so we can complete this interview, Sally Beth Rowe?" Cole leaned toward her. She backed away until she bumped into her chair, then sank into it. Lynch sat down and glared at her for several moments. "So what do you hear from Jonas these days?" he finally asked. She looked at him for the first time since she sat down. There seemed to be no reason to carry on her act. The Tennessee accent vanished. "He's gone. I haven't channeled him since I went to prison." Lynch smiled. "I imagine he felt there were more respectable people to work with, not vile, pitiful baby killers." She looked down in shame and defeat. She no longer knew how to defend herself. "Yours is a pitiful story," said Lynch. "I had such great hopes for you. I groomed you. I honed you myself. I made you what you are. Excuse me, were. You were a born leader, Sally. We were counting on you. Owen was counting on you. Such marvelous potential. Such incredible spiritual connections." He paused just to look at her forlorn frame. "But oh, how you toppled. Oh, how you fell." Perhaps it was hate that gave her the strength to say, "I didn't fall far enough, I guess. That woman you were talking about, who stole the man's ring, I take it she's the one who tried to kill me?" He was not at all disturbed about it. "So I've heard. But that brings us back to my original question. What did you do with the ring you took from your attacker's finger?" She couldn't think of a good enough lie, so she said nothing. He nodded in response. "Of course. You're not going to tell me. As we've already discussed, you took it for insurance, for—" He couldn't help laughing. "For leverage. Oh, Sally, as your teacher, I feel condemned." He reached over and picked up the little jewelry box, eyeing the ring inside it. "Fine, fine. You don't have to tell me. Now that we have you, the ring doesn't matter. But really—" He looked at her and laughed as if he'd seen a joke. "Why do you want to help that pitiful little teacher in Bacon's Corner? What good could you possibly do?" Now he circled his desk and stood above her, making her feel even smaller. "Do you feel guilty, perhaps? Now, that would be so unlike you, Sally." His voice went down in tone, and every word cut like a knife. "Since when does guilt mean anything to you? A murderous wench bereft of conscience. As for Tom Harris, you will never find a more insignificant nothing. He's garbage, like you. And what can garbage offer to garbage? Who would believe a word you said? Who would give you the time of day?" He laughed, genuinely amused. "But I can understand your infatuation with the man. You make a perfect pair, a child killer and a pedophile." He was trying to cut her down, and even through her weakness and torment, she was beginning to resent it. "What happens now?" He circled back around to his chair and sat down, letting her wait for an answer. "First, some advice, which will probably go unheeded, but maybe not. I strongly suggest, Sally, that you abandon this escapade of yours, whatever your intentions. Find another little farm somewhere near another obscure little town, and disappear. Forever." He seemed so relaxed. A moment passed, and nothing happened. Nothing was said. Sally looked at him, then at the sinister Cole, and then back at Lynch again. She felt too weak to get out of the chair. She was helpless, regardless of the answer to her question.
"Are you going to kill me?"
He smiled. "You are one scared little waif. Well, it will be good for you. It will provide incentive for you to seriously consider your options. There are only two. Find a deep, deep hole somewhere, Sally, and disappear into it. Let us not see your face again in this life. Or consider your life ended altogether. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, but most certainly." He nodded to Cole, who stepped away from the door. With a glance back at Sally, he released her to go. She reached down and picked up her carry-bag. Then she pushed her way out of the chair, found strength for the first step, then the next, then enough strength to get to the door. "Sally!" Lynch called. She wasn't about to stop. Cole made sure she did. "Don't ever blame Jonas for what happened. You did it, Sally. You are the one to blame."
"I know that, sir," she replied.
"Disappear, Sally. Disappear." She went through the door, then found new strength to quicken her step down the hall to the big glass doors. She got through them. Then she ran. Tears started to blur her eyes. With her renewing strength, she realized how terrified she was. She could never wait for the elevator. She took the stairs. Tal had some special warriors busy at a dairy far away. He needed to shake things up in a home near the Bentmore campus. Marv and Claudia Simpson were just starting to enjoy this short stay with their daughter and son-in-law when the phone rang.
"It's Mac at the dairy,"
his daughter Jessica said. Marv scowled and took the phone. "Okay, Mac, break it to me gently." "Marv," said Mac, "you better get back here. Lizzie's getting ready to drop that calf now." "Now? She's a week early. And the milking machine's on the fritz, too. I don't know what's wrong with it." Marv grimaced. "Oh, great. And that stupid tractor won't start for anything. Doggone. Ed and I were planning to go to the ball game tonight." "Well, it's your dairy. Do what you want." "Oh, right, sure. Some choice I've got." He looked at Claudia, who only shook her head in sad resignation. "All right. We'll get going right away, but we're going to have to drive all night." "Well, I'll try to hold down the fort until you get here. Sorry to interrupt your visit." "Yeah." Marv hung up, questioning why God would allow such things to happen at such inopportune times. Mota stood in the room, making sure things happened. "Come, Marv, be quick about it." Cole took a moment to relax in the same chair where Sally had sat, and listened to Professor Lynch's side of a long-distance conversation. "Mr. Goring, I was disappointed. She was hardly the formidable foe she seems to be in her letters. A breeze would have knocked her over." "That's right." He listened for a moment, then forwarded a question to Cole. "How many men do you have tailing her?" Cole answered quickly. 5 around the building. 5 more on the main campus walks." Lynch brought back an answer. "Well covered. After today, the saga of Sally Rowe will be over. Yes. I'll bring you word as soon as I know. Oh, and will you want the ring back?" He chuckled. "I guess I can always flush it down the toilet. Then Bardeen and his ring will be together." He took some time to laugh at that wisecrack, and apparently Goring was laughing at it too. Cole laughed for about half the time, then stopped abruptly. Lynch started his goodbye. "Very well, then. Happy to be of service. Yes. Give my regards to everyone at Summit. Yes, I'll see you all at the conference. All right. Goodbye." He hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. "Oh, such a nasty business." He looked at Cole. "But I suppose you Satanists take it all in stride?" "We are all killers at heart, Professor Lynch." Well, I hope you just do it quickly and spare me the details. It's too bad you let her go. But don't be silly. I don't want it happening anywhere near here. I can't let anyone in this office suspect I had anything to do with it. Well, maybe you thought she was weak and helpless, but it looks like she was still clever enough to rip you off. Lynch looked toward Cole, then followed his gaze to the bookshelf behind the desk. Cole announced even as Lynch noticed it, "Looks like she took your rosters." The 4 volumes that bore the strange symbol of the snarling gargoyle were gone, leaving a distressing gap. "Destroyer," said Tal, and all the warriors looked. Yes, there he was, swooping over the campus like a huge black hawk. "He'll take her this time." Gilo pointed with his sword to a huge black shape rising from the administration building. "Corruptor. He's slow, but he sees well. Keep him busy and out of our business." Then Tal started barking orders as warriors shot into the sky in all directions. "Scion, decoys. Shimon, stay with her. Signa, back him up. Nathan, Armuth, block the bus stop. Cree and Sai, set screens." Lynch grabbed Cole's arm. He was desperate. "Cole, make sure your men succeed. They must succeed." Cole looked at Lynch, then at the gap in the bookshelf, and smiled a wicked smile. You must be pretty scared." Destroyer could see a tiny, frightened figure bursting out of Whitcomb Hall.
"So, how strong are you now, Captain Tal? We will make you show us."
He called to his captains.
"Take her!"
"There she is," said one thug to his partner. He'd spotted Sally running from Whitcomb Hall, heading south toward the nearest bus stop. It was dark. They could take her into any of the gardens, alleyways, or groves and finish her instantly. They were large, burly men, heavily tattooed. One had a deep scar on his left cheek. Both wore a large earring in one ear. Beneath their dark leather coats, they carried the shining silver tools of ritual death. The second one put a portable radio to his jaw and muttered, "She's—" He was about to say which direction she was going, but suddenly she was gone. Both men bolted from their hiding place and stood in the middle of the walkway. Sally Rowe had vanished. Cree and Sai stood directly in front of them, wings outstretched. Behind them, Sally continued to run south. A shriek from the sky. The 2 warriors shot a glance south. Sally was dashing down some steps, dropping out of sight. Above them, 4 demon warriors dropped like falcons. Cree and Sai bolted, one this way, one that, disappearing in a flash of light into the buildings on either side of the walkway. The demons went after them.
"The woman!"
screamed a destroyer from the sky.
"Get the woman!"
The demons spun in tight circles, their red blades streaming fire, and kicked the 2 men in their backs. "Move! This way!" Then they shot down the campus, the walls, windows, and walkways a blur on either side, their black wings screaming. The 2 thugs ran after them. "She was heading south," the man barked into his radio. Corruptor rose above the campus with the agility of a hot air balloon, watching the incredible spectacle on every side. He spotted Sally and pointed.
There. Do you see her?"
A bolt of light came from somewhere, delivering such a blow to his head that he tumbled backward, end over end, like a helpless spinning beach ball, wailing and howling. Gilo knew he'd be out of the way for a while. He darted away with other things to do. Sally took only a few seconds to duck into some shrubs and retrieve her hidden duffel bag. She jammed her carry bag into it and continued running. She rounded a corner near the psych library, saw the bus stop illuminated by an amber street lamp, dashed that way, slipped and stumbled to a stop, and dashed back the other way. The bus stop was covered. Somehow she knew who those 2 men were. "Run!" said Nathan. "The other way!" Armuth took the blows from the 2 demons guarding the bus stop, just long enough to slow them down. They didn't want him. They wanted Sally Rowe. 2 more normal-looking killers were at their post by the memorial fountain. One saw through the vertical jets of water and spotted the woman running north toward the sculpture garden. "Heading north," he barked into his radio. "The sculpture garden." Sally was heading west, not north, toward the physical sciences building when she ducked behind a tree to hide from 4 fierce-looking characters running north toward the sculpture garden. As soon as they had passed, she headed west again. "Where'd she go?" a killer asked, looking this way and that. The sculpture garden contained plenty of weird sculptures in stone and steel, but no fleeing woman. Scion, looking like himself again, took wing and swooped out of the sculpture garden with 4 black bats hot on his tail. As soon as he cleared the roofs, still trailing a stream of light, Psy crossed that stream with a searing trail of his own and drew aside 2 of the demons. At least these buzzards would be busy for a while. Sally ran past the physical sciences building, over a plaza, and then down a long flight of concrete stairs to the busy street below. A taxi was approaching. She waved furiously. "Taxi! Taxi!" 2 men, looking like any other university students, spotted her and started her way. The cab driver thought he saw someone trying to flag him. 2 demons dropped through the roof and clawed through his brain.
"Huh? She isn't there. Now, where was I going anyway?"
The taxi drove by, swerving from lane to lane, not slowing. Sally bolted into an alley. It was a blind alley, sheer concrete walls, and no escape. The 2 men closed in behind her, silent, skillful. If they moved quickly enough, they could finish her before she had a chance to scream. One had a long scarf in his hands. The other held a gleaming knife. Filthy spirits were there too, whooping and frothing, bouncing off the walls like golf balls down a gutter. This was it. Mota rode on the roof of Marv Simpson's ranch wagon as it rolled lazily down Hannon Boulevard on the south end of the Bentmore campus. When it came to a corner, Mota's wings burst forth like fireworks, and the next thing Marv knew, he was in a right-turn-only lane and had to turn right, heading up the campus's west side.
"Well, doggone," he muttered.
"Weren't we supposed to go the other way?"
Claudia asked. But he was looking this way and that, and trying to change lanes, getting more and more frustrated.
"Now, how do we get out of here?"
Sally backed away until she came up against the sheer, featureless concrete at the end of the alley. So much for flight. Now for fight. She raised her duffel bag to shield herself. No sound, only shadows blurring in the streetlights. The scarf hit her face. Her head hit the wall. One eye was covered. She couldn't see. A knife flashed. Shimon was there and parried. The knife deflected and lodged in the duffel bag. A blow to her neck. She pitched forward, grabbing the knife man. He pulled the blade free and plunged it at her again. The knife ripped through her coat. Her scream was muffled inside the scarf. A searing blade opened Shimon's shoulder. 2 demons caught his backhanded sword and dissolved. The knife slashed Sally's coat open, but missed her flesh. Scion came in low, ducked under a cluster of lashing, hacking spirits, and rolled into the knife man's legs. He fell backward. The knife clinked on the concrete. Scion had rolled into the middle of a death trap. Twisting and spinning, he was able to fend off most of the demon's blows, but one wild blade caught his leg, cutting it deep. Shimon had a screaming, flopping, slobbering demon by the feet. He batted Scion's attackers away in one powerful swing, then whipped the flailing body over his head and smacked the scarf man in the face. The scarf slipped away. Sally could see again. She lunged forward and broke free. The knife man grabbed her coat sleeve. Cygna dropped out of the sky, tracing an exclamation point of light. His sword caught the seam at Sally's shoulder, and the sleeve tore away. She ran. Alive. The knife man was looking for his knife. The scarf man couldn't tell where he was in the dark. Shimon, Scion, and Cygna were cut, bruised, and limping, but they grabbed hold of Sally and got her out of that alley. Destroyer saw it all and screamed for his hordes. The spirits gathered from every corner of the campus, swords burning, wings roaring, ready for a kill. With Destroyer at the point of a massive arrowhead formation, they dove toward the street. In Bacon's corner, Lucy ran into Amber's bedroom, expecting blood, bruises, an accident, something horrible. It was nothing of the kind. The child was beside herself, screaming, cursing, pounding the walls.
"Amber, what's wrong?" her mother cried, trying to embrace her. She spun around like a vicious animal and stood apart from her mother, her fingers curved like claws, her eyes wild and glaring, darting about the room as if watching distant events.
"Cut her up! Grab her! Take her! Cut her up!"
Lucy backed into the wall and remained there, speechless. There was no stopping Amethyst when she was like this. She'd tried before. Destroyer and his hordes were screaming out their war cry, their sulphurous breath forming yellow streamers that etched the sky like combs' teeth. Marv Simpson was looking for a place to turn around and getting more and more frustrated. He hardly noticed that woman running out of the alley.
"Oh, my," said Claudia. "What's going on here?"
Tal dropped through the roof and filled the whole back seat with his massive frame. "Stop and pick her up." Marv saw her again. She was actually running into the street.
"Oh,"
Claudia exclaimed.
"She's coming toward us."
"Oh, man, a nutcase. We've got to get out of here."
Tal grabbed Marv's head in his two huge hands and forced him to look toward the woman. "Pick her up."
"Let's pick her up,"
said Claudia. He pulled over. Gilo shot into the sky, flanked by Nathan, Armuth, Cree, and Cy. They intercepted Destroyer and his henchmen like a clap of thunder over the campus. The demons were like an irresistible wall, and the angelic warriors went tumbling and spinning aside. Destroyer and his horde resumed their course, dropping toward that station wagon. The 5 warriors recovered, circled, and dove down on the demons' backs like falcons. The vile spirits fought them off, but they had to take precious time to do it.
"Need a ride?"
Sally pulled the door open and clambered into the back seat. "Please, get me away from here." 4 men appeared on the sidewalk, 2 with radios. They saw her get into the car and quickly disappeared. Marv was still lost.
"How do I get out of here?"
"Left, up at that corner," said Sally, "and then go under the tunnel."
"Tunnel?"
Destroyer and his warriors skimmed over the top of the Physical Sciences building and dropped toward the street, closing in on the station wagon. Tal and Mota clung to the car's roof, swords ready, wings covering the passengers inside. Then Gilo shot out from a side street. Nathan and Armuth whipped around a bank building. Scion dropped from an overpass. Shimon and Signa weaved among the cars only inches above the pavement. Cy came up through a manhole, and they all pounced on the car, covering every square inch of it, their drawn swords making it look like a glowing porcupine. This would be it, a direct power-for-power battle. But suddenly, surprisingly, Destroyer pulled out of his dive and followed only 20 feet above them, passing through the traffic lights, telephone lines, and street signs, keeping an eye on them, sizing them up. The sight of the small band of warriors clinging to the vehicle, swords drawn for a last stand, made him laugh. It made his henchmen laugh. Finally, he shouted to them,
"Call it a victory, Captain. I call it progress. You are weaker than ever now, and the next time will be ours. The fruit will be ripe, and we will pluck it down with ease. And don't concern yourself with hiding her. We will always know where she is."
They climbed into the night sky and were just disappearing into the darkness when the car went into the tunnel. "What now?" Shimon asked, holding his wounded shoulder.
"Name it, Cap," said Scion, holding his useless leg. "We'll do it." "We are spent," said Tal. "Even though we confused Cole's men, Destroyer could have taken us, and it's only by the hand of the Lord that he didn't know it. It's time we hid her in Ashton." "And let her hear of the cross," said Nathan. "We'll get her there, and let the Spirit speak to her." Then he added with an unabashed anger, "While we get back to Bacon's Corner and root out this prayer blockage once and for all." Asked Marv.
Where you headed?"
Sally was gasping for breath, sick with terror, and dripping with sweat. She was not entirely rational. "I don't care. Anywhere away from here." Claudia looked over her shoulder at the pitiful creature slumped over in the back seat, weeping, panting, dripping with sweat.
"You poor dear."
Marv looked at her through the rearview mirror and could see the fear in her eyes. The Lord spoke to his heart.
Yep, it was no accident that he'd picked her up. "Well, you just take it easy and try to rest. We'll get you far away from here. I know just the place."
Chapter 29. Lucy Brandon was feeling weak and ill, but trying not to show it, even as she scribbled a forwarding address on still another letter from Sally Rowe, and slipped the letter into the bag of outgoing mail. She didn't want to do it, but she could see no alternative. Her lawyers were pressuring her. Her friends at Life Circle were smiling and encouraging her. Sergeant Mulligan was watching her. The lawsuit was moving full speed ahead, and the momentum was overpowering, carrying her along like a runaway train. But after no less than 20 of these letters, she'd seen enough. She was afraid. She was ignorant of legal strategy, and perhaps she was a little too trusting and gullible, but she wasn't stupid. There was no question in her mind that Sally Rowe was alive. The more she thought about that, the more devastating it became. Gradually, just one small idea at a time, she was allowing herself to think the unthinkable. Something more than a lawsuit was in progress, and she was being lied to by someone, maybe everyone. If she was being lied to, she was probably breaking the law for all her friends and not for herself. If all that were true, then, she'd tried to bury this thought for weeks, she was being used. She had no question that her daughter Amber was being used, if not by these legal eagles, then certainly by that once cute little pony Amber had befriended in Miss Brewer's 4th-grade class. The laughter, the fun and games, the cartoon character charm were all things of the past. Amethyst was no friend of any kind. But now Lucy was in so deep. How could she back out? What direction could she turn? How— The bell rang at the front desk. Debbie was on her break, so Lucy hurried to the front. This big man looked familiar. She'd seen him around town, but he wasn't from around here. She immediately felt uncomfortable. "Can I help you?"
"Hi, I'm Marshal Hogan. I'm a friend of Tom Harris, and I just got a letter here from the Omega Center for Educational Studies in Fairwood, Massachusetts."
He acted like he was giving her a cue, but she didn't catch whatever it was. "Yes? Is there a problem?"
"Well, I suppose you know that they're the publishers of the Finding the Real Me curriculum that Miss Brewer uses at the elementary school."
"I still don't see your point."
"Well, I wrote to the Omega Center to order a copy of the Finding the Real Me curriculum, and they tell me here in this letter that they only make that curriculum available to educational institutions and not to the general public. Don't you think that's a little strange?"
Lucy knew she didn't want to talk about this. "I'm not the Omega Center, sir, and I'm not responsible for their policies. Now, unless you have some business with the post office—" Marshall looked behind him. No one else was standing in line.
"I'll just be a second. Let's talk about that local group, Life Circle.
I understand that Life Circle is a major force in education around here. 3 of the school board belong to it. The principal of the elementary school, Mr. Woodard, belongs to it. Miss Brewer belongs to it, and you belong to it. The school board adopted the Omega Center curriculum. Mr. Woodard implemented it. Miss Brewer's teaching it, and your daughter Amber contacted her inner guide, Amethyst, because of it. Only a week ago, Lucy would have felt invaded and very angry. Today was different. What about it? She really wanted to know. She was trying to look strong and unshakable, but Marshall caught the curiosity in her eyes. Let me ask you this. Why do you suppose Miss Brewer couldn't produce the curriculum when we asked to see it? And neither could Mr. Woodard, and neither could the school board, and now the Omega Center itself won't allow me to order a copy of it. When I consider how all you people are connected, it sure makes me wonder if your lawsuit against the Good Shepherd Academy might have something to do with it. Do you suppose there's something in that curriculum your friends don't want us to see? Lucy didn't answer for a long moment. She'd never thought about the question before. She wanted an answer herself. I don't know, Mr. Hogan. Marshall Hogan. What are you, an investigator or something? Sure, something like that. Mostly just a friend of your opponents in this lawsuit. Well, obviously I can't talk about any of this. I understand. Thank you very much for your time. You're welcome. He left the building, and Lucy returned to her work, or at least tried to return to it. If she was pensive and troubled before her visit with this Mr. Hogan, now she was totally distracted. What else did that man know? And why didn't she know it? Marshall got back to Ben and Bev's and placed a collect long-distance call. Back at his newspaper, a young, pretty, bespectacled brunette answered the phone from inside Marshall's glass-enclosed office.
Ashton Clarion, Bernice Kruger speaking.
Hey, Bernice, this is Marshall.
Well, well.
She closed the office door against the outside clamor and plopped down at his desk, ready for the latest. Can any good news come out of Bacon's Corner? Well, the walls of the fort are getting thin, but no breakthroughs yet. Keep digging. That's why I called. You remember I told you about that curriculum at the elementary school? Right. The kids getting into alpha mind control and spirit guides. Did you ever get a copy of it? No dice. They're stonewalling it, as far up the ladder as Omega itself. Are you still in touch with that guy in Washington? What's his name? Cliff Bingham. Sure. He got me some inside stuff on the last election. I'm wondering if he couldn't check with the Library of Congress and find an original copy of this thing. Bernice grabbed a pen and started writing herself a note. I'll call him. What exactly do you want? Finding the Real Me, a curriculum for 4th graders. She wrote it down. Published by Omega Center? Omega Center for Educational Studies, Fairwood, Massachusetts. Any idea what year? Beats me. Okay. We will see what we will see. Okay. Now let's talk about the Tuesday edition. Pull that malt shop story. John likes it, but his wife will have a fit. They talked business. Bernice took notes, pulled files, read copy over the phone, and got orders from her boss. Outside, the midweek, midday business in the town of Ashton was in full swing. People, grocery carts, and vehicles were circulating through the parking lot at Carlucci's Market. The firefighters were hosing down the apron at Station 15 and shining up the pumper. Clyde Soderberg and his sons were beating the still green concrete off some forms over at the new Midwest Savings and Loan Project. Driving past it all, and then stopping at the second of 4 lights along Main Street, Marv and Claudia Simpson introduced Sally Beth Rowe, they thought her name was Betty Smith, to their town.
"It's a great place to live and do business," said Marv. "At least it is now. Oh, we've had our share of trouble, but things have settled down quite a bit, and I think we're having a turn for the better.
The light turned green, and Marv piloted the big station wagon further down the street, past the small stores, the True Value hardware, the local newspaper.
Well, that's the Ashton Clarion, said Marv. It comes out on Tuesdays and Fridays. Oh, and the editor's a saint. I think he's been out of town for a while. I don't know what he's been doing.
They drove past the high school. It was new this year, because enrollment was up.
This ends Disc 11. Please change to Disc 12. Disc 12.
They drove past the high school. It was new this year, because enrollment was up. Marv turned left at the third light and drove up a gradually graded street into a quiet neighborhood with massive oak trees lining the street, small, garishly painted bicycles leaning against the oaks, and orange basketball hoops on every other garage. The lawns were neat, the sidewalks were clean, and the cars all seemed to know their proper parking places. Marv turned left again, and came to a row of large turn-of-the-century homes with white beveled siding, large chimneys, massive roofs, cozy dormers, and wide, roomy front porches. He pulled over and parked in front of the third house on the right, probably the most inviting house of all, with a perfectly manicured lawn, colorful planted borders, a pillared front porch, and an inviting porch swing. In front, just beside the walkway, was a small, unpretentious sign, Sarah Barker's boarding house.
Well, here's the place I told you about, said Marv.
It'll be just right, I think, said Claudia. Well, you'll have time to think things through and get your head clear.
Sally took their hands and held them tightly. You've done me a wonderful kindness. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, said Marv. We'll have you out to the dairy sometime.
I'd love that. Oh, here's Sarah now, said Claudia.
Sarah's a good gal. You'll like her.
Sarah was, and Sally did. The house actually belonged to Sarah and her husband Floyd, but they thought using just her name on the sign would be more charming. Floyd was a tall, thin man of few words who had recently retired from the grain business and was now trying his hand at being a writer when he wasn't serving as the handyman for the boarding house, which he was at the moment. He was glad to meet her and shook her hand warmly. As for Sarah, she impressed Sally as everyone's idea of the perfect grandma, a short little woman with close-cropped gray hair, little round glasses, and a cute story about most everything.
We used to have 8 kids, and now they're gone, so we have all these rooms empty and ready for the right people, she explained, showing Sally through the big house. We've had mostly single women here. Some have troubles at home and need to stay away. Some are on their way somewhere else, you know, between things. And the 2 that are here right now are here for keeps until they get married, I suppose.
The living room was old, classic, with a high ceiling, finely milled wainscoting, inviting, comfortable, antique furniture, and even an old pump organ from Ashton's first pioneer church. The dining room was large and well suited for a big family, or for a house full of boarders.
Now, we have a downstairs bedroom, but it's being worked on.
They were in the central hallway just below the big staircase, and they could see a toolbox jutting into the hall through the bathroom door, and hear the clunking and tinkering of work going on. Sarah stepped around the toolbox and then out of the way so Sally could look in.
When we get the plumbing fixed, things should be back to normal.
Sally looked into the bathroom. It was large, and during normal times it was probably very nice. Right now it was a mess. The carpet was rolled back, there were tools and pipe fittings on the floor, a glaring work light hanging from the vanity mirror, and, strangest of all, a young man in coveralls on his knees in front of the toilet. He seemed to be hollering down into the bowl.
"No!" he shouted. "Come back up! You're going the wrong way.
A muffled voice, it was Floyd's, came from below somewhere.
Who put all this stuff down here anyway? You put it in, Floyd. Don't blame me.
Then the young man noticed Sally watching him.
Oh, hi there. Hi.
Sarah leaned in.
Hank, this is Betty Smith, a new boarder. Betty, this is Hank Bush, our pastor.
He waved a wrench at her.
Pleased to meet you. I'll be happy to shake your hand later.
It was clear to see that his hands were quite dirty at the moment. Sally was fascinated. This was a pastor?
Why are you yelling down the toilet?
He thought that was funny.
Well, that's Floyd down there. Have you met Floyd?
Floyd's voice came from under the floor.
Yeah, that's Betty, right?
Hank hollered back.
Yeah, we've met.
She's here to inspect your bolting job.
Oh, I'm in trouble now.
Hank explained.
Floyd used the wrong bolts to put this toilet in 15 years ago, and well, now we can't get the nuts loose underneath.
Sally's smile was a weary smile, but it felt good. Sarah said,
You're tired. Come on upstairs and I'll show you your room.
But Sally hesitated just a moment.
You don't look like a pastor.
Hank smiled, brushing some hair away from his forehead with his forearm.
Thanks. Why not go straight to the horse?
Sally thought.
I suppose you know God?
Well, sure I know him. He was so matter-of-fact about it. He didn't even hesitate with that answer. Sally tried a tougher question.
Can you prove he exists?
Hank sat back from the toilet and just looked at her for a moment. Got a Bible? Sally was about to say no, but Sarah said,
There's one up in her room.
Hank was thinking. He almost looked like he was listening. Tell you what, read Psalm 119 and just ask God to speak to your heart while you read it. See what happens.
Psalm 119,
Sally repeated.
Right. Good luck with the toilet.
Thanks, and nice to meet you. Hank sat there a moment after Sally and Sarah were gone. The Lord had spoken to him about this woman named Betty. Floyd's voice came from below.
Psalm 119? What kind of scripture is that for getting somebody saved?
Hank was puzzled himself.
I don't know. It's the scripture the Lord told me to give her.
The longest chapter in the Bible,
Floyd muttered. Hank prayed right there.
Lord God, please make yourself real to Betty Smith. Show her how much you love her.
Amen,
said the voice under the toilet.
Now, can you flush me a smaller wrench?
Atop the house, Tal consulted with the two angelic princes of Ashton, Cryone and Triskel.
We are honored to see you again, Captain,
said Cryone.
We'll always remember the victory achieved here.
Tal scanned the horizon and could see the thick hedge of angelic warriors that surrounded the town, sealing it off from demonic invasion. They were there to serve the saints within, responding to their prayers, widening doors of opportunity to minister. The town was not perfect, not without problems. It still had its taverns and turmoils, its scrapes and its sins. But the Lord was working in Ashton. Its saints were praying, and for Sally Beth Rowe it was safe. I leave her in your hands, Cryone. I see Hank is planting the right seeds already. Triskel smiled. The Spirit of God is continuing to draw her. Care for her in the meantime. Make sure she meets Bernice, but don't let Bernice know who she is until the right time. Cryone gave Tal a knowing look.
Once again, you have a plan. How is it unfolding?
Tal looked grim. Steadily, but miserably. Cryone nodded.
You and the others are going to need some time to heal up, I see.
Destroyer learned from what we did here. He got to the saints first. He and his demons are wreaking strife and division that church hasn't seen in years, and every day our situation grows more precarious. I'm going back to Bacon's Corner to stop that campaign. Nothing else can proceed until I do. Driscoll's face wrinkled with concern. But is there time, Captain? Tal answered simply, No. We'll just have to do what we can. If you can use this crisis to arouse specific prayer from the saints here, so much the better. Driscoll smiled. Count on it. They will pray. Cryone added, But it sounds like Sally Rowe is headed for even greater jeopardy. Tal nodded with regret. We cannot bring the plan up short, or spare her every last step. We will win all, or we will lose all. Cryone and Driscoll embraced him. Godspeed. Tal drew his sword to rally his warriors, and they shot into the sky, bound for Bacon's Corner.
Lost? Destroyer roared. You dare to tell me you lost her?
6 loathsome spirits stood before him on the roof of Whitcomb Hall at Bentmore University. They'd locked their eyes on the thick, rolled roofing and refused to look up. They were silent, with no fitting words of explanation. Destroyer and Corrupter were not too far from shredding them this very moment. Destroyer wanted an explanation, and right now. He grabbed one demon by the hair and jerked his head upwards so their eyes would meet.
I knew you would never lose her, but follow her to the ends of the earth so we could choose our time. Taunt the host of heaven, pick the fruit when it was ripe, and now you have lost her? Tell me how. We followed her, the thing said. And she went west with the dairy farmer. And
the spirit looked at his comrades. They wouldn't even return his gaze, lest Destroyer think they knew something.
The farmer took her to Ashton.
Destroyer gave the demon's hair a painful yank, twisting his neck backward.
Ashton!
The demon winced with pain.
We followed as long as we could, but we were turned back.
Destroyer's eyes burned with fury.
The host of heaven?
The warrior was almost falling over, squirming in Destroyer's iron grip.
They hold that territory, they and the saints of God.
Destroyer released the demon's hair, and the warrior dropped to the roof, rotating the kinks out of his neck. Destroyer and Corrupter moved away to consult privately. Destroyer was turning the air yellow with his frantic, anxious panting.
That slimy, slippery, subtle captain of the host. I should have anticipated this. He is hiding her in a stronghold we cannot penetrate.
Corrupter muttered,
She is free and alive, and now has both the ring and the rosters. The rosters are your fault, Destroyer insisted. And her disappearance, is that not yours? If we lose track of her now, that is not an option. The strong man will take both our heads from our bodies with his bare hands.
Destroyer spit sulphur in a new burst of rage.
Never! The captain of the host will not defeat me. I will not be humbled by these feeble saints.
He screamed to his henchmen who stood guard nearby. They snapped to attention.
"Gather your hordes. We return to Bacon's Corner. We will finish this business and decimate the saints, silencing their prayers once and for all."
Claire Johansson hung up the telephone in her office, and then stared at it, motionless, deep in thought. John knew that look on her face. "What is it?"
"That was Mr. Goring, from Summit. Sally Rowe showed up at Bentmore. She was right in Samuel Lynch's office."
John rose from his chair, anticipating an answer he would not like. "She didn't get away." Claire sighed, letting her hand fall to the desk with a slap.
"She did. Cole and his men chased her all over the Bentmore campus, but she managed to hitch a ride with some stranger, and they lost her."
John threw up his hands in anger. "Great! That's just great! I'm really starting to wonder about this Cole. He's had 2 chances now and came up empty both times." Claire cautioned him.
"Please, keep your voice down. Some life circlers are in the house."
John tried to calm himself, but couldn't sit down or relax at all.
"She has the rosters,"
Claire added. John looked at her curiously. "What rosters?"
"Professor Lynch's membership rosters."
John stared at her blankly. He couldn't bring himself to believe it. He shook his head. "Now that has to be a mistake. Somebody's wrong. That isn't true."
"It's true."
He shook his head again, harder. "No, it's not true. It's too unthinkable to be true."
"Lynch stepped out of the office to get his ring and contact Cole. She must have snatched them from his bookshelf while he was gone. He didn't notice until after she left."
John shouted at that. "She left?" Claire shushed him, feeling defensive for Lynch.
"He couldn't have killed her right there in his office. Cole's men were supposed to take care of her elsewhere, secretly."
John fumed and huffed and paced around the office. "Is Professor Lynch still alive?"
"Of course he is."
"Why?" Claire looked away impatiently.
"John, what would that solve?"
John was having trouble keeping his voice down. "That old codger is a liability. He should be eliminated, and Cole as well." Claire sighed and rested her chin in her hand.
"Maybe they will be. I don't know. I don't control such things."
"So when is that hearing?"
9 o'clock Monday morning."
John cursed. "We should have known by now. There are other forces working on Rowe's behalf, directly opposing us. I can feel it. No doubt they're working against this lawsuit as well. We could get a wrong ruling." Claire was about to disagree, but then decided she couldn't.
"I believe that is a possibility."
John stopped to give Claire a good look in the eye. "If we lose in this hearing, and they can put Amber on the stand, or even depose her—" Claire agreed.
"I'll call the others."
"And Hempfile, too. I want her in on this. We have to hit that church."
"We already have."
"I mean hit them harder. Something right up front." Claire stood, her finger to her lips.
"Someone might hear you."
He tried to quiet himself. They could hear a Life Circle yoga class going on upstairs, right above their heads. Claire had another caution.
"You know that with any overt action we'll be risking exposure."
John chuckled at that. "Oh, come on. They're old-fashioned, fringe, fanatic Christians. Who's going to believe them?" She acquiesced.
"All right."
"We'll curse the church, and we'll curse Sally Rowe. Can we get anything she owns?"
"Well, I guess the rental house still has all her belongings in it."
"Anything alive?" Claire thought for a moment.
"Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I think she did have some animals."
John smiled and calmed a bit. "Good. Good." Chapter 30. It was quiet at Floyd and Sarah Barker's after dinner. Floyd and Sarah were settling into the couch downstairs for some reading. Michelle, the young college girl, was in her room studying. Suzanne, a young attorney just new in town, was out meeting a prospective partner. Sally was fed, bathed, warm, and secure in her little corner bedroom, snuggled in the soft bed under one of Sarah's handmade comforters, her back supported by an ample supply of large pillows. For the first time in so many years, Sally had trouble calculating the number. She finally figured it had to be about 25. She held in her hands a volume she had blamed for the world's woes, belittled as an overrated anthology of myths, resented for its narrow views of morality, condemned as oppressive and authoritarian, and ignored as an outmoded, stagnating lead weight around the intellectual ankle of mankind. It was one of Sarah Barker's Bibles. She found the book of Psalms immediately. It was in the middle of the Bible.
"Just open your Bibles right to the middle,"
came a voice from her past.
"Psalms is right there in the middle."
What was that woman's name? Oh, Mrs. Gunderson, that's right. She was an older lady. She was old as long as Sally ever knew her, as if she'd hit a peak in her years and just stayed there. Every Sunday morning, Sally would clump down the church stairs with all the other 7- and 8-year-olds and gather in Mrs. Gunderson's Sunday school class in that cold church basement, in that small, echoing classroom with the hard wooden chairs and the chalkboard that still bore the unerasable traces of lessons from weeks ago. Then Mrs. Gunderson would tell them a story, placing paper Bible characters on the same green grass and blue sky flannel background. Even now, as Sally lay in the bed with the Bible in her lap, she could remember those stories. The wee little man who climbed the sycamore tree, the fisherman who fished all night but caught no fish, the disciple, she thought it was Peter, who walked on the water to meet Jesus, the man named Lazarus, whom Jesus raised from the dead, Moses, Noah, and of course Jonah, who was swallowed by the fish. Strange. She'd put those stories out of her mind as far back as junior high school, but now, at 36, she remembered not only those stories, but also the deep feelings of conviction and morality she always had after every Sunday school. I want to be good. I want to do good things and love God. I want Jesus to come into my heart. Such old memories, such long-ago feelings. But the memories were pleasant, and the feelings they evoked were warm and comforting, which caused her to pause and reflect. How many pleasant memories did she really have? Not too many. Maybe these, some of her oldest, were her happiest. Psalm 119. It was a long chapter. She read the first verse. "Blessed are they whose ways are blameless, who walk according to the law of the Lord." That first verse was enough to grab her attention, and she read on. Verse 3 said, "They do nothing wrong, they walk in his ways." Verses 4, 5, and 6 continued the same theme. "You have laid down precepts that are to be fully obeyed. Oh, that my ways were steadfast in obeying your decrees. Then I would not be put to shame when I consider all your commands." How did that pastor know? She'd asked him the toughest question she could think of, but he came back with the answer she needed, the one perfect for her situation, right here and now, the very next step in her musings. She continued to read, and the words spoke to her over and over again about something she'd fled from for years, denied, fought against, and finally lost, but perhaps needed most of all. Absolutes. A genuine right and a genuine wrong. A fence, a point of reference, a way to know something for sure. She couldn't let these ideas get away from her. She hopped out of bed and hurried to the closet for her duffel bag. The few clothes she had were in the laundry at the moment, so the bag was a lot emptier, containing a still frightening amount of freshly minted cash, her notebook, which she set aside, and the rosters from Professor Lynch's office. She felt sick at the sight of them, as if there was an evil attached to them, as if an invisible, poisonous stowaway had come along to haunt her. They frightened her. They gave her the same stomach-turning fear and disgust one feels while waiting for something horrible to jump out in a late-night horror movie. Unseen by Sally, though she could sense them, the same little quartet of demons still lurked about, watching her, looking for opportunities. They had followed her everywhere she went, and could pass through any angelic hedge because she carried them with her.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.